having one of these team hubs, these the Purple Lounge, as they call it at Coanda now, over there at the Cabina Racing outfit. But it has so many more advantages though of having all your drivers, or pretty much all of your drivers, there under one roof, doesn't it, Dara?
It does, and it does really create that kind of community aspect to a team, and I think we're really starting to see that increase in sim racing, because it can be a pastime of ours where none of us really see each other very often, it's fair to say, in the grand scheme of things, compared to how often we can be talking to one another. It's the same for the drivers as well, of course. We'll be with each other for so much of their time, whether in races, in practice sessions, just trying to get their eyes in for some of these big events. But to have that kind of community feel, and to have those spaces, as Coanda do, to really bring the team together, I think it increases cohesion, it increases that team aspect, and I think it improves their ability to race in these kind of situations. When you have that personable feel with your teammates, you're going to be racing for them that little bit more, aren't you? A lot of these races, a large part of them, is racing not just for yourself but for your teammates as well, keeping them involved in the race. Nothing worse really than being given the car in a fantastic position by your teammates and then making the mistake, you know. So yeah, it really is fantastic, and I think it's great to see that Coanda have that team aspect, but it is a very Purple Lounge they have, isn't it? The lighting very ambient, it seemed.
Yes, I made some comments last night which I don't think are appropriate for this time in the morning, so I think we'll leave it at that as to what I thought of the name of the lounge. I was fortunate enough a couple of years ago to actually get to go and visit the previous facility down in Gronau in Germany that Coanda were using, and that was an impressive setup in itself. So what they've got at the Cabina Racing outfit certainly seems to be working for them in these early stages of that partnership, as they head down the Dottinger Hohe once again. Michael Jarny just 5 seconds now behind the Grid and Go Esports 001 car. This is a battle for position for the race lead in the Cup class. As I can tell you, in Cup class, Carlos Fenalosa in Drago Racing, the number 169, has a black flag. Now, how on earth have you just picked up a black flag? I don't know, but Balázs Pala not having a good time out there in the Zesa Esports outfit in that Mustang. It's a big old car to get swung around. Fortunately, does get it done.
Yeah, I mean, they are a couple of laps down at the moment. Our shares are off of the back of the race lead, some 22 minutes or so, maybe just less than that, off the lead of the race. So little mistakes not helping them out at all. Here is the 169 Drago Racing car going off the road. Carlos Feniosa coming across, and that could be where we've seen that be picked up.
So that'll be instant. That'll be instant points then.
Exactly, going wide off the road, just a couple, that'll do it. And I mean, after, you know, what, 17 hours, 15 minutes or so, you'll have built up enough incident points that a small off track could be the one that pushes you over the edge, isn't it?
I mean, it is, what is it? It's 100 incident points before you get a drive-through penalty. So they're going to have to come down onto pit road, do a drive-through penalty, and then get themselves back out again. But then after that, it's every 20 incident points thereafter that you then end up with a drive-through penalty. So it's one of those tracks where you don't usually actually pick up that many incident points throughout a normal race, just purely by the nature of you not wanting to get off track around here because of the high curbs that you've got, the grass, the closeness of the walls as well. So to be able to accumulate 100, it does take a little bit of doing, but get involved in a few contacts as well, which is easily done when you've got mixed class racing. And yeah, you can hit that threshold, can't you?
Yeah, and the off tracks as well. In these conditions, it's so easy just to drift the car wide. And off the road, again, it goes back to that point about not really being able to understand the track conditions after that when they're evolving in this way, and you're only approaching them once every 10 minutes or so. If you just judge the track in the same way that you did the last time you were at that point, easy just to drift that bit wider. It doesn't take much. And it can be the moment that takes you off the road, gives you a couple of incident points, and causes you to come for a drive-through, which Drago Racing are serving now. But it has enabled the Apex Racing 199 to be promoted into P3 now. So the 169 behind the 199, and now we have to see if Drago can try and gain that time back in and put the Apex car under pressure. But it is good to see that in that Cup class we do have battles for first and second and third and fourth.
Yeah, we certainly do, and it is great to see that. You're absolutely right. So excitement aplenty as the back end just kicking out a little bit there on that Williams Sim Racing Playseat car. And Beckham Jasiah, who was somebody who really impressed me last year in his performances, really was setting the world on fire with some of his performances in special events, also in the Porsche Contender Series as well last year. This year in the actual full-fat Porsche Esport Super Cup was a little bit of a challenging season, but many a time we've seen new drivers come into that series and just take a season to have to get up to speed of that competition, because the level of competition in that championship is absolutely incredible. And you think you're seeing one event, oh, they're a world beater, nobody will stop them. And then they come into that championship and it's oh, wow, they need to step up another level. It just goes to show top flight sim racing is such a high standard and a high bar to set.
Yeah, the depth has just exploded, hasn't it, really, over the last couple of years. So many fantastic teams continue to be at the top end and emerge into the top end of sim racing. Of course, teams recently getting a couple more breakthroughs to try and get themselves up the order, but not really much of a surprise to see the Williams sim racing team leading a couple of classes, Grid and Go leading a couple of classes, but great to see that WSR Esports was also leading a class in the TCR. Again, it goes to show that, I feel like in a few years gone by, it may have felt like a 2 or a 3 horse race. That really feels like it's expanded. There's far more teams in contention. The iRatings on some of these drivers are, realistically, I think we're going to be quite, disgusting to look at, disgustingly high. Something that I could only dream of. And even that, I think I'd wake up and think I was being unreasonable. But, it's incredible to see these guys being able to race in events like this year after year, and it really makes them so special, because the quality is so high that it makes a split one win in the Nürburgring 24-hour almost even more worthy year on year, and it really holds that gravity that I think we've come to really appreciate in the world of sim racing.
Using those high curbs through this back section of the track, I don't think that is something that I would do heading towards Brunchen. Yeah, that's a bit sketchy in my opinion, what Beckham Jasiah was doing there. That very easily could pan out to be a bad thing. You can use that curb on the exit there and head up over the top of the hill towards Flansgarten. But yeah, it's some sketchy moments for Beckham Jasiah through this lap that we've been watching. Great to watch the race leader in GT4, who now have a bit of a gap ahead of the second place car, the 009, and that's 14.5 seconds between the two of them. So things have settled down here in GT4 again of that one, but certainly we are getting towards the end of the rain. I think another 10 minutes or so and then will be the end of the rain here today. That rain started about an hour and 15 minutes ago here in this one, so they've had a good bit of time for the track to get doused, and there are puddles forming at the side of the track as well, so it's going to take a little longer for teams to have to think about potential switching to slick tyres. And it just makes that decision work a little easier for this pit stop, if not the next one.
Exactly, and it goes back to that discussion we were having, isn't it, not long ago, about how difficult it is to really judge those conditions and when to go onto a slick tyre. Big moment there. We saw rear end stepping out, and we're going to see a lot of that. I think teams won't want to push the boat in terms of coming into it for a slick tyre. They won't want to risk too much. I think we're likely to see teams go too late than too early in that regard. But of course, they're going to be trying to go at the right time, maybe just to keep themselves safe. If they think that it could be touch and go one lap, they'll leave it and come in one lap after. Some of these teams do have the gap. Some others, though, really are in a bit of a pickle, aren't they, in terms of what they want to do. You know, the likes of in that Cup class, there's the battle towards the back end of the top 5, even 6th, 7th, 8th, only about 12 seconds between 3 cars. They're not going to really want to take it too easy. They're in their own battles. So each team having to approach this in a different way. But we're getting to that exciting strategy phase of the race, Paul.
Right, while we've got a moment, we have got somebody waiting for an interview, and they've been waiting for a while, from the Zessa Esports Uni number 85 TCR class car, 9th in class at the moment, and it's quite the time to actually bring them in, because they've got a black flag of the team. So Dara, why don't you take it away then with an interview with one of our drivers from the number 85.
Yeah, and we've got Lim with us now. Welcome in. Firstly, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
I can hear you, and I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we certainly can. Well, welcome into the booth. Number 85 in this race.
I believe I'm in the number 93 car.
Oh, of course. Thank you. The number 93 car. Thank you very much in this race. Talk us through it. Of course, running towards the back end of that M2 class, but still, you know, very much in the race. It's been difficult in these wet conditions. Talk us through how it's been in the middle of the night.
Oh, man. I'll see my teammates have been practicing more than I have done, but having 2 major accidents within the first 4 hours really just take us out of the contention for anything, I guess. At this point, it's just trying to get more experience with this new car and get ready for return next year.
Yeah, well, they're always the ambitions, aren't they? But clearly getting some good laps in. I mean, difficult always to finish this race with 24 hours of the Nürburgring being quite a daunting prospect, particularly in top split. What were the aspirations for the team coming into the race? And kind of, is the team happy with where you are at the moment and being still in the race at this stage?
I guess, kind of. I mean, I can join the... enter the race with a new group of drivers this year. They actually, it's one of my teammates, Adnan. He actually found some sponsorship to cover our operational costs for this event. Thank you him, and shout out to Racing Arena Sim Racing Shop from Sarajevo, Bosnia, for sponsoring us. I guess. I mean, we are happy to make the cut into the field. We were a little bit worried that our iRacing won't be enough. Turned out we ended up being the second to last car in the M2 Cup field in the top split. I mean, certainly we wish that we can still be running a little bit higher than we are currently, but we're still happy to just be in the race.
Yeah, and that really is the key factor, and it is great that we get more teams in the back end of top split like yourselves competing in these races, and also great that, you know, we are still seeing you in the race. You know, so many teams have fallen by the wayside, some big names as well, but to have you still in the race is fantastic to see. You mentioned sponsors enabling you to be here. Talk us a little bit more, though, about being one of those slightly smaller teams in this top split and the task that you go through to be able to participate in a race like this.
Well, I have to let Adnan to explain the business part of the thing. He's the business person in the team. But yeah, this is we kind of formed this group maybe 2 months prior, and I think my teammates have been preparing for this for 2 weeks. Although I just started practicing last night, but I'm happy that they left me easier part of the race, being in the night, where the track condition is the most optimal. And I think I finished my part without any big issues. It was not too damaging. But I mean, in general, we are just. We were just one of slow car drivers. We were doing this for fun mostly, and certainly Adnan finding some business opportunity in this is cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah, and does that mean that we won't be seeing you in the car again, or are we going to see you jump back in?
I'm done for the event this year, but certainly we hope for a return next year.
Yeah, well, it's been fantastic to speak to you, Iwanshi. So fantastic for you to jump in, and thanks for coming to chat to us. And good luck for you and the team for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
Actually, great to get a word from some of the teams running in some of the slower classes, not necessarily racing for the race league, because there's so many different storylines to follow throughout a race like this, aren't there, Paul?
Apologies, yes, from GDC Racing. Got the team. They were literally the next car up on my timing sheet, and I still managed to read the name wrong, but there you go. Apologies for that. But yeah, no, it's always good to... Yeah, it's great to hear from the top teams and the top drivers everybody knows, but it's always worth speaking to some of the teams who are maybe not at the front of the field to get their perspective and to also experience that spirit of sim racing and that spirit of endurance of actually carrying on out there and pushing on when, you know, looking at where they are in class right now. They're currently multiple laps off of Team RSO in 7th place. So people will sit there potentially at home and thinking, well, what are they racing for? It's this spirit of endurance racing. You want to get to the end of that race. I know what it's like competing in these endurance races, and I know what it's like to the sense of relief and happiness that you've made it to the end. Yes, it's even better if you get a podium or even a race win, but just to get to the end of these 24-hour races, especially around this Nürburgring circuit, I really think the sense of achievement is worth it.
Yeah, and we've seen before, I think, certain teams and certain drivers really rock up to this event with the sense of finishing the race being the main goal. I remember last year, Roland Alfredson Roland Alonefredson did the entire 24 hours on his own, and his task was just really to survive the race, just get himself to the end, see if he could do 24 hours with the only interruptions being the pit stops that he took at regular intervals throughout the race. And, you know, it goes for quite a few teams as well who know necessarily that they're not going to be running for the race win, or don't expect themselves, should we say, to be competing for the race win. They're just competing, finishing, being somewhat competitive really is the main aim. And it is fantastic to see that we do have those new teams come in, because I think you actually kind of touched on it. There's a few teams that are often really quite close to that iRacing or the iRating goal, really, to be in top split, and that can cycle over the course of the year in terms of special events. So some teams will be inside that bracket, some will not be outside of it. And it is great to see that when we come to the Nordschleife, when we go to Daytona and have other special events around the year, that there are a couple of teams that are able to show what they can do in events like this. And it's really what having multiple splits is really about, isn't it?
Car 500, the Bike 500 black team, Ayrton Reutemann, who some say is the best name in sim racing, have had to tow back to pit road. They've got the mechanical warning flag, the meatball flag. It says something has happened to them in the last 30 seconds or so, as the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team come into pit road. Now, that Ferrari team, my timing screen is saying that they've changed onto slick tyres, which I think would be a massive mistake, personally.
Yeah, you'd feel like, I mean, it's still raining. You'd feel like it's early, wouldn't you, for that?
I mean, the rain's about to stop. Are they going for the weather that's to come, rather than running tyres for the conditions that they are now?
Yeah, but I think it goes back to that discussion. Well, it appears. I mean, on my timing page, it would suggest that they're on dry tyres. There's Aaron Reutemann, sorry, going off the road and into the pit lane, just about trying to get themselves back onto the set. Where is that? been disorientated? Oh, there it is.
That's just going on to
disorientated there.
Yeah, just going on to the Nürburgring. I think, yeah, the car's done.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is interesting. This is a car that we'll have to keep an eye on now. Is Nicholas Burt, because on my timing screen, I don't know about other timing screens, but on mine, it's showing slick tyres.
Yeah, it's same for me. I mean, it would be bold. I mean, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the idea that you wouldn't necessarily want to go early for that pit stop, would you really? You probably want to wait a little bit later. You don't want to risk being on a slick tyre on a track that's too wet and then spin the car out and cause yourself too much damage, coming to the pit lane, exponential problems. But maybe seems that if our time pages are correct, that Ferrari number 50 car is trying something different and is going bold. Not too sure if it's the right way to go, to be completely honest with you. It looks like they are losing a shitting time to SDR Racing at the moment, but that may change as the track starts to dry.
Now, I'm just getting some more onto pit road. So Drago Racing, number 96, onto pit road for their pit stop. BMW M2 BS competition and Scherer Esport in GT3 have both been on pit road this lap. They've come out on wet tyres according to the timing screen. I just think at this stage it's too early and you'll end up losing too much time, in my opinion. That's how I feel right now with this decision that's been made. It's bold. We'll have to see how it pans out, that is for sure. But yeah, I don't think I'd want to be Nicholas Burr right now.
No, and I think Nicholas, it's horrible, isn't it? I mean, these conditions, you're just hanging on for dear life. And when you've got 6.5 hours to go in a race like this, that's really just not what you need, not what you want to be finding yourself in a position for doing. But at the moment is just trying to hold on to the car. It seems that they are, if anything, actually gaining quite a bit of time now on that SDR car. That time is coming down significantly. So look at my timing page, 1 minute 21, 1 minute 20, and coming down already to its now 1 minute 19 as they try and catch. So it is really quite a quick catch here. They may have chosen the right strategy, but it's so tricky to decide that, you know, these points are the right times to come into pit lane. The number 1, I believe, was briefly in pit lane. We are seeing a lot more drivers. There we are. Come into pit lane. The 001, the 915, the 969, the 009 as well. This is clearly a time to get some stops in.
Grid and go in the Cup class. The 001, they're showing us going on to slicks. Impulse Racing, the 915 in Cup, going on to slicks. Grid and go. 009 in GT4 onto slick tyres. So there's a real mix of strategies going on here as to what tyres to go on to, what will work, what won't work. This is a fascinating section of the race because the rain is coming to an end on the radar that I can see. Do you want another bad news for those teams going to slicks? There's a new patch of blue just coming onto the left-hand side of that radar.
Inclement, isn't it? It's always arriving onto the circuit from over the Belgian Ardennes to where we are in Western Germany. I mean, it's so tricky to judge the conditions. It is interesting, as you say, that we are seeing those different strategies. I was about to say, if we're running dry to the end from there, then they're going to have to work out how they get to the end on the strategies, because they will, of course, be slightly off kilter a couple of laps here and there between the cars. But if there's more rain coming, we might see them have to come down pit lane yet another time. So tricky to really judge it, but I think we did see from that number 50 that the slick tyre did seem like, if under control, is faster than a wet tyre at the moment. We didn't really see it through the back end of the Nordschleife for post carousel before you get to Dothringer Hoa, but we are seeing that there are quite a few drivers going onto that slick, and now we could see either some really big time gains, or I think maybe a couple of mistakes from drivers just trying to hold on with slick tyres on a relatively wet track.
Drago Racing's Carlos Fenalosa onto pit road for them in the Cup class, and they're going onto slick tyres as well. So there's teams reacting to what's happening around them The problem is, as you say, we're only seeing that Ferrari. It's just going up the hill now through Kesselchen and up towards Curve. So we only know this sort of first half of the lap as to what it's like for slicks. The thing is with the slick tyres, as we mentioned, in those high-speed sections, so after Floodplatz down towards Arnberg, there's the run-up from Bergwerk all the way through up to Hoach, to, you know, up to that carousel area, and then of course the Dottinger Hohe. Those are the really, really high-speed sections, and that's where the slick tyres will give them more kilometres of an hour. So yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see how all that pans out here in this one. It is really intriguing to see nonetheless, though. But you're absolutely right there, Dara. I've been keeping an eye on that timing screen. The gap between SDR Sim Racing and Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports is decreasing. But that SDR Sim Racing car is due on pit road this lap.
Yes, well, I think we're going to get a good read on how much Ferrari have been able to really gain. I mean, for when we were talking about it a couple of minutes ago, about them gaining and eating seconds out of SDR, they haven't really been able to replicate that kind of, the exact amount of bites that they've been able to take out. But it is still coming down 1 minute 30 now between the two, and clearly is a decent way to go for Ferrari to come in this time by, if there is rain coming again and they have to switch back to a wet tyre. It's probably a good time to try and get as much use out of that tyre now as they possibly can. But it's also interesting to see that now we've got the race leaders deciding that this is a good time to come into the pit lane, and with a planned or not, we do see Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast in, and they have enough of a margin that they should be able to come back out in the lead, even if Veloce Thrustmaster 25 go through and don't take their pits up this time by.
No, they'll be on pit road. Second and third, they're on the same strategy, so they'll be onto pit road in just a few moments' time. One of those two teams that I have no doubt about. The number 93, GDC Racing, we were just speaking to one of their drivers, is at a standstill out on track, heading up towards the carousel, so issues for them. Oh dear, not being a good run. So as the 002 heads through, Tiergarten, big error there through Tiergarten, getting out of the way and onto pit road for them, as that's what happened to Ollie Bailey, spun around. I will say, it's always great to hear the proper pit lane alarm sounding here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, and it leaves nothing to be desired in terms of letting people know that there's a couple of cars coming down the pit lane. A couple of driver swaps as well happening down on pit lane. I think this is probably a good time to get some of them in as we may transition into a slightly dry period, then back into wet. I think there's a couple of drivers who are going to be happy to jump out of the car after what is fair to say quite an intense on the mind hour and a half or so. But it is getting busy down on pit lane, isn't it, at the moment? Multiple cars. There's at least 6 in frame. I think there's a couple more that are just out of frame on the left-hand side in front. But a lot of cars very much in contention in this race and having to take strategy decisions now at a point where if you weren't forced into a strategy decision, you may not want to make it so abruptly. But we are seeing drivers about to make their way out of the lane. But yeah, that weather's just going to be the difficult factor for these guys getting into the car now, isn't it?
Now, interesting. So SDR Sim Racing that we were discussing, who were getting caught by the Ferrari, stayed on wet tyres. In the top two, second and third place, Veloce and Williams have stayed on wet tyres compared to the leader, overall race leader, Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, onto slicks. In your Cup class, the cars have just been on pit road, all stayed on wet tyres. So there is a separation in the strategies going on here in this one. Certainly intriguing race, and as I say, the rain's just about to stop here on track, but we have got another band of rain on its way here, so it's a question of roll the dice here, Dara, and hope that it comes up good for you.
Yeah, and it's just that difficult nature, isn't it? You can't really predict it. You're right in characterising it as rolling a dice, really, because you just can't really tell what the outcome's going to be, whatever decision you make here. So I think teams just trying to, guess their way through in the best way possible. But it is very much difficult to judge these conditions. And I mean, looking at the dying page again, if my time page is to be believed, difference in terms of what tyres to go on from these pit stops. Some Williams Racing job I was listing as a dry tyre, with Veloce on that wet tyre. So clearly there's not all agreement from these drivers at the moment, and I think it's fair to say that with the rain coming, that may have changed a couple of opinions and a couple of minds, that they don't really want to go for a dry tyre just yet, knowing that they may only be on it for a couple of minutes and then have to lose another minute in pit lane, going back onto a wet tyre, and then going back onto going back into a second and back into a wet. So yeah, teams really trying to feel their way through, but this could be the crucial phase of the race to see who's able to pull through for the win and who may be slipping back down the order.
So the Ferrari team, the reason why I'm focusing on the Ferrari team is because they were the first ones to, out of GT3, to switch onto the slicks. Their outlap was a 10-minute 23, so we've got to wait another lap before we get an actual representative time for them. So yes, it's definitely over the curb. Generally, going on curbs on wet weather is bad enough. And look at the back end; he's fighting with the back end here. But as we've been saying, if you can get the temperature in the tyres, it can pay dividends. But get onto any puddles, or even if you're running off of the wet racing line, because there are different lines that you take in wet weather compared to dry weather. And especially around here, it's been kept on being mentioned that it is a road that can be used by the public. It is a private road, but it is used by the public. We will say goodbye for now from Darragh Thacker. He's going to be taking a little quick break. Thank you very much for joining us for this hour. You'll be back with me for the final 2 hours of this race. And it's hello from Down Under, David Haynes. Welcome back. How was your break?
G'day, mate. Yeah, it was absolutely ripper.
Do you get some killer waves? Is that what it was?
Yeah, mate, had to fight off the crocs to be able to get out and pat the stingrays. But, other than that, great afternoon for me. Had a chicken burger. Love a chicken burger. Yum, yum, yum. Bit of sauce on it. Amazing. And it was still drier than this racetrack, that's for sure.
It depends on if it's how the chicken's being cooked as to whether it's dry or not, I find. I can tell you one team that isn't finding it dry up there is Scherer Esports TCR, the number 12. They're in second place in class. They're a mile behind the race leaders in class, but they've got the mechanical warning flag. So something's happened to the number 12 out there that's caused them issues, and so therefore they are going to be having to head onto pit road to get repairs done to that car. But we've seen here, David, that the change in strategy calls and the different strategy calls that are getting played here with slicks and wet tyres. We are getting a second band of rain on its way. Those who have switched onto slick tyres, it's a bit sketchy now, and it'll only get worse once that band of rain comes along.
Well, the quirks of this racetrack are many. That's what makes the 24 hours of the Nürburgring such an exciting and unpredictable event, including this year's iRacing Nürburgring 24-hour special event. And the length of the racetrack, we saw it when the track was going from dry to wet, that if you think, it's not quite wet enough, you stay out, and it's sort of, many kilometres and 9 minutes around before you get the opportunity to pit onto the correct tyres again. The same thing happens in the opposite direction, and the same thing happens when you've got that mechanical black flag. You've got 3 laps to come in and fix your car. 3 laps is half an hour for most of these classes around this circuit. It's 3 laps no matter the length of the circuit, and this is a long one.
Yes, it is very long. In fact, it's 25.95 kilometres long is this track, to give you some stats there for those at home. And it's also 170 turns. So it's a great track if you're trying to pick up some safety rating, that is for sure, because if you keep it on the track and don't get any instant points, you get a really good bump in safety rating in iRacing. So I can thoroughly recommend, if you are borderline getting a promotion in license class, to do some races around here. It really helps.
Yeah, once you can finish a lap here, then you can finish multiple laps, then you can finish a race here, and the awe of this place really sort of forces you, more than some other racetracks, to stay within the lines, keep it on the track, and try to keep it clean. And if you do get rewarded very much by a lot of safety rating around here, because you either finish the race or you end your race very, very early. Dramas with the curbs, and it's such a sketchy racetrack, and also because iRacing say it's 170 corners, and every little one that you negotiate, it also counts to your safety rating, just like how iRacing thinks that ovals have 4 corners. That's not just iRacing's thinking, but that's the thinking.
Somewhere like Indianapolis, yeah, absolutely, it has 4 corners. But somewhere like
Dover, the Monster Mile.
Dover, yeah. Bristol, that's got 4 turns apparently.
Lakeland. Pocono.
Oh, now Pocono's got 3 turns.
Yeah, delicious. The tastiest flavour of Dorito.
Phoenix, they don't even bother with one of the corners, they just go right across the apron, which annoys me. But that's just me things. And track limits. I am the arbiter of track limits, let's not forget. Right then. So, as the Grid and Go kart flies over the top there and heads through the Bell off S towards the end of the lap, I can tell you also the Ferrari, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, they're heading around Galgenkopf. They've got the Duttinger and Tiergarten to negotiate, and then we'll get a representative time of what these slick tyres are doing. I can tell you that the race leader on their out lap was a 10 minutes 23, so pretty much the same as the Ferrari esports car on slick tyres. Veloci Esports, they're just on the Duttinger Hurt now as well, so we'll get an idea as to what a wet outlap does. And we've got drama for the 001 Porsche Cup car, because that car has got a mechanical warning flag as we're looking at John Atkinson. Oh, and that is where it's got it. Big drama there with the race leaders in Cup class.
So heading down to Breitscheid, locked up the rears. Is that Breitscheid? Gone into the Armco hard. That second contact, losing the race lead, that's not what's done it. It's the contact with the wall hard side on.
Isn't that a Veerscheifen? Oh no, towards X-Müller.
Yeah, after Veerscheifen.
Yeah.
Before X-Müller.
This is where you need a decent track map. Unfortunately, my track map is a bit pixelated because I've had to zoom it in a bit. The Ferrari team, by the way, 9 minutes 24 was their lap time. So that's the baseline, the target that they're setting everybody else to try and set lap time wise, and they are catching that SDR Sim Racing BMW in 8th place. Slick tyres do appear potentially quicker, but we've seen from that Grid and Go 001 car what happens if you make a mistake in those slick tyres.
Back and forth is intense, but we know that the 001's going to have to stop in not too long. Straight round the outside. Coanda move ahead. Heading into a really twisty part of the lap here as well. You're in the shade of the trees in so many places, so many curbs for the water to pull up against. In a straight line, those slicks actually could be a good tyre earlier than you think. There's so much rolling resistance to iRacing's wet tyres that they sort of cost you 10 kilometres an hour in a straight line on places like the Doningahur, and that's where a lot of the crossover and difference comes from. The slick tyres come back into their own because of the speed they can make you on the straights, but that is not the case right here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on there, David. As you usually are, off into the grass. He's fighting a car that is severely damaged, let's not forget. So there is an element of that. But Michael Jarney, when he was on that wet tyre, just able to drive around the outside, and is now pulling away from the Grid and Go Esports car. So Adrian Gareke is going to be carrying on, heading to pit road, and then get some significant damage repairs sorted out for him here in this one. So drama in your cup class, but what that does mean is Quanda Esports, after their issues with connections and all dropping out of the session, that would have been a good sort of 6 or 7 hours ago, now find themselves at the top of the cup class.
So it's all weather chat, I think, from here until the end, really, or at least for the next couple of hours. It's across the next 4 hours of the forecast window, there's no point that is 0% chance of rain, so there is always a chance of rain basically to the checkered flag in this one. We think drying out. I think it could continue to dry out with just a tiny patch still to come 30 minutes away. This is the straight line speed difference, is it?
Well, we're seeing the two Commander cars just swapping positions, but that's not for position, that's just getting in line, getting up behind the TCR as well. And those Porsches, they are quick in a straight line, that is for sure. They come out of Tiergarten across the line once again. TCR just getting out of the way. Now the two Commander cars working together then across the line as the Grid and Go car heads onto pit road to get repairs done. So not a good day, not a good part of the race as we're heading towards the final 6 hours. Here's a change for position, perhaps. Down the inside goes the Ferrari, and that's up now into 8th place. Slicks versus wets there, working in the slicks favour in GT3.
Except Ole Steinbraten, one of the drivers for this car, would he lie to us when he says that the Ferrari is not on slicks?
I mean, we can only go by what we've got on our timing screen, but that's not always 100% correct, is it? So if Ollie's saying that they're on wets, then they're doing a very good job then.
Yeah, and that's got to come from the iRacing API, because there are multiple things that are occasionally confused about what compound of tyres people are on, both ATVO and Joel wheel timing and various of the other things that ought to tell you what tyres a car is on don't always seem to get it right. I see what you see, but it disagrees with someone who should know.
Yeah.
So, watch the body language, watch what's happening, watch the straight line performance, and, see if they suddenly become really good if it keeps drying up, or if they drop away as it dries up. Certainly that was a great move that we just saw. It had so much confidence to it that it felt like it must be a new wets versus old wets type of thing, but I don't know.
Well, whatever it is, it's worked for them, that's for sure. Like I say, a 9 minutes 24 their last lap. That was their first flying lap out of pit road. Compare that to the BMW M2 BS competition car in 4th place, did a 9:26.8. 9 minute 30 for Shura Esports, their first flying laps. Drago Racing in 6th place, a 9 minute 31. So that Ferrari has got some pace.
I put to you that as it was going from dry to wet, the crossover time was about 8 minutes 40.
Okay.
I would have thought doing 9:24 was solidly in the wet territory.
Well, Max Schneider finding the wall in that Dirt Esports car. And that car will have to head down onto pit road for repairs, I do believe. Yeah, it's got the mechanical warning flag for them. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. The crossover time just does not seem to be on that slick
Slow
point.
car, damaged car.
That's BS competition, or is it the car that we were speaking to, the number 93?
No, I think it is a BS.
Well, if that's BS competition, that's third place in class, in the M2 class. That'd be big if it is them, because they were trying to get into the top 2 of their class.
They're on the right place on the track map for that to be the number 7 BS competition,
Yeah,
which is third, as you said, in class.
Yeah, so something must have happened to them. We'll have to see if we can find out what's happened to them out there. As this Ferrari absolutely flying along. Great to see. Your race leader has set their first time out of pit road, 9:26. So I think the iRacing API, the iRacing gods, are lying to us here, David, and not giving us the information that we need.
Yeah, just because the lap times don't check out. I mean, we're a minute and 20 seconds away from slicks on a full dry track. Is a minute and 20 seconds the wet tyre to dry tyre crossover? I really feel like in my head 30 to 35 seconds a lap is probably where that crossover's got to be. I mean, I know that the amount of downforce they've got, the wide tyres, they've got the sort of tunable and modern and powerful ADAC and traction control that they've got. These are cars that can do, slicks and gut slicks and other stuff on surprisingly slippery tracks and sort of still get away with it when other cars can't. But the amount of water that I see, the amount of rain that we've had, and what the lap times are at just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, no, I'm completely in agreement. And officially, the track is still lightly wet, which you wouldn't be changing onto slick tyres if it was lightly wet. It's when it gets to the very lightly wet official status that you start thinking about putting slicks on, in my opinion. So yeah, definitely, it's definitely wet weather. Lap time 9:25 for the Ferrari as the Marla car. That feels so silly, doesn't it, doing that? Oh, don't get yourself stuck! Don't get yourself stuck on the curb! Oh, no, they don't. Oh, my God. I thought we were going to end up in that situation where they just got themselves beached on the curb.
Like the Vortex did at Bathurst a couple of years ago, and we've seen happen before. You come to a halt with the curb in the middle of your car, and you got no drive, and you're stuck, and the only thing you can do is tow. Now, as you'll see on the right side of the screen, that 001 Grid and Go car that was in contention for the lead of Cup, that is significant repairs. They actually weren't losing that much lap time, but they had to get it fixed, and now they've begun fixing it. It's a mountain of work.
I mean, you normally talk about, 8.5 minutes if it's to repair a corner, if it's to repair suspension damage, isn't it? On one corner. So if you've done the entirety of the right side like they appeared to do, you could be looking at about 16, 17 minutes stood still, couldn't you? At least that's what my commentator's maths is telling me. That is for sure.
It's as believable as any other lottery numbers I've ever heard.
I didn't end up winning the Euro Millions on Friday, unfortunately. So
I can tell because you're here.
No, do you know what? I would still be here. If I'd won that, I wouldn't be going to my full-time job, but I would still be here.
I'd still be here, but I'd be commentating over Starlink from my boat.
I don't think you immediately get the funds, by the way. I think you have to go through some process before you get the money. Yeah. Anyway.
But what's your credit card limit? Does it stop short of boat?
My credit card limit is 0 at the moment because I don't have one. That's how it is for me at the moment. Right.
I'm going to get so many frequent flyer points buying a yacht on my credit card that's linked.
Do you want some good news? We've got some brightness in the sky. If you look on the screen, we've got some brightness in the sky. The bad news is, in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to get a small band of light rain coming through. Here's Alexander Voss. So you mentioned that he appeared to be going slow, didn't you?
Rear locking just on the way in there, so slow, just as that other Ferrari we were watching came by. But I think, yeah, as he's descending downhill there on the left-hand side of the racetrack, in the braking zone, the rear tyre's locked up and he hasn't been able to turn into the corner, and he doesn't seem to have gotten too much damage from it, but it's not the sort of thing you want to do the whole time, and it's not the sort of thing that encourages you to switch to slick tyres.
No. That is for sure. That you don't want to be switching to slick tyres when you're doing things like that out on the track. Because of the unique nature of this track, because it is so long, normally where you've got a period of dry weather on a, say, like a, let's pick random Grand Prix length track, Imola, somewhere like that, that's not the longest track in the world, but not the shortest either. You're doing laps every 90 to 100 seconds. And so you've got all those cars clearing that dry line and drying that line out when it stops raining a lot quicker than you do here, where the GT3s are doing lap times in 9.5 minutes. It means that you've got a bigger window, doesn't it, for that switch over from wets to slicks.
Yeah, everything about the size of this racetrack makes changeable weather, changeable conditions very difficult to predict, difficult to react to correctly, and also I think the track dries off slower with more real estate that needs to dry, 26 or so kilometres of it. We've also had pretty serious attrition, as we always do. This is such a challenging track. So while we started with 60, my estimation is there's about 45 cars out there and running. One of them doesn't have a face.
Yeah, that's needing to get a bit of repairs done to it, but
that'll be the number 85 car.
Yeah, it's still running out there though, and it's not got the mechanical warning flag, so it doesn't have to. It's not forced to go back onto pit road. We have currently got. Let's have a look at this. 44 cars out on track at the moment, by the looks of things. Grid and Go Esports, they finished their pit stop, the 001, so they've got the repairs done in just under 11 minutes. So they'll be able to get going again, but that does mean that they are now the best part of a lap and a half, nearly 2 laps down on the race-leading Cup car of Commander Esports, which, when you think they were fighting for position when they had their accident in Grid and Go.
The other thing I'm finding incredibly fascinating about these wet conditions is, compared to the dry conditions, what it's done for the pace gaps between the different classes. Suddenly, a surprise to me, the 992 Cup cars are actually quite a lot closer in pace, sometimes faster than the GT3s. The BMW M2s have become faster than the TCRs, it seems. They already were, but now even more so. does not seem to have helped the GT4s particularly. But must be the Michelin wet tyres on the Porsches.
I'm just finding out some information and trying to find out a certain number. So I remember a few years ago on Radio Le Mans, they asked the question, how many bratwursts in length is the Nürburgring? I've just asked, and please don't shout at me, I've just asked AI to give me an answer.
It's such an easy question to solve yourself. How many bratwursts to a metre?
Let's look at the history of commentators' maths here on these broadcasts.
You hold your answer, I'll calculate mine. I'll say mine that I've done with my maths and we'll compare.
Now, I've noticed something wrong about this answer that they've given, which is that they've just done the actual Nordschleife and not the full 24-hour layout. So, let's see. So it's about 15 centimetres on average as a bratwurst.
Some are longer.
Some are longer, but that's the average. It's between 4 and 8 inches as a bratwurst. So 10 to 20 centimetres.
So using that, I've arrived at 6 bratwursts per metre. The track is 25,950 metres long, 155,700 sausages.
So this is the important things that we need to know about an endurance race around here. Because, I mean, ChatGPT had given me the Nordschleife length, which is 20 kilometres, and it said 136,000 bratwursts. Would you prefer a currywurst? That's the question, David.
You ever had the ones that have got just a tiny bit of cheese in them, and it melts so good?
Oh, yeah.
Like, not too much. I'm still trying to have a meaty sausage, but if I can just get a little bit of cheese, yum, yum, yum.
It's one of those sausages where you can taste the cholesterol building up in your arteries. But it tastes so lovely.
Yes.
The people need to know. The people need to know these important information. And now somebody's asked how many schnitzels long. Let's not get silly now. Come on. Anyway, in the race, number 5 car is on pit road, getting repairs done. That's the Dirt Esports it's GT4 car. And so they're getting repairs done to their car. Shearer Esports in TCR. They came in from second place in TCR. They're getting repairs done on pit road right now as well. The Bike 500 car, I feel, has finally retired from the race. They do still have a driver available to them. However, the car isn't on pit road right now. So I think they are done here in this one. So we have lost another car off of the list. We started with 60 cars. We're down to 46 officially still running. But there are a couple on pit road getting repairs done as we speak. And I can tell you as we speak right now, rain is on its way.
Rain's measured at 1% now, which I believe is measured on the pit lane, which thankfully is the southwestern end of the track, which is where the rain is coming from in the first place. So the rain was measured at 0% for a while there. It's come back to 1%. It was from a completely dry track. It took till we had 3% rain to wetten the track enough to make people change tyre compounds. So this is the intensity of rain that is just going to slightly prolong the crossover to slicks, not going to make the track completely sodden all over again. It's just a light sprinkle, the tail of the weather, to just slow the process of this track and this place drying out at this intensity.
Drago Racing, I can tell you've had issues there. The number 96 car in GT3, 6th place in class. They've dropped a ton of time, and here's the replay, and woof, round it goes. That's at the Kleiner Carousel. Just dinks the barrier with the back of the car, but able to get the car going again in all of that. Check everything's in alignment and then get back up and running. But it's little mistakes like that can still catch you out here at this venue. It really does bite, does this track.
TCR leader is in, so Gail Valero and GeForce Racing WSR. And of course, they are the only TCR ahead of the BMW M2 leaders. And the BMWs have gotten quicker in these conditions. Something about, hey, now there's another car on Michelin tyres. Good tyres in the wet. We're seeing GT4 also look relatively stable and drivable, except for a couple of little exceptions. So GeForce Racing WSR out of the pit lane in an entirely sensible and predictable pit stop time, so no dramas there. A new set of wet tyres goes on their TCR, they fuel it up, and the 272 is out of there. Or at least 2 new tyres went on that TCR. I'm still a little confused about some of their pit stop times, to be honest.
Well, the TCR, it is because it wears out its rear tyres so slowly that half the time you only need to change the front tyres. I mean, there was the tactic for a while before the iRacing made some changes to the tyres on the TCR a couple of seasons ago. But in the Nürburgring Endurance Series, in the 4-hour events, you wouldn't change the rears at all. You'd just change the front tyres because they wore out so slowly. The two Grid and Go cars tripping over each other here, by the way, as they go through Galgenkopf and onto the Döttinger Höhe. So that Porsche now should get past their compatriot in the Aston Martin GT4 in front of them. But yeah, those TCRs, it's a case of you don't really need to change the tyres, and because it takes a while for those rear tyres to get heat into them, you might as well keep the rears on because they've got a bit of heat still to them. Just take it easy with understeer on the first half of the lap.
Yeah, it would be very, very useful in these conditions. I'm noting how quick those Porsche Cup cars are right now. So Coanda Esports leading did a 9:22.6. Coanda Seibelt did a 9:18.5. That makes Coanda Seibelt 2 seconds faster than the fastest GT3 right now. Something about those massive rear tyres and the weight over the rear axle is making them, and their wet tyre compound and construction is working better than it is for the GT3s right now. I wonder if there's out there some Porsche Cups being held up by GT3s through the corners, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, those GT3 Cup cars, a little bit less aerodynamic drag to them as well, so they've got a little bit higher top speed than the GT3 cars. And yeah, you're absolutely right there. Pumping in the lap times. Oh, David Toff. Not been a good day for the Ford Mustang. That's Zessa Esports, number 90. It's also not been a good day for the Apex Racing team. Alex Gall now in 11th place, way off of the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. And you think that number 99 car led in the early stages of this race. It's just not gone the way for Apex Racing team in GT3.
Watch them compared to the Cup car here through some of the twisty bit of the racetrack. I don't think they're catching. Oh, although that was a mighty sideways moment. You get a real appreciation for the different places that the different cars and the different drivers are finding speed. I noticed in the grid and go situation that their GT4 car was staying off the regular racing line to try to find grip, like Apex are right here, while their Cup car seemed to work very well on the conventional racing line, using the full width, tapping a little bit more of the curves. So while you're like, oh, where's the grip at? Feel it out, try some different places for the GT3s and GT4s. It seems like the Cup cars are less bothered by it, are less bothered by the rubbered-in line.
Yeah, it does appear that way, doesn't it? They really do seem to like the twisty stuff. And as we're looking here, that Mustang, it's getting pulled away from by the Cup car in front of it. So, yeah, the Apex Racing team just struggling. Yeah, that Cup car's down the road. It's pulled away here. You can see the rain falling here. We have got rain back onto the agenda, so the track will be getting slightly damper once again. That does mean that for a while at least we're going to be staying away from those slick tyres, so our timing screen's lying to us, unfortunately, about some people being on slick tyres compared to others, but yeah, definitely we're going to be seeing it be a little bit longer before we have a bit more of change of tyres. Now I'm looking at the percentages for the forecast. We've got this band of rain here, and then the percentages drop off of chances of rain, but then they start increasing again towards the end of the race, so we could be in for a bit of a damp finish to this race.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to wait and see. But I feel like this is probably predominantly the end of the rain that we're getting now. It's up to 2%. We're sort of in the middle of it, falling over mainly the western part of the racetrack right now, which is the Grand Prix circuit, Hutzenbach, Arenberg, Flugplatz, and just getting out towards the Carousel, Wipperman, Schwalbenschwanz, etc. right now. In heavier amounts. So here to turn one of the GP circuit, it looks pretty heavy again. It seems pretty slippery again. And I'll keep an eye if any of the lap times begin to get slower, but some of the GT3s have been getting quicker. Cars that were in the 9:25s are now down into the 9-minute 20s. It includes your top three. That Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports number 50 296 GT3 is the fastest GT3 on the track right now with a 9:19.1. So Nicolas Beer has got his webbed feet on, but still, Coanda Seibelt go 2 seconds quicker again to a 9:16. The car that is fifth in the second fastest class is the fastest car on the racetrack the last 2 or 3 consecutive laps, and it's not even close.
And don't forget as well, that car has had to stop for repairs as well, so it's not going to be 100% is that Coanda Seibelt car. I mean, that, granted, it was with 17 hours to go in the race, so about 13 hours, 14 hours ago, when they had 4 minutes of repairs to do to their car. It was a hit on the wall at the Beloff S for Oscar Pye in that Coanda Seibelt car. But Michael Janik behind the wheel of the 08 Coanda Esports car, doing the job in your Cup class. Let's just have a quick look at where people stand right now in the different classes. In your GT3 class then, it is Alessandro Bico for the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast team who leads this one. He's currently got a very comfortable lead of about 1 minute and 3/4 as he bullies his way past the M2, the M4 GT4, and staying in the lead there. Danilo Fuente in that Veloce Thrustmaster car, second place, but is 11 seconds clear now of the Williams Gaming Club car in third. And there's a bit of a gap back to the BMW M Team BS competition car, who are now 16 seconds ahead of Shearer Esports, with Drago Racing in 6th place. That's in your GT3 or SP9 class if you want to say it that way. Now, we have got some issues being reported. We'll get you those for Coanda. We'll get you those in a moment. And here we have a look, and it's contact for Michael Jarni. Oh my goodness, that's the
Cup leader.
that's the race leader in the Cup class.
Now, that's the 08. Oh, and then number 7 also has a loop around. There is no meatball out for the Coanda 08. So that looked like a big hit on the wall. Would have shaken them, would have cost them some time, would have done some damage. But maybe in the wet, you can drive around it when you couldn't in the dry. We look at them again, and the car appears to be tracking straight. And, just as we looked away from Alex Gull, I tell you, the rain's up to 3%. It's moved from the GP circuit onto the Nordschleife, and it is slipperier again. The lap times had been dropping. They've been getting quicker, but now it's getting slippery out there once more.
Michael Jarni deciding that he's going to stay out there. He's not got the mechanical warning flags. He's going to stay out and gut it out with that damage to the rear left of his car. But that's significant for them, though, because that will just... I mean, there's 2 minutes between them and Drago Racing in second place, but still, it doesn't help, especially when they come onto pit road. They'll have to get some repairs done. And it's a question of, is it bad enough that they have to take those optional repairs or not, as David Toff is having to stop in the pit box once again for Zessa Esports. Yeah. Get to Cup class then. So it is Coanda Esports who lead this one by that 2.25 minutes over Drago Racing and Carlos Fenolosa in second place. Apex Racing Team, the 199, is in third place. Nikolai Pedersen behind the wheel of their car in third, ahead of Zessa Esports. Matthew Varga in fourth, ahead of the Coanda Seibelt car, which is firing lap times in 9 minutes 16. Last lap for them, as mentioned by David earlier on. Grid and Go Esports, the 002, is in sixth place in Cup class. In your GT4 class, it's the Williams Sim Racing Playseat car. Jaden Munoz, who leads that one by just 10 seconds over the Grid and Go Esports David Bosga car, the 009. So pretty close between those two for position. What's Cooking Racing Adventures? They've actually gained a place up into third place now. They were fourth place about half an hour ago. So up into third for the Porsche 718 Cayman. TC Esports fourth ahead of Maniti Racing Red fifth and Fiesler Forward Pink in the top 6. TCR still led by GeForce Racing and WSR Esports. They've now got a 20.5-minute lead in TCR ahead of Spin and Tour Motorsports. Fiercely Forward Grey are in third ahead of the Sartex MC car. Shira Esports, they're still on pit road getting repairs done to their number 12 car in fifth place. And Luke Mansket Racing Esports round out the top 6 in TCR. Then in your BMW M2 class, it is the Grid and Go Esports 003 car that's leading that one by 4 minutes 11 seconds over the Nürburgring Esports Vipperman car. With BS Competition third ahead of Signify Esports. Maniti Racing Purple are in fifth place ahead of WSR Esports Black. Sixth place in your M2 class. Arctic Sim Sports, I've got a black flag that's in your GT4 class, so they're going to head on to pit road to get themselves done. And Maniti Racing Red have got a mechanical warning flag as well as Ryan Barneveld. We just had the replay then of what's happened to Ryan in fourth place. It's all happening now, David. Drivers having to adjust to the changing conditions.
think it was Cullen Hard, and here's what happened to Tavares in the 78. Big sort of wall ride with the Armco, Manidi Racing Red. That's how they got their mechanical flag. The rain is very clear to see all around the racetrack. Seeing this Coanda car in search of a little bit more grip in places when previously we've seen the Porsche Cup cars just be taking the conventional racing line. Like here, that looks out wide in search of grip. Search and they find. About to see more of the GT3s come across and give me some lap time. So let me know the circuit deterioration if indeed that's what's happening. Race leader William Sim Racing go from a 920 to a 922.8. So not too much speed drop off, but noticeable. And then second and third will come across and we'll see if their speed has reduced. And a really good rain gauge for this, I reckon, is also the number 50 car.
Yeah. From
Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports, because they, as it was drying a little bit, absolutely lightning quick. And so if they begin to fade a little bit, it suggests that the racetrack has ceased drying and is headed back in a more wet and slippery direction.
Do you know who else is a really good indicator of lap time? It's the Coanda Seibelt car. That's just about to come across the line to set a lap time. And their last lap was a 9:16.730. They're going to come across the line round about now, so we'll get a new lap time from them at 9:16.618. Well, Elliot Veyron is saying, rain? What rain? He's just going faster.
Yeah, working really well for them. This is that car, 018 Coanda Seibelt. I mean, 4 seconds faster than the outright race leader. Wherever they're finding the grip in this car, it's working really well. They're on a sensational job in challenging, changeable conditions. Every lap, every corner is in a different state than the last time you went through. So to leave yourself enough safety margin but still be this quick is the significant challenge of our times, and apparently that's the line through Dunlop. I'm not quite sure.
I mean, I can understand the wet line is to go wide through a corner like that, but I'm with you there, David. I'm not sure that is the wet line, but we'll have to see what he can do here as he comes up to the Grid and Go Esports M2, which is doing so well in class. Up there in the lead, so moving ahead of your leading M2 car. Let's touch on Grid and Go Esports while we've had them going through there. They've entered in a number of the classes, so in the M2, in the GT4s, and also in the Cup class as well. They've been going just about accumulating drivers into that team, and they've got themselves a really good, strong outfit now that they can put out competitive cars right across the classes of the different classes here.
Yep, 5 cars in the race, 2 Porsche Cup cars, 2 GT4s, and the race-leading BMW M2. They were in picture for the Porsche Cup lead until that damage to their car. The Adrian Garrica 001. So fortunately, their 2 cars they've brought to the Porsche 992 class not quite representing how they would have wanted right now. But there's still a lot of weather and a lot of time left in this race, and what goes one way can maybe go the other. Perhaps they can come back into this. They'll be looking to consolidate what they've got in the BMW M2. And you wouldn't say they're out of it in GT4 either, would you?
No. I mean, they've just come down onto pit road, so they've just had a service there, kept the same driver in David Bosga in behind the wheel of that 009 car in GT4. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They're in contention in GT4. They're leading the M2s as Harley Horton goes for a spin, and the number 38 having issues out there. Nice little drop of the clutch, get the car spun round on the grass, and that ADAC Racing by WSR car around as Lucas Herman, that Marla car.
Third time for this car.
It's not having a fun time, is it, today?
No, it looks like a handful. We've seen a few of these. This has happened about 3 times now. Not long ago, we saw at Cullenhard earlier on. We saw as well in Verzyfen, I think, and here it's just the rear. And then moments later, man. Okay, 4. Don't do it again. I'm running out of fingers to count. That's a warning sign right there. If ever you needed one.
They've just towed as well. I think there you go. They've just towed the car back to pit road, so they've realised that that's done some significant damage. I can tell you, by the way, Harley Horton, who we saw having the spin on the Grand Prix loop, has accumulated a black flag for instant point limit infraction, so that car's going to have to come down and serve a drive-through penalty. Now, they're on lap 6 of their stint in that Cup class. It's a 7-lap stint in that class, isn't it? So ideally you want to do your drive-through penalty at the end of this lap, and
GT3 or Cup?
Cup, sorry.
8.
Oh, it's 8. So in the next 2 laps you want to serve that drive-through penalty, and then at the end of your stint do your normal pit stop, because you don't want to end up with a stop and hold on top of your normal pit stop.
Yeah, correct. If you've got a drive-through penalty, don't combine it with service. It's even more costly. So keep them separate if you can.
Certainly, you want to do that. Right. Well, I've got 26 minutes on this stint of my commentary before I go for a little bit of a break, and I've been sounding like I've been gargling nails all morning. I don't know what's happened to me. I go for a sleep as the Williams Sim Racing Playseat car back end kicking out. That's your race leading GT4 car, by the way. Jaden Munoz giving it absolutely everything and then some. Absolutely spectacular to watch, but I'm sure if you're the Williams Sim Racing team boss, you've got you're watching from behind your fingers.
Yeah, and as it continues to rain, it's beginning to lighten now. We're getting out of this band of weather and then might not get any more rain until the checkered flag. Hard to say. The weather has been a little unpredictable. It arrived quicker than we thought and then became heavier than we thought and then went away and now is back. A little heavier than I was expecting, to be honest.
I think we're done. Once this rain goes past, I think we're done for rain. Personally, looking at the forecast.
That's my feeling, but I'm not in a never say never type thing here. If I can see the racing team go around.
You never say it never of here, do you? At the Nürburgring, especially.
No, I never say never at the Nürburgring.
So there is that Williams Sim Racing Playseat car onto the brakes and through Tiergarten once again. That's going to be
cooking were way quicker last lap. The Porsche must be really good in these conditions. You've got a variety of GT4s out there. You've seen the Aston Martins in the form of Williams Sim Racing and Grid and Go lead, but are in a Porsche. TC Esports are in the BMW M4 that's going to get its Evo update soon. So GT4 of all of the categories feels like one of them where the rain comes and suddenly you do see one chassis, one platform handles it way better.
I have to ask, what does it take for me to get an Evo update? I feel like I need one.
Could you get like laser eye surgery or something? Some other kind of update?
I don't need that for. Do you know what? I only need glasses for when I'm at the computer. I realised doing a broadcast in the Porsche TAG RaceSpot Super Cup a couple of years ago. and I realised that my eyes were starting to go a little bit, because I've never had glasses before in my life. And I'm on that broadcast, and I'm looking at my timing screen, and I'm there saying, is that a 6, an 8, or a 3, that number? And it was at that point that I realised, yeah, maybe I do need to get my eyes tested in all of this. So definitely, I don't know if laser eye surgery would be right for me, given that it's just that has the effect.
Yeah, if it's a degeneration rather than you were born with misshapen corneas? I don't know. I don't even know the terms.
Lens.
Maybe it wouldn't be for you. Lenses, yeah. This second and third, which have closed, are La Fuente faster than Sobreiro last lap, but they are most of the way around this lap.
Yeah, La Fuente was just that, 9/10 of a second quicker, and here's what's happened to La Fuente. Pavlocci, Thrustmaster, around he goes. That's got damage to the front end of his car, and that should mean that the Williams Gaming Club car should be able to get that speed down the straight. That damage to the front end of that Veloci Thrustmaster car will be affecting its top end speed here, David.
Yeah, no mechanical black flags, but that's still the kind of hit that you don't want to do. Perhaps dented La Fuente's confidence. Sobreiro moves up into second place after all of that. Both of them stay out on track. As they cross the start-finish line on the GP circuit, the rain has just about stopped falling in this part. Still falling everywhere else, though, and will for a couple more minutes.
Yeah, that rain band is just passing over now, so we're just leaving the back half of the track here in this one. And so change of position in your overall and GT3 positions then. So Williams Gaming Club doing a good job up there. Drago Racing have a drive-through penalty for instant point accumulation. BMW M-Team BS Competition onto pit road for their scheduled pit stop, along with Scherer Esport right behind them as well. I don't think we're going to be seeing slick tyres being taken at this pit stop. I think it's going to be more of a next pit stop down the line, David.
60 minutes down the road, and if the rain stops now, which it is, and is dry for the next 60 minutes, I can see us working our way to a slick tyre crossover for all the reasons we spoke about before. How sodden parts of the racetrack have been, how rubbered in the racing line is, and how much real estate of track there is that needs to dry. I think it might still be, rain stops and it's 60 minutes still before we get to a slick tyre crossover. But I'm putting down for GT3 cars that I think if they get down to about 8 minutes 45 on wet tyres, that you'd think about switching to slicks at a crossover about 8:45, 8:50.
So as they go through them and carry on onto the Nordschleife, then through the Sabine Schmitz curve, and away they go through to the Hatzenbach and along. It's been a really intriguing portion of the race to see how these conditions have really affected matters for the drivers and for the teams. Mate Varga for Zessa Esports in your cup class has got a drive-through penalty now. So those incident points, they've been accumulating here, and they are coming to a 4 now. 100 instant points, don't forget, before you get a drive-through penalty here in this event. And then it's 20. Every 20 instant points after that is another drive-through penalty. There's no disqualification for instant point infractions. And so you just keep on getting drive-through penalties, but you really have to be driving completely off the road, David, to accumulate more than 100 around here.
Well, we were hardly seeing them earlier, and then this weather comes along, and suddenly people that were, maybe being careful enough are picking up off tracks and contact and really starting to rack them up quickly. And with the track remaining wet, once you've crossed 100, right, then you're heading for another drive-through at 120. because there's now every 20 thereafter. And if there's 5 hours left and you've eaten your 100, I worry about how many more you're going to get. So yeah, quite a few black flags out there that are obviously for those incident points in this weather making it difficult.
Yeah, it's exacerbated things for the drivers, hasn't it? Yeah, definitely making it more of a challenge. Commander Sabel, they're disappointing me now. They've gone down to a 9-minute 20. That's it, they're done, they're spent. They were just a casual 7 seconds quicker than the car in 4th place, which has that drive-through penalty, don't forget. They're only 23 seconds off of Zessa Esports in front, so I would imagine that they'll change positions once that Zessa Esports car comes down onto pit road. So yeah, definitely going to be seeing that Commander Sabel car moving forward in your Cup class. Matteo Figueroa, big incident there in the 909 in GT4. That's the Effect Simulations car. Amazingly, no mechanical warning flag even with that contact with the barrier there, David.
Went for a 3 times around rotation as well, contact with the Armco, and carried on. This continues to be 2nd, 3rd in GT3, where Daniel Lafuente seems to be a little bit more confident and comfortable when he's got someone else to follow, because he's picked his pace up again and he's doing okay now that Sobrero is ahead. But in times where he's been all by himself, when we went from dry to wet, Daniel Lafuente suffered and lost a bit of time. And then as he was trying to hold on to that 2nd place, we saw the mistake and the issues that he had and the move that Williams Gaming Club put on to go into 2nd place. But suddenly, you know, we are almost a lap and more on from that, and Lafuente is still right with 2nd place and looking a little better.
Certainly is looking better as we carry on that. But Lafuente, is, to be fair to him, with that damage to the front end, keeping up with the car in front. It's just whatever pit stop will bring, which they should be pitting at the end of this lap because they are on lap 7 of their stint. And look at the traffic that's in front of that Williams Gaming Club car. And it's at one of the worst points that you can get traffic. It's where do you work your way through? Well, they've managed to get past the TCR, but not the Porsche Cup car, the Grid and Go car. And so they'll have to try and get their way past. But that's easier said than done with the pace that the Cup cars have been showing in this wet weather here, David.
Yeah, that was my thought. From that Cup class, Traco Racing had just stopped. You see that on the screen. Carlos Fenolosa with the 169 in from 2nd place. So you've got the 2 Grid and Go Porsches still running. They're doing 922 and 924s. So they're only sort of 1 or 2 seconds a lap slower than what these GT3 guys are doing. This is the part of the lap where we've seen those Cup cars skate away. Now suddenly you were thinking, oh, we're about to catch them into the carousel. Well, now through Vipperman and the ice curve and everything, that Porsche Cup car doesn't look too off pace.
Yeah, Daniel Fuente just bouncing the car off the rev limiter. No point in changing up a gear just to immediately change down gear. Oh, you can hear it then again, bouncing off the limiter. Through the left-hander just after Brunchen and heading towards ice curve, and then through Flansgarten they go. Up over the rise and down into the long sweeping right-hander, and then onto the power once again, into the Beloff S, and in this weather, oh, big moment for 2nd place there, the back end, just stepping out Williams Gaming Club. Big heart in mouth moment, great car control. That Beloff S, I was about to say, is very tricky in the dry and in wet weather, and it's treacherous, David.
Yeah, we're going to give the little carousel a bit of a go. We still haven't caught and passed that Porsche Cup car. Just getting close, it would have really frustrated David Sobrero. The outright race leader has pitted just ahead of this and come out still ahead of this. Such was the sort of 2-minute lead that Williams Sim Racing had. And I reckon, yeah, this is an in-lap for the two cars we're checking out here. So Sobrero and Lafuente headed for the pit lane after 7 laps of their stint.
Change of driver for your race leading team, the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. Samuel Trogan getting in behind the wheel for them. So change of driver, and that means that Sammy Atti has got rallycross experience, of course, here at iRacing and in real world racing. Could come in handy a little bit in these mixed conditions as we've got traffic ahead, but that doesn't matter for these GT3s. They're heading on to pit road, so the battle for second place is now down to the pit crews.
Yeah, and does Lafuente have a bit of damage that needs to get repaired at this stop? Is Williams Gaming Club's BMW all good to carry on with nothing but just the fuel and the tyre service? Absolutely, you're staying with wets, but we're about to be getting into a drying racetrack where the lap times could be getting quicker again. Watching Lafuente's service. It's no longer Lafuente's service because he gets out and Lasse back gets in.
Yeah, Lasse into the cockpit, into the driver's seat. David Sobrero for Williams Gaming Club stays in that car. So it's currently 1-2 for Williams. They'll be delighted with that if they end up with that as a result. That is for sure. And remember I said that Commander Seibelt would be getting past Zessa Esports with the drive-through penalty. Well, the problem is that Commander Seibelt ended up with a drive-through penalty as well. So we're back to square one in that battle in the Cup class for 4th place. Apex Racing Team now have a black flag from 2nd place in that Cup class. It's all happening here in these stages of the race. So away we go. Watch your Thrustmaster. Not feeling the need to take a full repair of the damage to their car after their incident with the front end hitting a barrier about 10 or 15 minutes ago here in this one. In the lead right now though in your GT3s, it's Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast ahead of these two that we're looking at right now. Williams Gaming Club, Vorcha Thrustmaster. In your Cup class at the moment as things stand, it's Commander Esports Michael Jarni in the 08 car, leading that one ahead of Apex Racing Team's 199 and Drago Racing's 169 in 3rd place. GT4, that's led by Williams Sim Racing Playseat ahead of Grid & Go Esports, although don't count them out of that one. 3rd place is the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car. Grid&Go.com Esports lead your M2 class with Nürburgring Esports Vipperman and BS Competition in 3rd, and then your TCRs, G-Force Racing and WSR Esports have a dominant lead over Spin and Turbo Sport. Fields for Forward Grey in 3rd place, and it's my delight to say that for the next hour and a bit, it's going to be your commentators of James Berry and David Haynes staying in the commentary booth.
Thanks, Paul. It's nice to be on time for this one. Let's get ourselves all nice and set as we get ourselves into the final 5 hours and 10 minutes worth of sim racing action from what has been probably one of the most important 24-hour races we have seen in a very long time when it has come to sim racing. We've had it all. We've had a bit of rain, a bit of controversy, drivers pulling out to big leads, gaps shrinking back down again, and ultimately 5 categories of class which are still to be decided in the final stages. The 2nd and 3rd place battle for overall is on your screen at the moment, with the chase done by Veloce Thrustmasters Lasse back here, the Danish driver trying to hunt down David Sobrero in the number 1 Williams Gaming Club team, defending the 1-2 at the front of this field for Williams with the number 3 out there. This is Andrea Ramacciotto. Oh, that is a massive shunt for the WSR Esports team there. That's the black team that's out there, and look at that. That was a huge hit.
pretty sure it was the Was Cooking GT4 that was trying to come through. Now, I've been tracking that GT4. They were closing in on their class lead. There's a chance that they undercut Williams Sim Racing and Grid and Go, but pretty sure if that was them, they've just absolutely sent a BMW M2.
Yeah, that was William Chadwick behind the wheel, and the issue that you have is you've got different braking markers as you go in. They're heading through compression, which is where the incident happens, and so you've got the front-wheel drive WSR eSports car that's trying to just hold off. It's a lot more aggressive that comes in from that 969 Cayman Porsche. So you sit down and you go, well, how do I get out of it? And that will give you a lot of understanding there of just how wet it is around the sides of this circuit. Still puddling up. Wants to try and avoid the puddle on the inside. And Chadwick, nowhere to go in the 969, just runs straight into the back.
Yeah, I want to see it from Chadwick and from earlier. Because that's pretty rough. That sort of thing. Now, he remains behind Grid and Go in his class as they have pitted 2 laps ago, still waiting on Williams Sim Racing to pit to see where it shakes out for Was Cooking in that group. We have just had GT3 stops for basically everyone in the top 10. Who knows when we'll get more though, because these black flags keep appearing. Call me Captain Jack Sparrow because I'd be seeing so many black flags.
Yeah, of course, there's instant points now starting to come into play for a number of these teams. It gets 100 instant points, as we have just previously alluded to, that gets you your initial drive-through penalty. Then every 20 incidents on top of that is another one. So you have to be on your very best behavior, not running into other drivers. That's 4 that you pick up for that. And then, of course, if you have a little slide or a spin in these wet conditions, that's 2. And then if you just run off the circuit, that's 1 out there. So you have to try and navigate through everyone and everything that this circuit does have to offer out there. Of course, we've got a little bit of a clearing up period that's going to start hitting here. No rain on the horizon at the moment, and I would suggest that's for the next hour, hour and a half. As it goes right now, as the percentages do start to drop. So there will be chances out there to see where everybody can go. Nice little battle going on here now over the far side of the circuit here. Got the Grid and Go Aston Martin here trying to hold on that inside. Oh, and there's the contact. Both of them's going to go by. That's one of the Porsches then that's going to be in a world of hurt. And rejoin back like that is scary to try and get the car re-sorted out into play. That is not what you want to see.
Don't know what Coanda say, but we're quite doing there. They've been one of the fastest cars by an amazing margin. And as they've tried to lap one of the GT4s, I just don't think they've given enough room. Contact, both of them into the arm and clearly does significant damage to this Coanda Seatbelt Porsche. I think it's crabbing. The front right's definitely in a bad way. And I don't know why they needed to do that.
Well, it's not enough that they get the black and orange mechanical flag out for it, so they can challenge through, backed by Aleix Nahue, who's there in the fiercely forward pink car, and this was the car they had the troubles with. David Bojka, Grid and Go, second hit. Big smash into the barriers for David Bojka, and the 009 car now gets a black flag penalty for instant point limit. Then as it goes through, that is a horrible piece of contact there from Elliot Veyron, and I wonder whether after that first piece of contact that the red mist descended and that becomes something a little bit worse than that. I know that Nim Cross would have been watching. Matej Varga also running into troubles there in the Sesha Esports Hungarian car there, that Porsche running through. It's just coming up the hill before that miniature carousel, and just they tap into the barriers. But that second hit that came through on Grid and Go, I think was the least deserved out of the lot of them. And Elliot Veyron, I will be very intrigued to see where he was placed on the circuit and his wheel work as he went through that section.
Because the first one we've just seen from on high, and it confirms what I thought. He's just turned across him. This one here, that's the same angle again for the second time, but I mean, once we can suggest there's an accident, both times there, it's the combination is pretty damn embarrassing. So here we are on high, moving across, hitting them into the arm code because once wasn't enough.
I will say in Elliot's defence here that he is heavy over the curb and he's having to try and fight so he doesn't go into that curb and spin around through the Stefan Beloff S. It's a really committed section as he jumps into the pit. He does turn the wheel right on contact, so I think he is just trying to pin the car down, but I think he's just gone for a gap that's always going to close, and the nature of the Nürburgring being the longest toll road in the world that leads to nowhere out there, and you sit down and go, right, you've got to try and hold yourself in. It's so tough for Elliot Veyron, so I think it's a very misjudged move is the way I'm going to describe it.
He's driving a car that has more traction out of slow corners. He's driving a car that's 20 k's an hour faster in a straight line. That's the hardest part of the track to lap cars, from Hohe Acht through Wipperman, Brunchen, Ice Curve, Flansgarten there, down towards Schwalbenschwanz. You are 2 corners away from one of the longest straights in world motorsports, and I just think the first pass could have been executed without coming across and hitting the GT4, and the second pass could have been executed by waiting 1 second and not going side by side through the Beloff S and outbraking them into Schwalbenschwanz.
It's a tough one as well for gridandgo.com esports because they have pulled the car off, and from 3rd position in category they are now out. So the work of David Boschke and Stein Ledger and the likes of Alessandro Quintalle, who have been behind the wheel of the 009 car, that is going to be a really bitter pill to swallow for them, as their race pretty much goes the wrong way. So they will be not happy about that. It will mean that Was Cooking Racing Adventures will move up to second after their adventure that they've had right now. A team of, I would say, very experienced drivers and friends working together today. Jack Sedgwick took the start with Josh Thompson, likes of Tyler Hervius, Fraser Williamson, who's no stranger to us at RaceSpotTV, as well, jumping in behind the wheel at various points during the race. And it does mean that the 2-team effort, the 01, will move up onto the podium now here, David, which is the team that had Abel Torres in until this lap, and of course the former IndyCar driver Agustin Canapano behind the wheel.
Sorry, I zoned out.
No, that's fine. I was just talking about the fact that TCE Sports and the 01 are about to move to 3rd, and they've got the former IndyCar driver Agustin Canapano behind the wheel.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, GT4 it was an interesting one, but we've sort of, I mean, we get that contact there to grid and go. Was Cooking, we didn't quite get a great look at what they did, but they were also involved in some messy traffic stuff. The GT4, I've said before, is the middle child of all of this. They've got the GT3 and the Cup cars faster than them. They've still got to pass the TCR and M2 cars with less pace advantage than some of the outright cars have got. And things just get difficult when you're this 3rd fastest category of a 5-class race for the GT4s. So Williams Sim Racing play seat there. Aston Martin remains the leader of that class. Even after the dramas earlier, Was Cooking is still relatively close to them. TCE Sports, their BMW just crossing the start-finish line to begin the first flying lap since their last pit stop.
I just kept an eye on the 99 Apex Racing Team car. Alex Gall's pulled the car in for a stop, but they've got nobody to jump in. They should have Maxence Godinho to go in. They've had, at certain points, Alejandro Sanchez and Luke Kita, who have had the ability to go in, but Apex look like they've got nobody in the car at the moment, and that is going to be a little troublesome out there at this point. Running down then into Versafel. This is Thibaut Prevost at the Caracciolo Carousel, and going around. It's so easy to do because you've got wet asphalt and wet concrete, which are completely different. And this is Mate Lampert then for Sesha in the number 85, trying to get drive off the exit. And it's very rare to see a spin coming off the exit of Versafel. You normally see it going in.
Yeah, way easy to get into hot, but it's the moisture up against the curb because he's pushed in a little bit wide in the left-hander, and then as you get to that right-hander part, the inside tyres are right up against the curb, right in the puddle and on the painted line, and spun it around. Heaps of contenders from the Cup class are on the lane, including its leader, Coanda Esports. Richard de Jong's going to have some time behind the wheel.
Yeah, taking over from Michael Jarni, who'd been in there. Tristan Iglesias has had time in the car, and then spotting for them today, Mac Backham, who used to be a former pro driver in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series and in the first season of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. So for Mitchell de Jong, who's got a storied career, he's back out and away again, a former rallycross driver and one of the stalwarts really of Coanda Esports over the last decade or so of sim racing, looking to try an attack again, running on out there and leading that category with Nikolai Pedersen for the 199 Apex Racing team and Carlos Feniosa for Drago Racing in second and in third. Sammy Matty Trogan now behind the wheel of number 3 Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, so that's a change of driver there as we focus on down through the middle, and look at how much effort is having to be put in right now by Laissez Back at this moment. Third position overall as he fights the car through each and every single corner for Volace Thrustmaster at this point. This is a race where the gap is extending out. It was about 5 seconds between them, but it may just have started to just trickle back down a little bit more, where drivers have more confidence in different areas of the circuit. David Sobrero, I would say, as a driver, is probably the yardstick of how good are you, and I would measure pretty much every sim racer against Sobrero in this era of GT racing on iRacing to say, are you quick or are you not?
And I'm keeping my eyes on these lap times and seeing that Ryan Barneveld's last lap was a 9:18. So it's the first lap time I've seen underneath 9 minutes 20 from these GT3s. He's obviously pitted not too long ago. It's his first flying lap on a new set of wet tyres. The track continues to dry up. We haven't had rain for about 20 minutes. Oh, yep. You're going to judge track limits by David Sobrero as well. And yeah, the humidity drops to 96%. It's going to remain overcast. So without the sun coming through the clouds and with the relative humidity staying high, the racetrack is going to take a long time to dry out. But I do see signs lap on lap that it's getting quicker and trending towards my estimated crossover of 8 minutes 45.
Yeah, we've got a lightly wet circuit out there at the moment. Still seeing those rooster tails coming off of a number of the cars, but it is going to take a little while for this circuit to truly go and clear itself up. Not just because it's the longest circuit in the world here, David. I know we've had a lot of chat of rain over the last couple of hours, but it's also a humidity factor here today that's going to play a huge part in, well, how quickly is this track going to dry, because we're at 96% rising humidity at this stage, and that's going to mean, imagine taking a sponge, dipping it in a bucket of water and pulling it back out. How much water is in that sponge? You might have a completely full sponge at 96%. So you're not going to get much more water out of the bucket when you dip the sponge back in. It's effectively that. You've got a wet sponge trying to absorb all the water from the circuit.
Yeah, we've got 170 turns of saturated sponge, 25.95 kilometers of it. So that's why I keep an eye on these lap times, see who's setting quick ones, how quickly it's drying. It's even possible that those Porsche Cup cars are some of the first back onto slicks with how competent they appear in these conditions, how competent the cars, not necessarily the drivers or the teams, appear at the moment.
199 team finally have their driver in the car, and that is Luis Beilicher, who is going to be there for them. So the 199 team will be able to jump off in Porsche category right now in Cup and run off away again. Do you want to talk about some of the competition that we've got right now in the other various categories? So it's been a dominant performance in TCR so far by GeForce Racing and WSR Esports butt kicker, as this is Thibaut Prevost, who may have just gone around again hitting the carousel, so just dipping down on the bottom, and you can see there that massive puddle that is there that's effectively lining the inside like a secondary curve. It's not the first time in the last 20 minutes that we've seen that go around there for Thibaut Prevost. This is a very tough scenario out there, but for G-Force Racing WR Esports butt kicker, the team then of Gael Valero, Michael Polasek, Ross McFarlane and Konstantin Stolzenberg have done a wonderful job leading their category in TCR. Their gap is huge. It's over a lap right now to Spin and Toe Motorsports with Istvan Dekshi, who is currently behind the wheel for them. They've had Chabot Stang and Bruckner Bertalan behind the wheel for them too. So Spin and Toe find themselves in second, and then fiercely forward grey with Sebastian Herve right now, number 97. Currently in third with Robert Sharp and Morten Augusson along with Tom Mayle behind that team. It's been an interesting category because we've seen one car dominate, but everything else around it has been interspersed with the likes of the M2 division.
Yeah, and it's even more noticeable right now when you look at some of the lap times. Oh, that's a bit deep into turn one, trying to get by the GT4 equivalent of the GT3, that the BMWs, they seem to be handling the wet a bit better than the TCRs, which is a surprise to me, but it means that the fastest BMW M2 right now is Simify Esports doing a 10-minute 12 seconds, while the TCR leader does 10:24, second in TCR does 10:23, third does 10:18. So it's gone from the TCRs are only 3 or 4 seconds a lap quicker in the dry to suddenly the TCRs are 5 seconds a lap slower in the wet. And what was already interesting to see those fourth and fifth classes interleaved is becoming even more dramatic.
And that's where you see the difference between two cars, because it's not just the case of you've got one car that's quicker than the other because one's dry and one's wet. It's also the way that those cars are set up. Gridandgo.com Esports 003 with Jan Sama currently in the lead of the M2 category at the moment, with Gabriel Streitmatter, Johan Rouier and Peter Juba then as the four that have gone to that team. Nürburgring Esports Vipperman in second position will be incredibly happy with the work that they've got. It's a wonderful team, Nürburgring Esports. You see them all the time when it comes to endurance on iRacing. Daniel Muth, Sasha Engelhardt, Gregor Kinski, Kevin Krosny, and also Joel Kleinknecht behind that team's efforts out there. So they've done a good job of keeping this one relatively close. And then you've got Elias Reicher for Burosud, who are there in third position. The number 7 car, Alexander Voss and Elias Seppanen, have been the three to work with them. So you get the sense of a car that works completely differently, and when you got that BMW M2 that's not so front limited as the TCRs are, it becomes a lot easier to pilot around a lap when it's wet, believe it or not, because you can play a little bit more with the car sliding around.
The BMW's also got some cockpit adjustments for the wet conditions, so you can change the throttle shape to try to suit traction in these conditions. You can change the dynamic stability and traction control to try to suit the wet conditions. And I'd be interested to hear from any of the BMW teams if that's what they did when they went to wet tyres. But the purpose of it in the car is meant to be to help tune and adjust the car from dry conditions to wet conditions. So if it works, then maybe it works.
Well, if it works, it works. And for those asking about the TCR category, your leading TCR is, of course, in the Honda at the moment with Gael Valero. Honda's 01 and 2 in the category at the moment. Then it's a Hyundai Elantra there for Fiercely Forward Grey. And following on from that, a lot of Audis have survived. So the RS3s have certainly done a very good job out there of finding priority in finishing at the moment, or getting to this point in the race. And these are the tough hours out there, it has to be said. When you get to hours 18, 19, 20, 21, this is where you often find the silly mistake that takes you out the race.
I think we've already seen a couple of silly mistakes in the last hour as well. So see how damaging different ones are. GT4 was the category that I thought we've got a three-way fight going on here, and now we don't, But still seeing Will Chadwick, when he's not giving a friendly nudge to touring cars, lapping quicker than Williams quite often.
Yeah, and so trying to find that pace and move on forward with that, I think is going to be a really important protocol to go with right now. Jayden Munoz here we focus with at the moment as the 001, the former leaders there, Adrian Guerrica diving into the pits for gridandgo.com esports. They had a couple issues a couple hours ago which took them out of contention for the race win and down into 7th position. Find themselves then in play as we focus on the 4th place M2 at the moment. This is Simify Esports and Victor Lobato behind the wheel. And I do want to talk about this team because this is the sort of team that I love out Spanish sim racing. There's been always a strong Spanish contingent out there in the world of motorsport. It's Victor Lobato, Marc Perez, Manuel Cubo Torres, and Gabby Montoro, the team of 4 that's working for them. But this is a team that's gone through a lot. There's the rise and fall of Iberica, which used to be an institution for fast sim races in Spain to jump in through that, and then it sort of devolved a little bit. I know that Obsidian started to make that push, but Simify have really become that next team to stand up and say they are going to be the flagship bearers for Spanish sim racing.
Yeah, I remember MSI Esports, and then there's another one that is slipping my mind.
I believe
it's named after a guy.
Had a good sim racing team.
What did?
Republic of Gamers.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking of one that was named after a person related to a driving school or something, potentially.
Yes, we should be able to find that out in some point, but at least for the moment, the Spanish team have done well, 4th position, and they are on the hunt here, because this is for 3rd. And for Burosud here, Florian Hasper's work that he puts the teams together, Elias Rijkaard at this stage is going to be under a little bit of trouble. They've got the Manatee Red number 78 of David Nash, which is there in front, which has gone through, and now trying to lap them is Louis Bailica, who runs down the inside, moving up the hill through the very, very difficult Schramm section of the track, and just about gets that clearance before that miniature carousel. So getting everything nicely sorted, but look at that, a small little move over and missing the apex by a bit as Feniosa dives into the pits. This is where Victor Lobato has one entire Dottinger Herve to go and make this pass, and when you've got possibly the 2nd longest straight in all of motorsport, maybe the longest, it's going to be one where you sit down and say, right, time to put your feet up, see if you can get that pass, but they're really not getting much help as Lucas Herrmann goes by, because it looks like David Noash here doesn't have that much pace at all, and what would indicate he doesn't have much pace is that his electrics are probably getting very wet in the back of that Manatee Racing red car.
These M2 cars got crazy straight line speed. They've actually got more straight line speed than the GT4s do. It's showing right now as they race up past 255 k's an hour in the tow there for Simify Esports and Victor Lobato. I thought it was an interesting move he did. He thought that he could get into the Kleinis carousel and use that banking, while Elias Rijkaard thought it was still too damp. So taking more risk, Victor Lobato closed up a good couple of car lengths there, put him in position to try to challenge here. Now the traffic clears out and he has a slide coming on to the Grand Prix straight.
Yeah, was really struggling for any form of turn as no surprises with the damage he's got to the rear of his car out there in GT4 is going to dive his BMW into the pits, and that will be some service to try and get some repairs sorted. But battle continues on then in through the opening section of this circuit, the Ravenol S as it is that they go through. They've gone through a few sponsorship changes down here on this side of the circuit. They change almost every year here at Nürburgring, which makes it very difficult to work out where you are as you now run down the hill, not through a Ford curve right now, but the Paget Racing curve.
Yeah, exciting. Love this onboard. With the 14 of Victor Lobato, all the wheel work that he's doing, the gear change selections, the windscreen wipers have no chance to calm down. You get often really good braking performance looking at the inside on a wet line here, but then you immediately cross over the rubbered-in racing line and you'll wish that you'd braked on the conventional line and gone round the outside of the corner. So he's trying to make sure he always does something different to the guy in front. And my favourite interior quirk of the BMW M2 Racing is the BMW key fob for the push to start is taped to the centre console so that the ignition still works for the race car.
Love it. Out of the Xiaomi corner and now through the right-hander 90-degree corner of Bilstein. And what used to be the Advan Arch is now the Falkenbogen, which I think is now the new greatest name on this Nürburgring circuit, the Falkenbogen.
A rainbow is a Regenbogen.
Yes. I think that's a great one as well. Here comes the move, though, into the chicanery, and Elias Riker can only watch as Victor Labato moves up to third place overall with that pass, a comfortably dispatched overtake. And so now it's a case of run away and build that gap. M2 class proving to have a very good battleground at the moment, and Simify Esports have now moved themselves up to third, down one on the category so far today, but that won't give them too much bother. That was still a really good pass.
Yeah, and when it rains, anything can happen. So on that last lap, Victor Labato, 10 minutes, 9 seconds, catching up to BS competition, using the slipstream, and then eventually the next lap getting past. I reckon Labato could have gone quicker. Meanwhile, Nürburgring Esports, second in class, did a 10.19. The race leader in their class did a 10.13. So Labato is absolutely flying. And suddenly you look at 1 minute gaps and you go, well, on a drying track, if someone's found where the pace is and they've got the guts that Labato's got to try some different lines, yeah, you can hunt down a minute lead in these conditions, no worries.
A little bit of sunshine coming out then for the final stages here. In sim time, by the way, we have just ticked over to 20 to 12. So these will be the hottest conditions of the race now, between now and the end. Yes, we're in overcast conditions. Yes, we're on a 21-degree track temperature at this moment, but that's mostly down to the fact that we've got water on the surface. So the moment that water starts to clear, it's going to be a lot easier, and the track has now just declared to be very lightly wet. So if you're not in and trying to think about slicks at this moment in time, I don't quite know where you are. There might be trepidation to do so because, of course, this is a part of the track where it is going to dry at certain places compared to others. And when it's so hilly around here, the amount of elevation change there is at the Nürburgring, there are going to be pools down at the bottom. I take a look at compression as one of the places where there is going to be a lot of standing water, and it's going to clear at the top of the circuit first, and then it'll be trickled down
into slick tyres that will then allow you to survive the next little damp patches, and then so on and so on. And so I'm still, at the moment, sticking to my magic number of 8 minutes 45 seconds as the crossover, seeing how much closer the GT3s are getting towards that. The Scuderia Ferrari HP esports machine has gotten down to 9:13. So they were sort of at 9:18s, 9:20s. They're down to 9 minute 13. Once we cross under 9 minutes, then you're really into this track is drying up and getting quick kind of territory for the GT3s. Just thrilling, though, to watch the way Labato manages this. The spray, the lines, the traction, the body roll and motion. The cars are so dynamic and fun to watch on a slippery track like this.
Absolutely, and seeing these drivers up at the highest echelon of sim racing looking to push these special events more and more, proving that the best in the world want to run them and want to be at their highest level and winning, and some would say by any means necessary out there at this stage. So they'll be looking to try and make sure that they go through, as in comes the 96 from 6th position overall. That's Drago Racing in. Nicolas Matteo is going to be in behind the wheel. They're taking over from Thibaut Prevost. They've had Vlad Kimikev also in behind the wheel for them. 3-car team at this moment as the Ferrari...
Stopping after just 3 laps for the 96?
That would be an indication of let's go to dries.
Yeah, we'll see what it thinks is on them. There's no I didn't see a black flag or a meatball for the 96. So, yeah, I wonder what they're doing. If it's driver availability, if it's a tyre choice, whatever's happening. If it's repairs at this length of stop.
I think it's two things. I think it's Prevost had a couple spins and has lost confidence in the car. I also think it is conditions are in a place where we might decide that it's time to make that movement. Nicholas Beau, who did just go through there in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Sports team, they are a little bit locked in the fact that they always choose the Ferrari. Of course, this is the official team out there, but they've had the likes of Erle Steinbroughton behind the wheel and Lorenzo Manfredotti, and they have had spotters in helping them. Of course, Oscar King, Isaac Gillison, and Michele Costantini have all lended their ear at some point in the race for them. But this is an interesting phase now, and we will start seeing drivers and teams think, right, what's the right strategy call here? Because this is what's setting up the end of the race. It's the difference between a position or not a position out there in terms of how quick you can go and where you can find that pace. So I think that you're sitting down at this stage. The one thing you don't want to do is go too early onto a dry tyre on a wet track and know you've got to drive 26 kilometres there or thereabouts to try and get home and say, right, this didn't work. Down the hill then, and back up the other side for Victor Lobato, who has really romped away at this moment in time in the race, and so doing a lot of what is necessary at this point, with Elias Riker there just behind for Burosud Plus competition, and finding themselves now down in 4th position in the category as it goes. Just give a little bit of love to some of the teams who are out there who are maybe not having as easy of a time, but very nice to see them out there. And I think the team first and foremost I want to point to is in the M2 class, and it's Team RSO, who have always been in some way, shape or form a constitution, I'd like to say, for racing around the Nürburgring. There was a time where in MX5s and the likes of the virtual VLN series that came along, RSO were always there. Niels Carstensen currently behind the wheel for them.
Yeah, I think it's almost a rule for Team RSO that they've got to pick the slowest class of car in this race. So that's the M2 this year. Seen them in the Mazda MX-5 plenty of times. Seen them in, yeah, all sorts of things in this race. And yeah, they love the 24 hours of the Nürburgring on iRacing special event. They've won their class multiple times. They do not appear to be in position to win this BMW class right now that's led by Grid and Go, with Nürburgring in second. Simify this car, Victor Lobato, catching second place at what feels like perhaps 10 seconds a lap.
And certainly flying by
so it's maybe 2 or 3 laps from, yeah, Lobato being able to get himself into that. The arrival of the wet weather brought everyone in this class back on the same strategy. So you expect first, second, third, and fourth from this class to all pit on the same lap in 3 laps' time.
Louis Beilicker into the pits then. The 199 is going to make that jump for RSO. It's Niels Carstensen, Alexander Langer, Tobias Schörny and Elmar Erlecott as the 4 drivers in at that team at this stage. But Beilicker making the call then to jump into the pits for Apex. So that will be them looking at, black and orange mechanical flag for them. So Apex are now in deep, deep trouble in this race. Where has it gone wrong for them? Oh,
Trouble chance. It's
yeah,
a curved braking zone, and so often we've seen drivers getting just a little bit too hot there, and you try to turn into the corner, you lock up, you carry too much speed in, you can't turn into the corner, you lock up, you hit the Armco. So easy to do when you get in there just a little bit too hot, because it's from such high speed, a curved and constantly tightening radius braking zone. You're trying to do so much at once, and then the wall comes out to meet you.
It is that simple. So that is going to be a really tough day at the office for Apex, who had been working hard to get themselves back into position. The work done by Nikolai Pedersen and Louis Beilicker, Gregory Hoverson, who has also been in behind the wheel, the Canadian, also finding themselves out of the race then. No fast repairs to talk about. If you break the car in a race like this, you have bought it. And so you're going to have to really work to try and get by. Oh, look how wiggly there the Veloce Thrustmaster's car is out there. Sorry, I don't even think that is. So it is one of the BMW leaders. Sorry, that's Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast there. Got a little disorientated there. Sammy Matitrogan leading out there, trying to get by Alessandro Quintaye here. The 009 car has been able to get back out and away again after the dramatic issues that we saw for the 007 out. Oh, sorry, yes, it was the 009 that got caught up in those issues earlier on. So fortunately enough for them, they've been able to get back out and going once more, putting the Italian behind the wheel. But for that Aston Martin, they are a long ways back of where they want to be by comparison.
Just keeping an eye on these lap times. So the last lap for this car, the race leader was 9 minutes and 14 seconds, but in second place, it was 9 minutes 10 seconds. And for Veloce Thrustmaster 25 with Lasse back, it was 9 minutes 9.8. And then for the Ferrari a little bit further back, that seems to have been very quick in these mixed conditions, also a 9.09. So we've moved from sort of 9 minutes 30 seconds down to sort of 9 minutes 10 seconds. Track getting better in these conditions. You pointed out the sun just squeaking through a couple of the clouds in a few places, track temperature rising 1 or 2 degrees. It remains high humidity with not much sun, but certainly bit by bit we're getting a faster racetrack. And if it doesn't rain again, which I don't think it will, we're headed for slicks at some point. But it'll feel really drawn out until that crossover point where it'll feel like a snap.
So Jonas Vanna is in now for Dürr Esports, the number 5 car in 6th position, making their stop. They've just taken out of the car then Maddox Max Schneider, who's there, which I don't know about you. Is that a Mad Max reference?
This Mad Max things is things I should know. Seeing as I frequently go by places where it was filmed in my day-to-day. Don't know.
Well, I would say you can shorten Maddox to Mad, so I'd say that's Mad Max Schneider at the moment, so I'm going to roll with that for the rest of the time that I'm here for the moment. But Jonas Vanna at the moment in the pits looking...
Are we going to witness them?
Sorry?
Well, if they're Mad Max, are we going to witness them?
We did. We did out there, but at the moment, we'll witness a teammate at the moment of Jonas Vanna when they decide to come out of the pit. So they will be witnessed, and I believe everyone will be entertained at some point in time over the course of this action, if they have not been already out there at this point. But the focus then is with your leader, but that gap, just looking there for Sammy Matitrogan, 9:14 on that last lap for Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast, and for David Sobrero, who's hunting down, 9:10.2, so 4 seconds lost on that last lap. Your lead gap down to 1 minute 36 when they last crossed the line, and Lasse back is doing the fastest laps of anybody of the top 3, 9:09.8 on that last go around. So keeping this one honest, and a bit of traffic there in the form of Victor Lobato Simify Esports car is certainly not going to be helping things out. Back is going to be in position, that Veloce Thrustmaster 25 team that started 12th overall. They're going to have to take hit, miss, hit, or as Jimmy Broadbent would like to say, no, he's not in this split at the moment either. Don't ask before you do. Would say it's miss, 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 and that looked like 2 misses there for Lasse back through that corner.
I think he had to go hit, hit, miss, because he was to the inside of trying to get by the BMW M2, which you've got to be careful to not run up the back of, with the very, very significant difference in braking distances between a BMW GT3 and a BMW M2. There are BMWs in 3 of 5 categories. BMW are probably not going to develop a Porsche Cup car, and I'm not sure what would be a BMW TCR car, though I would love it to be a 2 Series active tourer.
I think that would be very nice to see out there as they look to try and push on. And I do love seeing BMW out there and racing. And this is one of those circuits where you've just got to try and really unlock each and every single corner. It's one of the toughest circuits out there in the world to try and memorize, because you get to the second half of the circuit and effectively a lot of the track repeats on itself, or feels like it does, and you can so easily get lost around, okay, well, which corner is this? Is this X-Muller? Is this Bergwerk? Is this, is this that? It is a very tough circuit to go and memorize, but the good thing here about sim racing is that you can practice this track anytime you like, morning, noon or night, twice on Sundays if you even really want to. And so you can get that time, you can get the hours in, you can really hone your craft and feel ready to attack this Nürburgring circuit.
So the next car you see up the road is second place. We're on board with third. As the spray cuts down and the concertina effect gets us in the slow corner, you get a much better look at the Williams Gaming Club BMW. And Lasse Bach knows his target. This is some of the trickiest parts in the wet, is the carousel and the Kleines carousel, and also the braking in the Schwalbenschwanz. So with the tall trees around here, the sun is not drying this part out. When the spray gets kicked up, it's got nowhere to go. When the spray gets kicked up, it doesn't get absorbed into the air at 99% humidity. It sits there and then it falls back on the racing track, or it falls into the forest. Does anyone hear it? Lasse Bach is just slowly, about a second and a half a lap, chipping away up towards second place.
Damon Woods out of the car from Club Oz NZ. Lewis Woods jumps into the car. No relation from Club UK and I. So Falcon Sim Racing team make their change. Jonas Rutten and Luca Wunsch have also been in behind the wheel of the number 44 Falcon Sim Racing team car that is currently down in 10th position overall, exactly where they started here in this race, and chasing up through the second half of the lap out of Brunchen, and soon heading to the very, very fierce Flansgarden section of this track, up over the curb. And here you just got to start thinking about where do you hold on at this section. You get air over the top of Flansgarden, and then you've got to immediately turn to the right, so you need that influx of grip to get the turn.
Yeah, and then over the crest, the change to the left, track drops away big time. You can't really see where half the racetrack goes until you're over the top of that. We're sitting significantly higher than the driver's eye level as well on the roof of the car. It's this next braking zone. You're doing 240, 250 k's an hour here. You're doing 240 as you put on the brakes for Lasse Bach, and you see that you're turning, braking, then changing direction into a tighter corner where you've got to turn and brake. So if you get in just a little bit too fast early in that complex, it leads to problems much later on. You see David Sobrero not want to get into the dip of the Kleines carousel, but Lasse Bach will, and it's incredibly reminiscent of that BMW M2 battle we saw, where once you've got more confidence, you're using more of the road, you've got more speed, you're building more confidence. Sobrero is playing it cautiously, but Lasse Bach, this looks supreme.
Yeah, it's wonderful driving. Now, time to pick up the toe of Istvan Deshi, their spin and tow motorsports, which have done not very much spinning out there and not very much towing either, which is a great sign for the number 18 team. That's second overall in TCR as things stands. 10-minute 12s they're doing at the moment, which is currently 2 seconds quicker than what GeForce Racing x WSR Esports are managing at this point in time. So they're doing some very nice laps out there, but down the hill now trying to go through Tiergarten, and towards the end of the lap, these lefts and rights, the last great place to go and make a move in a race like this one. And David Sobrero still holding a margin, but that margin will now change. Was 136.6 the gap, and it will now come down substantially. 131.9 now the gap, a 907 by David Sobrero. Lasse Bach, a 904, just sitting nicely onto the rear of Daniel Muth there for the Nürburgring Esports Wippermann team, which is there in position number 2, I believe, overall in your M2 category, going by without any dramas there. But they are absolutely flying, and Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast will look at Sami Matti Trogan and go, 912s aren't quite there at the moment, mate. You might need to start thinking about turning up the wig in about, I don't know, half an hour's time.
So the number 89 from 4th place is on pit lane after 6 laps. Normally they fuel for 7. So keep an eye on what Ryan Barneveld in the number 89 car does. These lap times are getting really quick. Still before where I would have thought the crossover point is. We're still a minute slower than slick tyres on a dry track right now, but we're getting there. Again, moving from 930s, 920s, 910s to a 904. Once we're underneath that 9-minute margin, then it says that Barneveld's gone for slicks. I don't know if I believe that, but
now's as good as time as any out there. Yes, there is still a little bit of trying to get the track there, but it is very likely wet. If there's any time to find that crossover, Ryan Barneveld is going to be a guinea pig out there if that is the case. And so for the BMW M Team Burossid Plus Competition team, which of course has had Felix Kimbach behind the wheel, has had Rainer Talvar in behind it, it is Ryan Barneveld who has done a lot of the work. He's been in the car since lap 119, so this is now his 21st lap in a row in terms of stinting to go out there. And you talk about it, it's not actually very many laps that they've done. They're only on their 139th lap of the race, and you go, oh, that's not very much. But when you're doing 9-minute lap times, to do 20 laps worth of times, you are putting a substantial amount of work in. Ollie Bailey also in for the number 93 team out there at the moment. That'll be GDC Racing down there in the pits with the black and orange mechanical flag. Dreaded Vitano Automets, Adnan Grozdanic, Alan Dizarovic, and Ollie Bailey and Yuan Jilin. And that is a hefty smash that goes on through there. Engine completely totaled at the kilometre 15 board. Yep,
wet curb, wet grass, snap at massive speeds and directly into the Armco for the 93. They should have still been on wet tyres, but it might have been their outlap. Might have still been quite cold on those tyres. Look at the progress Lassie Back has made in the first half of the lap. Suddenly, he's all over 2nd place.
Well, Lessay is going to try and find this pass any which way they can, through the compression and up the hill. Still a little bit of standing water that goes down this section. You've got to be very, very switched on. Middle of the road from car number 1, David Sobrero at the moment, holding that station, not necessarily worrying too much. Little love heart sign there on the road. You got a lot of that around this circuit here. All of the markings that say that you are a section of this Nürburgring track. A little pivot trying to get to the inside. This is brave stuff by Laissez Back. Thought about it, but couldn't quite find the angle to make that move over the top of the hill, heading to Megetsfeld. It's so difficult to make that pass, and Laissez Back is looking at everywhere on this track to get past the Gaming Club car, because that Gaming Club car will now have one job and one job only. Hold up for Loche Thrustmaster to save the Chill Blast machine.
Notice there's quite a bit less spray going on, even though it's dark and dim out there. And when Back went offline to have a peek to the inside, suddenly he found a wetter part of the road. So there's a drying line beginning to form in these conditions. Still don't think it's safe for slick tyres. Still don't think it'll be competitive for slick tyres, but we just continually, each lap, get sort of 3 seconds faster until we get towards a potential crossover. If you go to slicks before the crossover, you will be crossed because your race will be over.
Yeah, and this is a very important race for these GT3s out there, because this will be the last race here on iRacing of 24 hours length that doesn't have that GT3 update that's coming in the brand new build next week. So this is effectively a send-off for the GT3s, but a chance to say that the meta will change.
So close in the slipstream, heading up the hill for Veloce Thrustmaster this time. Can you make a move? You get to the left-hand side of the road before the Bravery corner. I think you could do it. It'd be risky, but if you're looking for that track position, I don't think Back can get it. Will it come down to the Kleinis carousel again?
Yeah, this might be a case of Caracciolo Carousel once more that is going to try and bring itself in. Oh, that's a hefty defence over to the inside, almost chopping the nose completely off. It's left the door half ajar. Little nibble of the right rear tyre from Laissez-Back, letting intentions be known that these drivers at the highest level of sim racing here in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring here on iRacing are now starting to play a very, very dangerous game. They will look towards Hoeyat, and it's a good run by Laissez-Back. Wrong side of the road, though, to try and make a pass. And from here, it's very tough to make an overtake. You're a passenger all the way to the Dottinger Herb, but Laissez is clearly the quicker of the two here right now. And David Sobrero is using all of that experience to plant the car right in the middle, and that's a little flicker out that's not going to be too helpful. But Laissez-Back still there, still looking to hunt, but now that gap opens up a little bit here and a chance to reassess.
That's why I say Clytus Carousel coming up, because if Sobrero still doesn't want to throw his nose into the dip of that corner and Laissez-Back is game for it, then there's a chance to get down the inside and get a little bit of a slingshot at him. And of course, this level of pressure, eventually, maybe Sobrero finds a slipperier part of the track, maybe Back forces a mistake, but I'd be looking for either the Dottinger or just before Galgenkopf, seeing what part of the road in Clytus Carousel David Sobrero is willing to use and just doing the opposite. Take that joker.
Doing what you can when you can and finding any opportunity to go and make that progress. You've also got Niklas Simonsen, who is down there in the pits in the number 9 car at the moment, so that will be a stop going on for your Arctic Simsport by Druk.dk team out there. So Niklas Simonsen, Melte Roima, Victor Trudslev Nielsen, and also Malte Ebdrup have been in the car at that team. So Simonsen will continue on. Mahler jump in as well with Lucas Herrmann then from 7th position. So they will make their chop and change as well as they go and make that stop. But Veloce here have to play a very interesting balance. Is how quickly can I get by? One. That's the first important thing. But how much time will I lose trying to get by as in comes your race leader, Sami Matti Trogan, followed by Nicholas Bowe at the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team? I think we've just hit crossover.
Yeah, well, this is pitting after 6 laps from Williams Sim Racing, so it's a little bit earlier than the fuel would have required. Again, it's saying slick tyres, so I gotta keep an eye on what the 89's doing, what the number 3's doing, and what happens in this back and forth between this battle here. I guess if you're back, do you just do the opposite of Sobrero heading towards the pit entry this time?
Well, you always want to go onto the quicker tyre out there, and that might be the scenario that brings itself in, and they will both dive into the pit. So they will be looking around and assessing the conditions, and if there's not enough standing water out there, then they will be staring around the fact that they go through. There's a black flag for Nicholas Bowe and the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, so they may have been caught speeding on the lane as they went through, so that will have them stuck for a little bit longer. But this now becomes a pit crew back. Oh, and a missed box. What a time for that for Laissez-Back.
Yeah, had to engage reverse gear and back it up.
Sotomuto in at the Williams Gaming Club. Nobody in the car at the moment for Veloce Thrustmaster. They've got Daniel Lafuente and Cody Deeth that they can go to. There is the change then once they come off of the jacks, and Cody Deeth will jump into the car, who is lightning fast in anything he sets his mind to. There goes Nicholas Bowe, who goes away, and Sotomuto, no surprises, will gain about 1.5 seconds in this pit stop.
Yeah, presumably hit his marks a little bit better than Veloce Thrustmaster did. It says they're going slicks. Surprises me, but keep an eye on the car body language here. Yeah, no, sure looks like it. That car does not want to turn at all. But if they get him going, maybe we have reached a crossover about 15 seconds earlier than I would have thought. In the Porsche Cup class, there's a few cars that say, like Commander Seibelt, say they've gone to slick tyres.
So a lot of people in now. Raphael Renhofer for the Scherer Esports team. They've had Julian Reimer, Nicholas Hyde has been in there, Luca Alpert as well has been in at the car there, and Elias Reicher in for the number 7 Burosud Plus competition team, also making stops. So we are firmly in the window at the moment as Deeth now will set off in hot pursuit of Sotomuto with 4 hours and 14 minutes remaining on the clock, and the 969 leading car at the moment was cooking is down in the pits. That's because Williams Sim Racing play seats have also come down in and made a stop. The team of Beckham Josiah, Jaden Munoz and Matteo Kunze, those three currently dominating in category. William Chadwick still behind the wheel of the was cooking team 969.
So the in-lap was 9 minutes 1.7 for Veloce Thrustmaster. If they'd stayed out on track, it would have been a sub 9 minute lap. So the lap times had changed, even if the visual appearance hadn't quite so much, from 9 minutes 30 to about 9 minutes flat, and we're not expecting any more rain. We're trending in a drier, faster racetrack direction. So even if the tyres aren't quite right now, they'll be right eventually.
Yep, and there's a nice cut battle starting to brew out there on circuit as we keep our focus firmly placed on what we have right now. I believe this is the 915 of Impulse Racing and Franciszek Liszka, who is there in the 915. Behind that is the recovering Adrian Gerika for the GridandGo.com Esports 001 team. Now, Grid and Go, it's no surprises to see Grid and Go out there in racing. They're one of the largest teams out there in sim racing. I can probably imagine that every time there's a major event, they've got at least 5 cars in each and every one.
Yeah, they've got plenty out, and if I'm seeing this right, Grid and Go went to slicks and Impulse is still on wet, so that might be the difference we see here. In a straight line, you'll definitely notice that difference. There's far less rolling resistance to the slick tyres. This Grid and Go car had been incredibly competitive in this class.
Oh, this is awkward for Impulse. This is lap traffic of the same kind, and Gerika getting a lot of help by Jan Sama, who's leading category right now in the M2 division. So making that work, and that's going to be off, and somehow saved. What a save by Franciszek Liszka. That had barrier written all over it, and somehow was able to pull it up.
You try to tell me that Grid and Go BMW didn't done anything other than holding its line, because it did no favours to jump out of the way of Gerika either. This guy is so lucky that Impulse Racing car stayed off the walls. He's got the wet tyres on, so the grass didn't seem to trouble him too badly. I guess the guys on slicks probably would be in bigger trouble on wet grass. Straight line pace difference. Is this going to be an absolute rocket ship from Grid and Go? They're already going faster. They're already going 5Ks an hour faster. They're already going 6 kilometres an hour faster. They've already got a near 10 kilometre an hour speed advantage. By the time they go on the grid, they're going to launch past.
Well, look at this, 270 on the straight meets 259, and Franciszek Liszka, passenger under the Bilstein Bridge. There, straight on by, goes Adrian Gerika, and up into 6th position in class. So that'll be enough to say, well, we got one. Koanda Sabel will be the next car to chase of Elliot Veyron, who's had moments, and David Williams in at the moment for Koanda Esports. So both stay out then for another lap through as the likes of Manatee Red jumped down into the lane. But David, we are sat and poised with 4 hours left to go, and I would say there are no guarantees right now. Lead overall down under 90 seconds for the first time in a little while. So we've got overall that's starting to close in. Koanda happy with where they are in the 08. Oh, that's a moment.
Well, there's a dry line beginning to form on the pit straight. I noticed that. There's a dry line beginning to form there, but Gerika got off the dry line onto the wet, and there it became so clear that he's got slick tyres on, because he went from looking a hero to looking a little bit zero, and all that work's got to happen again. These slick tyres are quick, but they are much more difficult to use correctly.
They really are, and we are seeing it here, this move over from what are wet conditions to dry. We'll take another look here at Edrin Gerika's moment here, going through. Oh, he lost it initially and then has to try and gather it back up, and then has a secondary moment sliding by. So if it wasn't one, it was the other. The pendulum swings the other way and creates a lot of drama. That will just about do it then for me in terms of racing action here today at the Nürburgring 24 hours. We're going to continue on. David Haynes staying into the seat, but joining you now, taking over the next hour or so of coverage, Justin Prince.
Thank you very much, Jake, as we continue on with what's been wet conditions here. I know the forecast before, when we're talking about things, had been a lot more different. Things obviously change over the course of a night as we continue on, coming up to 4 hours to go in this one. And it's been interesting listening to the conversation, David, about how things have fared out in regards to a lot of these drivers and how they're trying to battle some of these elements in terms of the track crossover from earlier, from when things got really wet, it sounds like, and has seemed like so far. It's going to get interesting to say, at the very least, how these teams now fare out the rest of this time.
Yeah, the slick tyre advantage has come earlier than I thought, but it means that the track is still very wet offline, still very wet up against some of these curbs, and you've seen how even at slow speed, it can catch you out, and suddenly you get made to look silly by someone who's 5 seconds a lap slower than you, except is keeping it on the road. So your risk appetite really informs what you choose to do right now. Look at this, suddenly he's 5 seconds back behind Impulse, got to do all of that all over again. But Impulse themselves, at their next stop, whenever it comes around, are going to need to make that switch to the dry tyres. You can quite clearly see a dry line forming in places where there is one line. You can see it on the pit straight, which was the first place that it stopped raining, as the rain came from the southwest across the GP circuit, across the Nordschleife, and then out past the carousel. So your top 8 in GT3 have gone to slick tyres. And we'll soon see who's going to be the first to put a lap underneath 9 minutes. Oh, it's Vulcan Sim Racing team with an 8:51. So the switch, suddenly the dry tyres are 10 seconds quicker for GT3s.
Better get on those, even with the track being somewhat damp still for a lot of these teams. The major thing's going to be making sure you don't go in some of the potential of the puddles. There are still some worse materials I'm noticing for a couple different drivers in some areas of the track, but not all of them. As we go around the racetrack here, for the most part, seeming very dry. And the 969 still seems to be a major viewpoint I think you want to bring the attention towards. Was Cooking Adventures so far. Things have been cooking for them up at the front of the field in their respective class. What have you seen with What's Cooking and William Chadwick in the wall nearly?
Well, there's something brewing for the lead of GT4. Williams Sim Racing's Aston Martin is on an outlap. They've just gone to slicks. Was Cooking Racing have just gone to slicks. So this is the first time around the track for hours for Will Chadwick on the slick tyres. You've just seen how treacherous it can be. Whoever's going to keep this off the wall is going to look a hero, but you saw the race nearly ended so quickly for Will Chadwick there at the top of the hill at Hohe Acht, highest point of the racetrack. A couple of black flags starting to come in for more of those incident limits. So the Mahler Racing team number 10 pick one up. SSA Esports 90 have picked one up, but not Was Cooking. They're still good for the moment. On their in-lap, they were 5 seconds quicker than their class leader, and you can see their class leader's only 3 or 4 seconds, or maybe more like 8 seconds up the road from them. But at the pace that it's going, William Chadwick has brought this Porsche from 30 seconds away from the race lead to 7 seconds away, and now we've got a slicks. It's just as challenging out there, and he's got more pace to use.
Yeah. Oh, they're drifting, in fact, as well right now. This is what I was talking about. Even with the slicks, this part of the racetrack they're at right now has been treacherous with the rooster tails, the weather conditions. Just kicking up a lot of water right now at this part of the racetrack. That's going to make things also difficult. And we know Was Cooking, amongst the teams that have had to claw their way forward here in the respective class in GT4. Because Williams, yeah, indeed. Williams, yeah, you see them closing in.
Yeah, so in the long shot down the dotting Mahua, you can see the GT4 leader, the Aston Martin from Williams Sim Racing place seat and Jaden Munoz. You can see that Will Chadwick can see his class lead, which for a long time he couldn't. For a long time he couldn't see anything in the rain and the spray. It's clearing up on the racetrack. It's not clearing up in the skies. It still looks a horrible day, but the racetrack is getting super grippy. It's dry tyres for every class out there now. The GT3s have all gone to it. Porsche Cup class have gone to it. We're seeing that GT4s, this is their first lap for the top two on slick tyres, and they're handling it just fine. And TCR, some teams have gone to slick tyres, and the BMW M2, everyone, half of those stops that you see happening right now are BMWs going to slick tyres.
So a lot of sequencing right now in terms of some of the stops right now to work with. I was about to say Munoz amongst the teams that have controlled things much the way. Some of these drivers trying to tiptoe around that barrier. Some of the lap traffic moving down the way it was cooking adventures here. TC Esports has also been in the conversation all throughout the evening and throughout this event. They stay in third spot too. They look comfortable in that spot. So it's down to these two for the class lead with their separation 3.3 seconds. Yeah, last time by, Chadwick did close up 3/10. As you said, to be able to close up this a little bit on the margin. Pit stop for the Cup class, by the way. Coanda is in for scheduled service, so the window is open for the Cup cars.
Yep, and so as that brings to an end 6 laps on wet tyres for the Coanda Esports 08 leading class. Got to imagine they're going to go to slicks. Everyone else in their class seems to have demonstrated that they're fine. Drago Racing, I think, went to slicks a few laps ago. Grid and Go are third in that class on the outlap of their slicks. First flying lap of the slicks for Adidas Racing. So Adidas Racing. So, yeah, there's 902 cars going in slicks as well. Lap times absolutely tumbling. Not long ago, we were talking about 9-minute 14s. Now we're talking about 8:31s from Ryan Barneveld, fourth in GT3. These lap times are tumbling at a rate of 10 seconds a lap, every lap for the last 40, 50 minutes.
You have to wonder what's on the mind here for Chadwick, too, with this close-up rate. They're going to try and find a way to claw their way even closer right now. And
carefully in his mirrors.
Well, that's definitely one thing to think about. That was near contact with a Mustang going on through. Some of these faster cars going to cause some troubles here with the rapid speed differential right now. You still see the windshield wiper still in full effect.
And that Cayman GT4 looks so simple and compact compared to the Mustang GT3, which is a massive thing. They stopped on the same lap, first and second in GT4, to go to these slick tyres, but because Was Cooking were one lap further into the stint at that point, Was Cooking needed to take more fuel. They had an 8-second longer stop, otherwise they were going to undercut Williams Sim Racing, so it put William Chadwick out. That's sort of 8 seconds or so behind, that he's now clawing his way back through, seeing that Aston Martin just up the road and closing the gap down. It was 7 seconds, it's now 2.5. And very, very shortly, by the end of this lap, you got to imagine the Porsche is going to be all over the Aston Martin for the GT4 lead. They're in the same picture far more commonly now.
Indeed. Right now, that's going to be the major interesting thing as time goes on. But as we said, some pit stops continue on. Simone Maria Marceno wants those to come on through. Porsche now on the stands. David Williams making a change on the tires right now. Also see some of the others peeling on down for Drago Racing in for their respective service. Drago only made it 5 laps on the calculation, it looks like, as they make a driver change.
Yeah, it's very clear at this point that if you're on the wet tyres, you've got to call it early and go to the slicks now. You're losing so much time. You're losing 10, 15 seconds a lap. There's so much more performance on the dry racing line to the slick tyres that if you stay out on wet tyres, you're being gigantically undercut by everyone on slicks. It's tough to get those slicks going, though, to see another team struggling with the first chicane of the lap on the GP circuit. Eventually, it comes good. You can see a dry line heading to this chicane. You can see a dry line through here. And if the drivers can see a dry line, then that's safety for them, and they'll be aiming for it.
There we are seeing that right now.
Was cooking it within a second.
That's going to get interesting. Was cooking, did close up a fair bit since the lap traffic. Keep an eye on that on the interval. But we'll say one thing. It was earlier on in the day we mentioned the Purple Lounge debut for them for Coanda this weekend. All the drivers having connection issues earlier on. It's been, for them, a recovery from earlier on for two of their cars due to losing connection for their drivers. They've been able to hold on since then and be able to pick up some spots. Right now, cars running 6th, 8th, and of course 1st amongst those competitors. So Coanda is amongst those who have had having a battle with the technical gremlins, but have been able to hold on from the Kibitsa Center. Venus Center, I should say.
Third in the GT4 is what's just in front of them. Believes that's the TC Esports GT4. Abel Torres at the moment. So the 0-1 car have been incredibly economical with their drivers. So they have just the two, Abel Torres and Augustin Canapino. Torres is not necessarily making this easy on the outlap for that 992 class car up at GT4. It's within 1 second. Oh, and Chadwick, he's struggling with that change of direction there. That's where we almost saw him in the wall earlier.
And this is closing up rapidly. The interval still showing about 2.5 seconds technically on the racetrack, but it looks a lot more closer than that right now. Chadwick trying to go on the prowl to try and make this move. And that's going to be the tough thing right now. One thing is going through the team from Munoz's mind, as was cooking, is right now finding a way to cook, even though they are trying very hardly to slip or slide this car. It is slipping everywhere.
Well, earlier on, they were stewing and they were boiling, but now they're cooking. Are they soon to be frying? Closing in on this race lead, it becomes a two-way fight in GT4. The Aston Martin versus the Porsche Cayman that gets wide in the left-hander, off the dry line, touches a little bit of the grass, and now it hurts your confidence for this next fast section through the Beloff S. It hurts you being close enough onto the Dotting Lahore, the biggest slipstreaming opportunity of the lap. And that's the sort of little mistake that means maybe your opportunity isn't this lap, you've got to wait for the next.
Well, cooking had to be careful they don't burn themselves with how fast they're rapidly closing, but also nearly wrecking the car a couple times.
Well,
but
if you can't stand the heat, then you don't belong in the kitchen.
I knew you were about to say something like that. But we know Chadwick as a driver. We've seen him in the broadcast booth before. We've seen him with lots of teams. He knows how to cook when the pressure's high to be able to close up. And we know was cooking, even though the name started as a catch-all in terms of just drivers looking to have fun, with drivers like Josh Thompson and several others. This organization has a lot of rapid speed in it to be able to cook in the first place. It's not just a meme.
Got a tiny bit of slipstream, but not enough, just doing 2 kilometers an hour faster in the straight line. Munoz tried to break the toe, and Chadwick just needed to be 2/10, 3/10 quicker if he was going to hook the slipstream this time around. But he's applying the blowtorch to Williams Sim Racing play seat. This was cooking Racing Adventures. We're about to see how much quicker they were on this lap. This is the first real flying lap since both of these cars went to slick tyres. Here's Ryan Barneveld on the replay. Oh yeah, he's gotten too much of that elevation change at the apex in these slippery conditions. Chadwick, 2.5 seconds quicker that lap they've just completed. That's the pace advantage he's got.
Oh, a bit of a slide. Munoz had to hold on to it.
On the paint white line.
And that's one thing people don't realize sometimes is when it comes to rainy conditions, the paint going to be a bit more slicker to drive on. And here comes Chadwick. Chadwick within 2 car lengths, looking for the class lead. Munoz wiggles it along the curbing.
Yeah, gets onto the green concrete as well, so he opens up the corner, but he doesn't necessarily get great traction down towards the Dunlop hairpin. Different lines in here in the wet. You want to go double apex. You want to slow the car in the middle, rotate it. There's so much traction off the corner for the Cayman. He's going to try to take him side by side up the hill.
Near contact, Munoz covers off Chadwick for a moment. Gets himself a couple car length buffer as they make their way to the GP section. Heading up to the Bilstein curve. Chadwick is a lot quicker off corner exit right now. Munoz trying to work all as he might as they work through some of the sand kicked on the racetrack. Now as they work their way up to turn 13. Here comes the run. Now Chadwick looking for another setup. He pokes right. He has to brake as Munoz covers it off.
The fast chicane soon going to see them exit the wide open expanses of the Grand Prix circuit and onto the narrow twisting Nordschleife, where the barriers go from a gravel trap and a tyre bundle away to being Armco just off the racing line. Suddenly Will Chadwick's going to have to be just a little bit more careful, but clearly the pressure's on Jaden Munoz as he's had to defend the inside, move across line, trying to place himself to keep Chadwick behind because he knows the speed that Cayman has got.
Gonna have to be very careful on the move, but also we know Chadwick's got the fastest speed. They've also got traffic coming forward towards their way in the Cup class right up behind that can break things up potentially.
Oh, bit of wet curb.
Oh no! Munoz is wide. Here comes Chadwick to the lead. Chadwick takes over the GT4 class lead as Munoz goes off nearly in the sand.
Exiting the Hudson Buck, the Aston Martin just a little wide, finds a bit of moisture up against the curb in the change of direction, carried too much speed in, overshot the change of direction, then had that moment, just kept it off the wall, I think, but Chadwick swept straight through. Was Cookin Racing Adventures take the GT4 lead on a drying but absolutely treacherous Nürburgring Nordschleife. Trouble abounds, just a millimetre off the racing line.
A bit of chaos there, but it's Chadwick that's able to reap the benefits from it. Now looking to run away a little bit as Munoz loses some time to the traffic. And now this is going to be the important thing. Can Chadwick drive the track now that he's got some clean space right now? No longer has that carrot on the stick. He is the carrot to chase after.
The lap times are getting seriously quick from every division in this last 15 minutes as the circuit's dried off. Your race leader's doing an 8:26 in GT3. Williams Gaming Club Soda Muto is flying with an 8:21. It's the kind of pace where you could catch the race leader in 12 laps. That's what this changing track conditions, the rain we've had gives us, is suddenly, you know, in a completely dry race, you say we're a minute behind the race leader. It'll take us forever to get that back. In these, you're changing dry tyres to wet tyres. You're racing in the wet. You're changing to dry tyres. You're racing dry tyres on a thin, dry line racetrack. Everything can change so quickly. There's a bunch of teams out there that are skirting the line narrowly of getting drive-throughs for their incident points as well. There's so much jeopardy for everyone. No amount of a race lead is safe. And some drivers are really, really showing their skills there and their confidence right now.
That's the key. Confidence reigns supreme in terms of being able to attack the track and to be able to know where the speed is right now. So things calming down a little bit for now as the field starts to see some separation build up now. So already, by the way, under 4 hours to work with at this point of the race. Now it's the matter of seeing where's that strategy going to go for many of these drivers. Keep in mind, some of the drivers are close in the M2 class hearing. BS Competition, Nürburgring Esports, Whipperman have stayed pretty close. They're right now within 1.3 seconds also on the racetrack. So a couple drivers are starting to compress in these later stages here, David.
BS Competition were one of the first BMW M2s to go to the slick tyre, whereas Grid and Go a little later to respond, Nürburgring a little later to respond. Is this the same issue again for Marla? I think it is. Just cutting too much at turn 1. So Elias Reicher in the BS Competition BMW M2 has jumped up into second place. He's built temperature in his slicks. He's worked out what the correct racing line is. And Joel Kleinknecht in the 587 has got to be just a little more cautious, and I think Elias has gotten through up into second, but the timing and the advantage that the Grid and Go 003 has had means they've gone slicks, and they still lead by almost 5 minutes in BMW M2.
Yes, some of the different classes still swapping around. This is what I was just talking about in terms of the close battling right now. And of course, home turf for Nürburgring Esports. And you have to remember, there's a fair amount of series, including Nürburgring's Esports circuit, that runs a lot over the year. Some of the German leagues we've seen run 12 hours and 18 hours and 24 hours in different lengths around the Nürburgring to keep drivers fresh around the year. They're keeping up pretty well with Reicha at the moment to try and provide some pressure, try and move an extra step up the podium here.
Yeah, so the order they're in now was actually the order they were in when they crossed the start-finish line last time. So they were closer. Elias Reicher, I think, is going somewhat quicker, but keep an eye on it. I think Kleinknecht hasn't actually dropped out of this fight too much. Interesting to see the BMWs go back to their slick tyres after being one of the cars that looked actually pretty good to drive in the wet.
Okay. Looking solid right now in terms of the feel of things.
Simify, not a bad pace in fourth as well. They are, however, 25 seconds behind this group of two. So while things look great for the 003 Grid and Go esports car in the lead of this all BMW touring car category, second, third, fourth, I could see that going one of any ways in the remaining 3 hours, 47 minutes.
There's a lot of opportunity here, and Simify is running about the speed we're seeing in the dry earlier on in towards when it was starting turn around daytime to nighttime around the 4 hour to start mark, the 9 minute 6 second bracket. Still the last time by for the drivers on screen, they were 2-3 seconds off that mark in terms of the fight. So
they take through the Kleinis carousel here. In the wet, they were avoiding going into the dip, and they're taking it now. So they think that part's dried out really well, and that's where some of the there's so many places around the lap like that, little things that will each give half a second, and that's where the track just goes faster and faster and faster as it dries out. There's going to be big speed on the straight as Nürburgring Esports have just in time gotten back within 1 second. Car will drop in between to give them a little bit of tow. Elias Reicher is going to have to be careful he doesn't get swallowed in a straight line.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of gain in the drafting section as one of the BMW zips on by. Believe that might have been SDR Racing that just drove on by there. It's down under 4 car lengths now. We'll see if there's any opportunities that open up here pretty soon. As they make their way to the final section, make their way up to your garden in Rhineland-Palatinate as they make their way to the front straightaway. Been a scrape to the Armco barrier for them, but at the moment, Opportunity is definitely there for Nürburgring Esports to leapfrog and get to the highest they've really ran all throughout this race here today and throughout the night. Looking very solid here. Turn 1's still been an issue. See him taking it very wide. No, the car stopped, and that's the car that was just in front of them.
SDR's GT3 has gone around. Justin Prince calls it. Turn 1 is an issue. Can I get you to read me the lotto numbers next? Let's take a look.
Yes, indeed, it is SDR. Yeah, same mistake as Malay, and look out, hello, race car.
See, it acts like a bump if you cut it that sharply because it drops away at the apex. If you stay half a car width wide, you don't get any tires in the air, but as you try to cut right to the bollard there, you sort of jump a little bit in the air, the car rotates a little more in the air, then it lands in a slide, and you can't catch the slide in these low grip conditions. So you've just got to give a little bit more room to the apex and know that water puddles there, and getting airborne, not a great idea when you're going to land in a slide and not have the grip to correct it. So yeah, it's noticeable that it's been a couple of BMW GT3s that have fallen afoul of that, though SDR being the next victim after Marla and some others, and BMW M Team BS competition.
So we'll see if things start to dry out pretty soon in turn 1, because at this point it's becoming so chaotic. But Nürburgring Esports still trying to find a way to move on forward. So where do you try and find those strides right now? Where do you try and get that catch up outside of waiting all the way to the end of the lap right now? If you're Joel in the Nürburgring Esports car, where do you find those opportunities to make these gains now on BS competition?
It's the slipstream in the fast parts of the lap here. So exiting the Hudson-Bach here, you'll have the fast run up towards Flugplatz. You'll get the slipstream there. So long as you're getting the correct line over Flugplatz, you'll follow closely up towards Schwedenkreuz as well. And then it's high speed out of Arenberg. So there's a few places in the lap right here where you'll get just a little bit of slipstream to be able to help you get close. SDR are going to try to come past once again. How you manage the traffic has been an absolute constant for this race. The answer is you don't give them anything for free heading into the Flugplatz. Oh, understeer for BS on the way in. Extra dab of the brake lights late in the corner, not what you'd normally want.
Yeah, this is now seeing them have to deal with some traffic too. That is SDR again. This is Gomez already making up the ground. That's how big the speed differential is in the class. He's given a lot of brakes right now. In fact, the 4 is almost stuck in line here as they make their way through more marbles. There they go. No issues for the most part. Just had to wait for the right moment to make sure they didn't compromise the BS competition car.
So Nürburgring Esports absolutely still in this final striker in the BS competition M2. Up the top of the hill, you carry so much speed in here, and it just gets tighter and tighter and tighter as you get into the Adenauer Forst chicane. That's where iRacing is on the racetrack. And in our hearts, tiny bit of grass there. I thought Riker was quicker, but once the pressure is on him, once the other car is in the slipstream, once the other car had built temperature into their slicks that they put on one lap later, and then suddenly getting ahead, staying ahead, breaking away seems far, far more difficult. Nürburgring have just come into their element now after their latest stop.
Yeah, and this is where you definitely need the head on swivel. Nürburgring Esports, a bit of a squeeze that time. They didn't want to give up the time right there. Time sees traffic, give it traffic, take it away right now once again. It's pretty clear this Porsche Cup car, this is Coanda, saying, we're Coanda, we need to go right now. We don't wait for anybody. And that is Mitchell de Young driving on by. By the way, that's not the previous pit stop, the one before that. They had such an advantage that they took more than 2.5, 3 minutes damage repair just to be able to fix the back bumper. That's how quick that car's been in class by more than 3 minutes their lead.
Yeah, over Drago Racing in second and Grid and Go 002. GT4, the middle child of 5 classes. BMW GT4s battling it out here with Door Esports, who themselves had some massive repairs after a gigantic incident in the rain. Well, they are just beginning to catch back up to Manidi Racing Red. 3 seconds quicker, 3.5 seconds quicker last lap was Jonas Varner compared to Manidi Racing Red. Both of them put slick tyres on the same lap, so they've built the same temperature, they'll have the same experience. Varner is just a bit quicker right now.
Yep, Warner still just trying to find a way to poke on by. Still no place to be able to take the run. Speaking of drivers taking a bit of runs, how about a slide for your leader in TCR? This is the farthest out they've been. One of the first major mistakes as Door makes the pass on screen.
Great run out of Adnoa Forst from Jonas Varner. He opened up the line better, got better traction, and then I think David Nursch, driving Manidi Racing Red, understood exactly what was happening there and didn't make things too difficult. BMW class, things are still hot, so an interesting move in GT4, showing that Door Esports, despite their delays and damage, still want to get the best result they can out of this race. Joel Kleinknecht, I love the confidence that he's built lap after lap, and we've seen how gigantic the slipstream is in this make of car on the Dottingerhur, which suddenly, as you're going through Wipperman, doesn't seem so far away. You know it's going to be so tough to pass them here, so you're just thinking, don't make a mistake, stay within half a second, stay within 3/4 of a second, just stay in touch. Soon we're going to have a gigantic straight. This car will stretch its legs, and the following car really seems to get like 5-6 k's an hour of extra straight line speed from about the halfway point, and it's massive.
Yeah, and we see just how much that's helped down the straightaways. A lot of currently taking the high gear through some of these areas. Still wiper blades going up for some of the rooster tiers. Say no, what happened to them? Another slide for the 001. Another save. Able to get it kicked around despite the drift.
So here's where things get tough. The braking zone into the Schwalbenschwanz still looks treacherous. Kleines Carousel, the water can pool in the low side there, but this is close, as we've seen these two cars in a long time. You know that you can back it off a little bit, play it safe, and you'll still be within 3 or 4 car lengths for a massive tow. So I wouldn't even feel the need to be this close heading over Galgenkopf. 4 car lengths back, get a run on the Dottingerhur, go back into second in class. We'll see how it plays out. BS competition versus Nürburgring Esports.
And of course, Nürburgring Esports, with the organization of the racetrack, one of those that actually has full motion sim rigs at the facility available for people to use. Part of racing lounges across Europe. Here they go. They're following on by for the draft. Side by side, they look to make the run at their home turf. They make the move on the right side,
though, to make it more difficult.
Able to slip by is Nürburgring Esports, but you're talking about Drago Esports.
Yeah, the Drago Racing GT3 moved lanes to try to give the slipstream to BS for whatever reason there, but Nürburgring Esports had enough overspeed. They came across, chopped the line. Great move from Kleinknecht to move back up into second place for the Nürburgring Esports BMW M2. Really like watching these cars race. Exciting little things.
Yeah, Nicholas Mateo, you were talking about there in terms of that red car. But now it is all a bit of a drift in the braking zone. Nürburgring Esports able to hold on though. They're now up to second in class. Still more than 4.5 minutes to close up to the next spot, but this took a bit of battling to be able to just get this position in general for the 587, and now we'll see if they're able to hold on and take off and away from BS competition.
Lap times continuing to drop for GT3. A completely dry racetrack is about sort of 8 minutes 10, 8 minutes 11 for a lap time. Share Esports have just done an 8:17, so that is really only about 6 seconds away from what they would have been doing in comparable completely dry conditions. Doesn't quite look it in places, but this is becoming a mostly dry racetrack. It's heating up as well. It's gone to 27 degrees Celsius, so maybe that's helping dry the racetrack, even though there is still a 97% relative humidity. With 3.5 hours left in the race, we can see the forecast all the way to the checkered flag, and we do not expect any more rainfall on the Nordschleife.
If anything, temperature's not expected to move. Track temperature still is in the 80-degree Fahrenheit range for those curious as well. That's about 27 Celsius, expected to stay around that range. So things supposed to, for the most part, stay calm for the most part of the weather conditions after the rain struck with 7 hours to go in this race. So all this is wild, by the way, in terms of the other battling, the Was Cooking, Adventures, they've separated by 2.9 seconds from Williams. You also have, right now, the other driver staying calm. All the big separations building up. It's about trying to bring the cars home at this point, David, for a lot of these organizations. Now,
too far away from some of the GT3s actually taking their second stop post going to slicks, so then they'll be going to a new set of slicks again, and then I wonder what some of the Cup cars are going to do, if they're going to stay on their previous slicks, or what the best thing to do in these track conditions is.
What do you think the best condition is going to be for the Cup cars then?
Well, the track is heating up, but it's still got water up against the curbs, water in the grass, water on the concrete runoffs. You see just touching a tiny bit of the curb there and putting up a spray of water. So there could be an advantage to keeping the warm set of tyres. We're not going to see rain again, so you're not just, goal hanging, leaving the tyres on, waiting for then the rain to come in a lap or two. So you might still see some more double stinting out of the Porsche 992 class. And then I'm just curious for the GT3s if they're going to continue to tumble those lap times when they finally get a new set on. Williams Gaming Club Soda Muto 8:13. That's basically completely dry track lap time as he gets within 1 minute of the race lead. On board with Elias Reika. Offline is still wet though. Definitely still a bit of dampness offline in the curbs, in the grass, hiding in just a couple of little places if you make a mistake.
Yeah, just a little touch bit right now in some of the areas on the far side of the racetrack. It is 16 miles after all. That's a lot of racing surface to have to dry out. Did receive a question of those watching along the iRacing YouTube side. How's Ferrari Esports doing? That's good Ferrari HP Esports team for you. 7th in class. It's your answer in GT3. For that car, a lap down overall to the rest of the field in their class.
The Ferrari actually seemed pretty good in the wet. They had some really competitive times with Nicolas Biot driving, but as it's dried out, I think again, the other teams that were quicker than them earlier in the dry are quicker than them again. So they might need to be careful at looking backwards at Marla Racing Team, who are 7 seconds behind them. And if it dries out and Marla can stop spinning at turn 1, then they might need to be careful to try to hold on to that 7th with their 296 GT3.
Yeah.
No black flags out there, but there's so many teams that have already served their first drive-through. And after you go to 100 incident points for that first drive-through, it's every 20 thereafter. And you got to imagine that you could make a couple of little mistakes in a scruffy stint and cross 20 again. So I guess keep an eye on the body language of some of the teams, how carefully they think they need to avoid off tracks.
I mean, I'd probably pick up 20 in a lap based on my luck. I mean, I could find a way. It'd be a lot of safety rating going down the tubes, but there's so many opportunities to pick up grass or crash the car here. Coming to play as, hold on, make sure things stay stable, Nürburgring Esports. This on board, just showing how fun this car is. A lot of people have described throughout the evening and from the community on how to drive, because in some have said on social media, they've said as with this car, it feels like a real car to drive this M2.
Sure looks to move around a little bit. You're seeing them begin to climb a couple more curves, which is symptomatic of the racetrack really starting to dry out. Not just a racing line, but a wide racing line that lets you get the curbs. Exit of Brunchen here, they're still getting a little bit of that. Elias Reiko gets a little more of it and has to be careful as the fiercely forward GT4 goes by. I think that's probably Aleix Noguet, 5th in class. Was Cook and have gone out to a 6-second race lead in GT4 since we last checked in on them. So we saw William Chadwick make that move, a little mistake under pressure from Jade Munoz, and the Was Cooking Porsche leads GT4. Fiercely forward now, looking Nürburgring. All the way to Schwalbenschwanz to get past that BMW, and they do.
Yeah, no major issues right now. That point for the lineup. So all this still keeping calm. So for many of those, keeping an eye on. Well, that's going to be the major thing too. You just said mentioning incident points. Let's take a look at 26. Where did they just pick up some? How about off of the corner once again for the opening complex, and another slide. Daniel Ola this time. Ola should say.
Everyone with a bicycle or a motorbike knows that wet painted lines are so slippery, and it's just gone a little too wide out of that first chicane, touched a tiny bit of the painted line and lit it up there. So it's still, even if we're getting close to completely dry lap times, treacherous out there with the little mistake. That's not how it would play out if the runoff was dry. You'd just kick up the dust, you'd lose a tenth rather than spinning out like that. Fastest lap of the race, I think in its totality for Nürburgring Esports, was a 9-minute 9-second. They've just completed a 9:13, so they're only 4 or 5 seconds away from fastest lap of the race.
They still have this competition keep them at bay. 1/10 point the last time by for the 587 after all that lap turned. So, at this point here, what would you be telling these teams in the midst of a fight like this after all this time, knowing there's still plenty of racing to go, but they remain relatively close on pace? What would you be telling your drivers right now?
Oh, start counting down the stints, I reckon, in a BMW M2, because it's a gigantic fuel cell in these things. They're doing 10-lap stints, which are... I'm doing live maths again, almost an hour, 40 minutes. So then, when we cross 3 hours 20, you stop. If you stop then you'll make it to an hour 40 to go, then you'll make it to the checkered flag. So these cars are only 2 stops away from going to the end of the race. And so then you've got to think about your driver lineups, your driver changes. If someone who hasn't driven and they've been, you know, away the last 12 hours or something gets back in the car, how are they going to handle these conditions? So you're just trying to get that transfer of knowledge from the driver who's in the car now to the driver that's going to be next, and say, no, it's not the same as we practiced in the dry, because this corner, this corner, this corner, you've just got to give one tyre width further away from the apex until it dries out a little more. So I think that's what you're doing in changing conditions, is trying to pass the knowledge from one driver to the next, work out the driver lineup and how many more stops you've got left to go.
All those calculations going to be so critical for people to think about here. So, let's see. I know some people are arguing on the YouTube side of the conversation, why aren't they still on rain tires? It still looks slick. Well, let's put it this way. Well, for many people, it might be faster just put on the dry tire, or they might be equal footing in terms that pace compared to the wets right now. The front part of the racetrack seems to be in particular where things have stayed relatively dry, as we've repeatedly said here. For those that are wondering on the question side of things, how things are going in terms of the drying process, it's just small rooster tails, small little pockets of moisture around this racetrack. But trying to move on to more conversational points, pit stops are underway for some teams. The 89 cars amongst those that just ducked in, by the way. So the window is now officially open for GT3 for pit stops.
Yeah, so we're now 7 laps removed from when the crossover point first came and the GT3 teams went to slick tyres. And so now it's time once again. The first team that did it was BMW M Team BS Competition. So they're in now again for another stop. And then next lap around, we're going to see most of the leaders. So Williams Sim Racing, Chill Blast, Williams Gaming Club, Veloce Thrustmaster, and then a few others like Scuderia Ferrari, HP Esports, and Marla Racing Team. Still seeing Sotomuto from Williams Gaming Club chip away at that race lead, down from about a minute 15 to 58 seconds. The ability to keep gaining is diminishing though.
Especially with how the weather is faring out for many of these teams. Remember the SOF for those that are asking, how do you enjoy the top split? Well, you get an iRating in the 7,000s. And everyone's been using all 7,000 of their iRatings here today to be able to wheel and deal with the race cars here at the Nürburgring amongst this 24 hours. Brought to you by Thrustmaster for this event this year. So, it's going to be about settling down at this point. And for a lot of these drivers, the fatigue level has to be high, very high at this point, David. Because for some of these teams, they were running stints earlier on. You're talking about multiple stints all throughout the night. The exhaustion level's definitely got to be there.
Yeah, we were racing all through the night, and then the rain comes along, and everyone needs to be on their toes. Then every single lap, you're reassessing your strategy, reassessing it. It's tough for the drivers. Everyone outside of the car has a lot of work to do, assessing what the weather is doing, and then we sort of cross over to slicks, but it's a really difficult time to be on slicks. It still looks pretty challenging, and like simple mistakes will go incredibly punished at the moment. So all of that, including this being just one of the toughest tracks for a 24-hour race, tougher than Spa, tougher than Daytona. So it just all combines to this being an incredibly brutal 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
What's your favorite moment in terms of the team side of things, in terms of managing things that comes to mind in an endurance like this? What is your favorite memory trying to organize a team and be able to get them to rally in an event like this?
2018, we won the second split of Nürburgring 24 in the Porsche Cup car class, and then we went and looked, and we did as many laps as second place in the top split did. And I think I drove the most laps for the team and had the team's fastest lap of the race in that one, and that I think about that all the time, and it was too many years ago for me to still think about it as much as I do. But we did a lot of strategy work in that one, so we did a lot of 10-lap stints, fuel-saving double stinting tyres when others were doing 9-lap stints, and doing 9-lap stints, everyone else was thinking, do we double or we triple? Well, we just doubled 10-lap stints. And so instead of saying, oh, do we do 18 or 27 laps on the tyres, we did 20 on the tyres. We had a tyre advantage, we had a fuel advantage, we did less pit stops, we won.
Yeah, there's so many different things when it comes to the team side. Just the excitement to be able to run in an event like this is always there. That's why some of the top teams always come out to have some fun, be able to show they can perform in races like this overall. Still, it's about trying to finish all the laps at this point. Can confirm, by the way, for those curious, there is sunshine poking through a couple of the clouds right now in a couple areas, making it a bit more brighter. So it's not as gloom and doom compared to the far side of the course. It's the Nürburgring that is in particular where you'll start to see right about here some of the brightness start to pop on through as things get a little bit more clearer out there compared to the shadiness of some of the other areas. See the differences in lines still coming down even this straightaway as drivers try and play different lines. A bit more drier to the left, pretty clear on the Rooster Tails. That right side of the track is still pretty damp.
I think it was trying to break the toe is what was happening on the Nürburgring that time.
That too.
This is the lap coming around where you're going to see heaps of GT3 pit stops led by Williams Sim Racing, and then a minute later, Sodamuto and Williams Gaming Club will come around, make their stop. So I wonder if this is the point of the race where we get some driver changes in GT3. So drivers that are going to stay in all the way to the checkered flag. It's I guess possible. The thing is, I'm predicting 24 laps remaining, and that is not nicely equally divisible by 7. So it's sort of 3 stints and a splash to get to the end. Seeing Sammy Matty Trogan still staying in the race-leading GT3 from Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast.
The window, as said, wide open. 7 laps is now the mark for GT3 for pit stops. It's about trying to execute now on all those stops now for those respective teams.
Second and third in, so Sodamuto and Cody Deeth. Deeth only got in recently, I think, with the slick tyres. Sodamuto might have been the same as well. So I think second and third, those drivers will probably stay in at least another stint, but you never know. And there's no penalty to changing drivers every stop in GT3. The pit stop time is about 40 seconds. The driver change time is 30. So long as you're taking 3/4 of a tank of fuel, you could change drivers every stint if you wanted and not extend the pit stop time. But normally when someone is in the rhythm, you want to leave them. So normally sort of 2 or 3 hours would be the way to go. We're seeing a driver change. Lasse back into the 25 again. All right. Goodbye, Cody. Hello, Lasse.
Didn't he just jump out of the car a stint or two ago?
Yeah, so it is an interesting decision to make that swap.
Why do you think they made that swap? I know there was people on the comment side of things that mentioned potential technical side of things for Lasse. Do you think things may have settled down maybe for him to then jump into the car? They were closing on Williams to maybe pounce on that fight too.
Yeah,
right now, yeah, they need to close 9 seconds, David, is the big thing.
Yeah, 2 seconds slower on the in-lap for Veloce Thrustmaster 25. we're looking at Williams Gaming Clubs, where Soda Muto stayed in. Will have gone to a new set of slick tyres. So maybe now's an opportunity, not this lap, but the next one, to get close to breaking the fastest lap of the race again. Sun's come out, but the track temp remains at 24 Celsius. Got as high as 27 at one point. And it just keeps on drying off. So for as long as that racetrack was wet, suddenly we're back to a predominantly dry track. Shera Esports pit, long-ish, going long for that 15. What's added about 10 seconds to their stop? Damage?
Not sure. Let's maybe look back on that here if we can, but for now, just got to keep on driving forward here. So still follow along with the car on screen. This is still Williams Game Club, so sort of Muto, very solid driver, usually is a contender amongst top fives we've seen in the official races. Once again, performing well. And Williams trying to complete the 1-2 on the podium here today. Those drivers going to be definitely happy if they're able to accomplish that here today with the way things have gone or how things shook out from earlier. Can confirm someone did mention that apparently that it was computer issues confirmed. That's why they initially swapped out last day back. Some of those confirming that right now, and now has gotten the PC stabilized. That's the reason for the swap, it appears, in their regard. So, back now to close up for now. Speaking of which, hearing there is a closeout. Glenn and Sabelt Esports amongst them closing up on the ADAC racing machine as well. Here's a look at the 002. Looking to get things closed up, or rather that's 001, believe.
I got to pay more attention, I think, actually, because Kadlacik in the Adidas Racing by WSR car, this is going to be his in-lap, so he's just started his 8th lap, but it was previously 2 seconds quicker than this Grid and Go 002, so this was closing up for 3rd and 4th, but I think Kadlacik's going to have to pit before he gets close enough to make the move on this. There's a big mistake out of this Porsche Cup car. So you can see just in the background there. Well, I guess actually, no, Kadlacik might have time. We'll see. This could get interesting for this podium spot, and then it becomes about undercut, overcut as these two cars pit 1 lap separate, 1 lap offset from each other.
There is some of the offset. 002 still on the prowl for some spots. Grid and Go. Yes, is the one that we're talking about. I will say, Sean Campbell doing everything for the bees, as the helmets always have said for him. What's going on with one of the other cars that we were just talking about, Glenn and Sabelt? Looks fine, looks fine, not fine. Big wiggle in the save.
Found a bit of a wet patch exiting the carousel there, and lucky to keep it stable. Starting to look pretty dry here as well, approaching the flood flats, you'd hope so. If Campbell's picked up a tiny bit of the pace gap, sits 2.4 seconds, because then immediately follows through 4th place. These guys are in a bit of an island, unfortunately, because they're 3 minutes behind 2nd, but 3 minutes ahead of 5th. So the battle 3rd and 4th is, yeah, sort of all it is for the moment.
Yeah. GT4, by the way, has started up their window. That's why you're seeing all those pit stop boxes on the right side of your screen. Kimacheva wants those coming on through. Many others queuing on through.
Yeah, GT4 leaders, times come around for them after 7 laps. Cedric in to replace Chadwick. Kunze in to take over the Williams Sim Racing place seat Aston Martin. Oh, slightly quicker stop for the Aston Martin. So suddenly they'll be a tiny bit closer. The last 2 pit stops have been a shorter time for the Aston Martin. I wonder if it's saving fuel better or something. Certainly the Was Cooking Racing Adventures Porsche, every time we've seen it, fastest GT4 on track by a margin. But it's an endurance race, it's a strategy race, and making 5 seconds on the track is the same as 5 seconds saved in the pit lane.
So, all sorts of swapping around for many of these teams. By the way, all these drivers have seen some domination today in the TCR class. For those wondering still, G-Force Racing, WSR Esports continuing up in front. Gavoro amongst those. A part of that organization now joining the broadcast booth. Gail, first things first, thanks for taking the time to speak with us here. How have things looked in your respective class here today in TCR, where we've seen domination for the 272?
We're chilling. Well, we weren't chilling when the rain came, because it's always an experience, but we had some margin, so we're chilling.
So, as you chill along, what's been some of the team discussion as the night went on, especially when the rain hit, where there was so much talk on, it wasn't in the forecast, Then the forecast, of course, changed. What was that conversation like once the weather changed overnight?
So Michael actually picked up the car when the rain came, and I drove just before it. But on the track that long, it's actually pretty straightforward. Like, you start to see a little bit of rain coming. It's pretty much gonna be a switch to the rain tire for sure. It's more after that we had to gauge the switch to dry once again. We've kind of fell into a perfect window where we didn't have any struggle to actually switch back. Like, the driving on the wet is very particular on certain part of the track, but once it went to dry, we didn't get these kind of issues. So the practice went well. We didn't have any particular issues. Wasn't the case for everyone. In a way, the TCR is pretty easy on the rain around here.
What's been the confidence like for your organization? Because Paul Smith had given me the insight as well earlier on today that you guys did the same type of performance 4 hours to Thruxton, where you were dominant there. What's the confidence been now, back-to-back weeks in special events, being top of the board?
Well, I wasn't part of WSR. It's just a collaboration with Ivra for another endurance series against each other, so that's why it's a collaboration between G-Force and WSR. I guess for them it must be pretty good to bring 2 great results back-to-back like that. And yeah, that pretty much seals off the TCR year for us on the middle of the year. We don't have anything else really to do, but it's already nice that we got one special event dedicated to the TCR guys, because they are a very specific community that likes to drive quite a lot these specific cars.
So what brought together the collaboration then for this event to your 2 organizations?
Winning. Straightforward, but yeah, we felt that we had a very strong lineup between each other, so as you can see, it's pretty much working in our favor. Obviously, we still have 3 hours to go, but it's looking quite good, and everybody did a great job running the race.
So what's now the approach the rest of the way, especially knowing you've got a 1-lap advantage on the rest of your class? What's the goal? What are the goals to close out this race as the 78 says hello to your car?
Bring it home, just bring it home. See an overtake like that, you try to give as much space, you try to be as clear as possible, not make any doubt in a faster car overtaking, especially the Porsche Cups or the GT3s, the class that are still fighting for positions, especially when they're in the middle of the fight. You try to be very clear about your intentions and to make the job easier for you and easier for them.
Anything else you want to mention or say before we let you get back to the rest of your organization?
Apples have been consumed. Sadly, we don't have a webcam around here, but yeah, it's nice to actually have rain in an event like this. Spice up things. Doesn't work out for everyone, but that's the game.
But you get back to your team as you continue domination up at the front. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you, thank you.
Galvoro up in front. Thank you for the time. Speakless here in this one. Not sure what he mentioned he was consuming, but he's having a fun time. Him and that organization, G-Force and WSR, again grouping together for this event, David, and they're having fun. The WSR side going back to back in special events. G-Force bring their drivers along for the ride and having some speed to boot.
It's going really, really positively for them. It hasn't been completely smooth sailing. At a few points we've seen them be off the track, but for every other TCR, even more dramas. And the speed's been there as well to continually just extend this advantage. Konstantin Stolzenberg obviously driving at the moment, as we heard from his teammate Gael Valero. So we're not far away from crossing the top of this hour. And then I'm looking at the predicted number of laps. So I think you're 3 stops to get home in GT3, 3 stops to get home in Porsche Cup, 3 in GT4, 2 in TCR, and 2 in the BMW M2 category.
And in a few minutes' time, things are about to swap over soon over to an Eric colleague and Tom Knight. What are your overall thoughts now in general about how things have now gone in this race? With the sunshine starting to float through the clouds, what are your thoughts that you want people to keep in mind as we approach the top of the hour?
Oh, rain's pretty good. Inject a bit of spice, a little bit of jeopardy. It means that the advantage is built over the uninterrupted green flag running of the first 12 hours of the race. Don't necessarily mean you're going to keep tracking that way all the way to the checkered flag, and yeah, mind your P's and Q's, mind your track limits. We've seen a couple more black flags come in. You never know what could happen towards the end of this as well. Like Coed and Sagat, we saw them run off the road. That triggered their limited number of incidents, so then they took their pit stop, and now they're going to have to come through to serve a drive through, and there's plenty of other teams that have to be very, very careful about how they do this all the way to the end, what drivers they have left, and hey, good racing everyone, best of luck.
Any predictions on top of things that you want to add in?
I still think that Williams 1-2 is on in GT3. Do I have a spicy GT4 prediction? Not really.
I mean,
slowed up.
I'm sorry, I was about to say, I mean, we've seen everything happen with Gwen. A lot has happened to them. Could see craziness for the away.
I think we wouldn't rule out anything as far as the incident limits and all of that go as well. So in any of these close battles, you just never know who's on 99 incident points and who's only gotten 50. And so who can race how hard. Time for me to duck away, but I reckon it's time for you guys to check what's happening in the kitchen.
Yes, indeed. We'll check in with that in a moment, as now say goodbye to David Haynes, and we now bring in hello to Tom Knight. Hello, Tom. How are you? Welcome to the broadcast booth.
Thank you very much, Justin. It's good to be here. It's good to be, well, on our virtual area in Germany. I'm very much looking forward to it. Been keeping track of the broadcast over the last kind of 18, 19 hours or so. I'm very much looking forward to the next hour.
Yes, indeed. And before we get into the full conversations on your perspectives here, we do have one team ready to bring in some manga perspectives. What's Cooking was able to cook their way to the top of their class with the help of William Chadwick. William, it's been a while since we've talked. Remember you in the broadcast side of things a while back, and now your car is cooking. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Very, very long stint. Obviously, I elected to do pretty much from the start of rain appearing on the radar till when we were back onto slicks and past that sort of awkward period with a drying line. And yeah, it's just over to Jack now to hopefully bring it home against Williams.
What was kind of the discussion points as the night went on? Because earlier on in the race, you're around top 3, top 4, so things seemed to change as the night went on, though. What would you describe those changes as the race has gone on to get yourself in this position to battle up front, even with the rainy conditions?
I think that inherently our car's good in the rain, or at least easier to drive, because it's just got more traction, which helps us out. But also, you know, I think we were quite unlucky to be where we were, and it wasn't reflecting of our pace. You know, we had a speeding in the pit lane after the first stint, which dropped us back 40 seconds, and we also got hit like sort of mid-race, which cost us another 20-30 seconds and some damage. So we were far back, but thankfully I was able to lock in, do some good times, and really able to I was just flat out. That was the thing. We were a minute 30 ahead of the car behind us, and it was a minute 30 to the car ahead of us. So it was just a case of 100% risk and trying to make as much of the wet conditions as possible. And thankfully I was able to keep it on the island and catch up.
Now, talking about the organization as a whole, how would you describe the spirit of the team, especially knowing the team started, at least from what we've seen a couple years ago, as, you know, fun for drivers that were a part of some of the driver swaps going on, and now has actually become a legitimate organization that has been able to perform? How would you describe the spirit of how Was Cooking has now become a strong contender in whatever class you run in?
Well, I'm just a guest driver for this round, but working with the guys has been really good. So, you know, we've had always someone watching the radar across the course of the night, no matter what time we were at. Multiple people, you know, just feeding in useful information, especially in the wet when you've got different levels of rain coming, where there's gaps of rain and stuff like this. And we've just been very determined to prove that it wasn't just a one-off when we won in 2023, and we can win in 2025 as well.
So overall, what will now be the approach for you and your organization? What's the game plan now that you've got the lead and now have built up a buffer of almost 4 seconds on Williams?
Keep cooking. Let Jack do his thing. He's very fast in the dry here, so as soon as he, you know, beds into the track, because it's not quite a dry track yet, so you have to be a little bit careful. He's building up his pace, and we should be able to hopefully manage this gap. And let's see what happens. It's still 3 hours left, still plenty of pit stops to go, still plenty of carnage that could and maybe will happen.
Will we see you cook in the race car again?
No, I don't think so, but maybe I'll do one more, but I think I did like got a good few runs in a row there. I think it might have been 6 hours, so I'm pretty hot and sweaty, but if Jack needs a break for one, then maybe I'll jump back in and give him a 1 hour off.
That's going to be interesting with 3 hours to go. Anything else you want to bring up to mind that some people may not realize with how this race has now gone that you want to bring up from your organization perspective?
We're the only Porsche in the race, so we're flying the flag for that. But yeah, no, thanks for the chat, and I hope the rest of the broadcast goes well.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chad. William Chadwick, I don't think got the reference to the last one. We're making some jokes about, you know, Chad. I don't think that will be taken out of context well, but in all seriousness though, Tom, Was Cooking has been cooking as of late on speed, being able to try and get themselves in position to win a second time in this event.
Oh, absolutely. They've got the burner turned up to the absolute max. The pace has been phenomenal all throughout the course. Obviously, if you look back, the little bit of damage they had earlier on, but they have overcome those quarrels and managed to actually put in some really good stints back to back. And now they find themselves, as you were alluding to earlier, top of the GT4 sort of timing and looking to try and push forward with that.
Looking at one of the air cars right now, Grin and Go, Sean Campbell has now got himself within a second and a half of the 38 machine after pit stops in the past few moments or so. Some of the rare cars in the field are in the midst of service right now with like Kubo Torres you see in the 14 machine. But so far, the Grin and Go Esports machine has been trying to power its way forward in this race to be able to close on up, get themselves in the podium positions. We've seen both the Grin and Go cars look very fast, Tom.
We certainly have. They've got that grit determination about them at the moment. Obviously, we've got just under 3 hours to go. If we're looking at it from a standpoint, there is the moment where we change from just an endurance race to potentially looking towards the ends now. Are we going to go for an alternate strategy? Are we going to try and push hard now and hope that it pays off? Or are we going to sit back, wait for that last couple of hours and then really put in a good couple of stints?
That's a huge question for a lot of people right now at this point, as the class leaders Coanda did come in and be able to push it to 8 laps, by the way, on the respective stint. So we've heard David's perspectives from his side of things. What's your perspective on an endurance race like this to get yourself in true position to be able to fight? What's kind of going through your mind as a driver at this point of the race with less than 3 hours to work with?
Depends where you are in your respective class. I think that's where you've got to try and weigh up the considerations. Are you towards the front? Are you in a position that you could potentially try and win this? Or are you kind of towards the mid-pack? Are you going for a consolidation? Are you trying to kind of just recover from maybe some earlier instance? If you're looking around the GT4s, there was cooking the Williams, maybe even dragging in the TCE Sports as well. Obviously, they're all kind of going on a very similar path. What do we do now to potentially get ourselves to the top of the podium? I think, you know, we're past that midpoint. We're past the point where penalties and even damage potentially could be consolidated. In fact, you can recover from that. So maybe 90% pace to the final hour, and then if you're in a bit of trouble, go foot to the floor and pretty much go to the end.
It's been foot to the pedal and pedal to the metal so far. These cars, their teammates in Isabel Maria Seno did just come down to pit road. And for those wondering, Sean Campbell known for success in series like majors on the iRacing platform, major contender on the road courses, usually when it comes to raw pace. Just outside drafting distance right now. The car in front still being held up in the draft. Leah still making his way on forward in the 38 machine, able to slip on by the BMW as they try and close up. That is the Maniti purple machine trying to hold on. Oh, park the bus. Maniti trying to move to the left side. Bad timing for Grin and Go to reach them.
Absolutely right. As they come down the hill, that BMW necessarily didn't have anywhere to go. The Porsche tried left, moved to the right-hand side. Eventually, there was a little bit of free space on the circuit, and the BMW did move out of the way. But especially when you're talking about a 24-hour race like this, when you come up against the slower classes of cars, even coming up against some of the lapped competition, you really have to consider when the overtake is necessary, when you can afford to go for it. Obviously, if you look at the car at the moment, they're trying to chase down some of the cars in front. Can they afford to lose all that time?
Yes, indeed. So, we'll see how this now fares out. They've lost a second as a result of that traffic. A big flurry of pit stops for the rest of their classmates, by the way, that were offset by about a lap, including Drago Racing. Drago Racing is now amongst those in Ricardo Rico for their respective class right now. Now, to quickly give a rundown on how things are going, Williams still with the 1-2 in the respective class in GT3, by the way, for those curious. Delaunche has lost what was under 3 seconds to 15 seconds this stint. Coanda still controlling this class. What's cooking, controlling GT4 now by 3.5 seconds. TCR still controlled by GeForce Racing, WSR Esports, all while Go Esports does have top step in M2 by more than 4.5 seconds. So the class lead's got separations right now, Tom, but it's about keeping it clean to the very end. We've already seen dramatic moments for the Coanda cars in the Cup class here this weekend for the multiple times as talked about.
We certainly have. Damage limitation is going to be absolutely important. You've only got just over 2.5 hours to go. You want to avoid any more than necessary trips back to pit lane. Obviously, you don't want to have to repair any damage. You realistically only want to spend your time stopped for fuel and for tyres, potentially even a late driver swap as well. But that's going to be the key issue. How much can you afford to push without having damage, without going off the track? We know how close some of the walls can come thick and fast through the more technical sections, and if history is prevailing itself once again, sometimes we might see a few nervous moments from Kanoda.
I'm sorry, Kanoda?
Oh, I'm sorry. Pronunciation's probably bad on that. Leader of the Cup.
Oh, yes. Gotcha. So, Coanda you're talking about.
Yes, sorry.
Well, first time I've heard that pronunciation, but so we continue to see things in the M2 as we've continued on, by the way. Right now, BS competition, last time by, running about 9 minutes, 10 seconds. They're within 2 seconds of their best times now. So the track has dried out even more so, where they've gained an extra 2-3 seconds of pace. There isn't as much rooster tails now being kicked up on the M2s now.
Yeah, they've seemed to find their pace just a little bit. It's close competition between the two, well, runners second and third at the moment. Obviously, we're riding on board with the BS Plus competition car, just behind the Nürburgring Esports Whippinman car in the M2 category. It's so close between the two of them. I think we're going to see them close as we head further into this race as well.
And it becomes down to driver skill set, but also finding those little edges in the setup right now. We know that Nürburgring Esports is their home turf. The BS competition, this is their home car, if you get what I mean, in terms of BMW's esports program. So where do you find those extra bits of speed to lie forward here to be able to find those advantages? Where would you find those extra bits here, your BS competition, and try and get the spot back for second?
I mean, if you're sat in that car at the moment, are you wondering, maybe can you brake a couple of meters later into every corner? We know just how many there are. As the car in front does go off into the grass, that's the advantage the BS competition car could be wanting.
That was a little bit sketchy. The 587 went off in the grass. Joel Kleinig able to hold on, though. Didn't lose too much time from that despite going to the grass, Tom.
I think what's actually helped him out there is Elias maybe backed off slightly, didn't want to cause contact. We're getting to that later stage of the race now. They don't want to have repairs, but actually, I say that's the BS competition car right on the rear and potentially putting a little bit more pressure on the 587. And if I'm sat in the 587, that little excursion onto the grass is definitely going to fill you with a little bit of nerves, a little bit of hesitation if you're wanting to try and push now.
Just trying to be careful right now. You see slight lane variation between them. It's competition a little bit closer to the curbing. Nürburgring Esports trying to give a little bit of arc. Some of these lines on the diamond to make sure they can maximize things. Still some areas a little bit slick for them to deal with right now.
Certainly, if I'm Elias again, I'm going to be sitting in the mirrors of Joel. Obviously, you want to try and put as much pressure on the car in front. We saw the mistake earlier. Are they going to try and force another mistake again? The competition car going slightly sideways. I think just finding that balance of grit versus determination. to push on to the cars in front. It's going to be close between the two of them. I think as much as it is a physical game here at the Nürburgring, we are starting to experience a bit of a mental game between the two drivers as well.
Almost a chess match in amongst itself, if you will. Pops up in an event like this. So you have some traffic. Oh, that was near trouble. Drago Racing joining the conversation, nearly floored it into the back of the Nürburgring Esports. That Cup car has a massive bit of speed and nearly carried it too fast into both of those cars.
That was incredibly close by the Porsche. I wonder how much Elias actually managed to see before they managed to get out of the way. Obviously, we saw the second place BMW that maybe didn't move out of the way as quick as possible. Maybe just wasn't expecting them. They were keeping their eyes on the competition car just behind them. All their focus was on that. And we know, especially in motorsport racing, how much those blinkers can come on when you're focusing on just a singular car, and yet it's another excursion, just two wheels onto the grass as well. They're looking behind more than they're looking forward, I'm certain.
Everyone trying to keep themselves calm for the end here. As part of things have calmed down in terms of attrition as they worked away with one of the carousels. Right, just staying within spinning distance for a draft right now on the M2s. By the way, those wondering how far they are on the strategy, BS competition's getting close, if not just about on range for a pit stop. Nürburgring Esports has a 1 lap difference on strategy to them in terms of their fuel markers. So it's going to be important that pretty soon it's going to be an in lap for the 7 to push forward to make this pass.
Yeah, the competition car stops earlier than the rest of the M2 field here, so they've gone for a slight bit of an undercut. Obviously, such a long circuit. We do see sometimes that it pays off. They've caught up to the back of the Nürburgring car, but obviously when we come to the later stages, those earlier and later pit stops, I think, are going to pay dividends to a few cars. Will it work? They've gone a lap earlier. Guess we'll have to wait and see.
Pretty soon we'll find out if this is going to work out for them. And the strategy's been made at this point, Tom, too, because you can't really alternate now. You're locked in. You've been locked in for a while as a result. You better hope it works in terms of strategy from here on out if you want a true shot.
Absolutely. There's little to none terms of flexibility when it comes to this sort of stage of the race. You're looking at your final few pit stops, if not your final pit stop, before the end of the race. And, you know, you'll have your fuel loads locked in, you'll have your driver stints locked in. You can't really make much variance with the circuit as long as this. It's just one of the challenging factors about the 24 hours of Nürburgring. You have to play by the ball that you determine probably days or weeks in advance.
Now, let me ask you, how often do you run endurance racing on the platform or in general?
I've done a couple in the past. I've done a few on other platforms, but mainly a couple on iRacing. Not anything as long as the Nürburgring, but I've done a couple of shorter endurance races with friends.
So what's that experience like, being able to race as a unit and as a team in general, that excitement of being able to take part in a special event like this?
Oh, it's absolutely fascinating. It's such a build of camaraderie, because even those drivers that aren't in the car, they're doing other things in the background. They're on weather spotting, they're checking for cars and fighting in and around you. They're giving you the updates of how your performance and your pace is compared to some of your closest rivals, and especially in multi-class racing as well. They're warning you of those quicker cars that are gaining on you second after second, as we do see is the BS Plus competition in towards pit row.
So more pit stops, and this is as expected. Is this going to be enough on the pit stop timing, or rather, can they get a good outlap to be able to get some overlap with the Nürburgring Esports machine to find themselves back ahead Looks like they are making some swaps right now in their car, including on the tires, with them up on the jacks. And they are making the driver change. Elias Sepinen now jumps behind the wheel of the VS competition entry for them.
Yeah, new driver, fresh pair of eyes, fresh pair of legs, sometimes needed, and they probably will be looking either to go to the end or right until the very last possible moment. Elias will be coming out the car. Wait to see who's going to jump into it. They are off the jacks and probably ready to go in the next few moments.
Pit stop times for this class have been about, well, it depends, some 36 seconds, some of them upwards, with the driver swaps and the tires, over a minute. Sepinen is waiting patiently in the box. Pretends to fill up fully here after going on the jacks. Under 3 hours to work with for this class, mind you. Off and away they go. Sepinen able to get the launch out of the box, and that basically means everyone is on slicks, by the way. Here on out, we've seen a lot of swapping around on the tires. Everyone earlier had some different overlap, and now we see how things close out for the M2s. So it's going to be interesting where the Nürburgring Esports car is going to have themselves shuffle here as the 7 pushes. We'll see if there's any difference and variation on strategy, because Nürburgring Esports had one of those 1 minute 6 pit stops last time they were in the service.
They absolutely did, and their spotters, their drivers will be watching the 7 car with eager eyes now, seeing what progress they make over the course of this lap, because if we're expecting them to follow a very similar strategy, and we probably are from this point on, the 587 car will probably be coming into the box at the end of the next lap. But it's a crucial test of what's happening to the car behind us who pitted that lap early. What can we learn from them?
What do those notes look like? Yes. Once these drivers. So, there's 38 minutes to work with for a lot of these teams here in this event. And for a lot of these drivers right now, there is that viewpoint here too of the exhaustion level. Was about to ask in terms of the special event side of things too, how was it for you managing the energy levels? We've heard David's thoughts on it. What are your thoughts on the fatigue levels that build up during an event like this?
Yeah, those last couple of hours on any endurance race, I think the 12 hours and the 24 hours especially, those last couple of hours are tough. You've been up for a considerable amount of time. I've seen people, and especially friends that I've done endurance races with in the past, have gone to sleep in the middle of 24-hour races, but equally I know people that have decided to stay up for the entire time, albeit they're not the ones driving those final stints, I think, to their relief, and the teams as well. But it's a real balance of how do you keep yourself fueled, how do you keep yourself entertained, because it's a mental game as well. As much as your body may be feeling alert and awake, you know, you've had enough rest and enough sustenance to see you through. You're doing 24 hours with the same people, hearing the same noises. It gets very repetitive, and actually that can allow your mind to switch off, even if you're in the car.
Yeah. And for many of these people, it's also going to be about making sure there's no body aches, there's no issues in that regard. A lot of these drivers can have a nice sleep probably after all this racing here in this one.
They certainly can. I mean, it's afternoon here in the UK, obviously it'll be early morning just over in the United States. They'll be very thankful, I think, for their bed to come at them very quickly and have a long old nap after the entire 24 hours. It's a long race, it's a mental race, it's a physical race, and it just is the pinnacle of motorsport, is the 24 hours.
So I believe we do have another driver standing on by. We'll confirm in a bit here to make sure. Because I think one of the drivers is trying to figure out a way they can communicate while in the car. I'm gonna confirm if they are the ones in the car, because here's the thing. It's great to hear a conversation with drivers, but we don't want to end up causing an incident, obviously, by trying to communicate and then finding out anything along those lines. So believe we'll check things up with the Fiercely Forward camp. We'll just check in with them in a moment. So, was about to say, communication's key. Being able to maintain focus is key for a lot of these drivers too, to be able to hit those final couple hours right.
Absolutely. Communication, hydration, sustenance, they're the three things that you really have to try and navigate in a long race. And the communication's key. You've got to keep your driver entertained. And sometimes we do see that, especially if we look at some of the teams that have been streaming the 24 hours. You've got to make the driver laugh, albeit not in the technical sections, because that can cause, more worse than good. But in the long straights, in the areas like that on the circuit, if you can have a good laugh, keep the brain awake, keep the mind alive, that's going to be absolutely critical, because, you know, the more you're entertained, the more you are paying attention, the better your racing's going to be, even if you're waiting for the next stint. Absolutely critical.
Yeah, here's the driver that's trying to communicate while in the car. For the sake of their stint, we're going to wait until they jump out, for obvious reasons, but Fiercely Forward Gray, decent run. Right now running third in the TCRs. And TCR's had some whirlspin of moments today. Spin and toe has been offset on strategy much of the day. Tom Mayle trying to drive this car onto the podium.
Certainly is. They're in a good opportunity at the moment. Obviously, they've got spin and toe just ahead of them, I think by about a lap. So at the moment, they're in a bit of a consolidation effort. They're just going to try and sit pretty and make it to the end of the race. And as it stands, they're on for a very, very good podium over very mixed conditions. I must admit, keeping these TCR cars on the circuit must have been a challenge, let alone over such a long period of time.
Yeah, I think if drivers are in that sequence trying to get an interview in the car, they might be just trying to focus up and be able to finish out strong while also trying to keep themselves entertained here. We'll see if he comes back, but he's looking for a bit of come up, for some luck to be able to move up any spots here on out. It's a 1 lap difference, mind you, between him and Spin until about 3 minutes. Fiercely Forward, for their competitors in general, have had a bit of a whirlwind. We've had a lot of cars pick up attrition today. We started with 60, Tom. We're down to 43.
Certainly are. It's no easy feat, is this circuit. It's one that takes time, dedication, but also patience. You've got to make every single corner almost perfectly every time. It's a circuit that will bite back at you if you make a mistake, especially through the Tyson technical sections, which we're seeing the TCR go through at the moment. The second you hit one of those barriers, I mean, sometimes it could be a very expensive repair bill for the cars, and that is an increased amount of time you will lose in the box.
See them rumbling around on the...
Does look like Tom Mayle's back in, potentially wanting a bit of a chat whilst he's racing. Not quite sure where he's going, but maybe a bit of showmanship we'd like to experience.
Yeah. I'm going to stay away for now from that conversation. He's trying. But 587 is in, more importantly. Daniel Muth is now in the car for Nürburgring Esports Wepperman. See that driver change on the right side of the screen. So, we'll see where they stack up against competition. He closed up more than a minute on the offset. Last time by, they ran in the 9:14s. Some of the drivers have been running in the 9:10s previously in their respective cars. So M2 gonna get interesting for second step on the podium.
Absolutely. The gap is closing over the course, and the question is, how long is that BMW going to be stationary? And the car in front of it seems to be missing all of their front bumper. Must have been a bit of a collision with the wall, and that's a big hit by the look of it.
Yeah, that car pretty much demolished the one that's in the pit lane. There's a few of them like that. Yeah, I believe that be maybe the 68. Amongst those that are in pit road, FTW also amongst those have been meatball flags when it goes 077. In the same case, and Nürburgring Esports off and away. Where did BS competition shape out? A fair ways back, actually. So a decent separation between the two cars now. Nürburgring Esports, good in lap in the first place, able to get an advantage. They also had a 10-second quicker pit stop. So a big difference on how they're approaching this strategy now to be able to get that time differential.
Yeah, that 10-second disadvantage in the pits actually is what equated to the major difference between the two cars. If you remove that from the equation, it was only about 4 seconds difference. But of course, if we take into the consideration the BS Plus competition car stopped slightly earlier, the tyres will be up to temperature. They'll have maybe a better running on this lap, but it doesn't look like they're closing the gap as much as they would have liked to. So this could be a good play for the Nürburgring Esports.
Yeah. We'll see if this plays out the way they're hoping to be able to secure the podium. Shorter distance to be able to build up a buffer for this spot. That's 30 minutes away until we make an hour commentary swap, by the way, for those curious. Will be Paul and Darren who will take us to the home stretch. And you see them just continuously making sure all the marks around here. This is such a vast track in the first place, Tom. To be able to run this track, to be able to play the game of run lap after lap. There's a lot of challenges around here, to say the very least.
Absolutely. The list of challenges for the Nürburgring is absolutely, well, incredibly long. You not only is it 24 hours of racing, it's probably one of the longest circuits we'll run on these endurance races. You've got to learn every sequence of corners, and just when you think you've memorized one sequence, another set of corners comes to you rather quickly, and you're not entirely sure what to deal with that. It takes so much practice just because of how many corners there are over the course of one lap. It's not like when we go to we went to Thruxton a few weeks ago, 11 or 12 corners for our drivers to navigate. No, this is a completely different beast to master.
Yep. What is the prime example you can think of in terms of being some of these major challenges? What section pops up the most in terms of complexes corner-wise?
Oh, that's a really difficult question, because I think different cars will have struggles on different elements. You'll have the area of the Grand Prix circuit where we come to kind of in the midway. That will kind of suit maybe the TCR, the M2 cars, but obviously when we consider the more back end of the Nordschleife area, I think that will really pay its attention to the GT4s and the GT3s. That's where those cars seem to dominate as we get a replay here.
Oh, that's the 915. Hard contact for Impulse. Yeah, they were going side by side in a bad area to do so, with the rooster tails kicking up. And that car has taken a lot of contact all throughout the night. Peter Smielek not having a fun time there.
Yeah, fresh bodywork required for that. It was just unfortunate. Tried to go side by side, and it may be a bit of a damp part of the track. Car lost all of its traction. I think they were very lucky it was only a front end tap with the wall. That could have been a considerable amount more of damage, but they got away rather lightly, all things considered. They think should be able to drive that back to the box.
Taking a look at your eSport, by the way, on screen. Right now, third GT3. Coming up towards the pit window in not this time by, but next time by. Right now, 13 seconds away from the next nearest car. So far, they look pretty stable on the track, and this is the tough thing in some cases. Yeah, you have your battle packs that form up, your small giggles of cars. You also have your pit stops starting to form up for drivers like BMW M2 CS competition. But in some cases, you're on your lonesome just trying to log the laps and finish out the miles.
Absolutely. It's going to be lap after lap, and in the case of the car we're watching at the moment, probably just one more of those until they can come into the pit lane and get themselves reacquainted with a fresh set of fuel and maybe some new tyres towards the end. But that's the challenge, the struggle, especially here at the moment. You've got to just put in a consistent performance lap after lap, avoid damage, and once you get towards that last hour, that's when you can really start to assess maybe are some chances on here, but it's just about consistency. That is the crucial thing at the moment.
It's key, it's important, it's mindful in terms of how you approach this track. So we continue to look, can they get in position here? Impulse, by the way, Steve peeled into the pit lane of the Cup car. They were on the verge of the edge of the pit stop window. Something's gone on with the 009 as well. Believe they just had a quick blip though, as you see the pit lane start to get a bit more active. In terms of some of these drivers, you see some more changes going on for some of those teams as we take a look at some of the Air Cup cars. This is the 38. This is Adidas Racing holding on to the podium spots.
Certainly is. They've got a good gap out front of them. Obviously, they've got about 2 minutes to the way of Drago Racing up the 169 car just ahead of them. But the main competition, the Grid and Go Esports number 2 car, just 4.5 seconds back at the moment. As we head into the latter stages of this race, will they think about them being competition? Are we about to see them? But obviously, Grid and Go Esports 2, they are a pit stop behind.
Adidas Racing, one of the teams with some real-world connections. WSR working with this organization, but it's a group that does race in Europe. Races in particular in touring cars in the Eastern Europe Championships. So one of the many organizations trying to build a bridge to sim racing.
Certainly are. And that is the bridge that is absolutely critical. We've seen it in quite popularly at the moment. Obviously, a few real-life teams have started having their development drivers, having their sim racing sort of experiences, and they're dipping their toes in to the virtual world. But it actually pays quite a good benefit to quite a few of their drivers and also their brand as well to have this broadcast out to some of their fans that may not know they are a team in real life.
It's a connection to build for future, right? In terms of things. As for a lot of teams, it's an opportunity to be able to build connections. And in some cases, we've seen a lot of people come from sim racing to reality as of late. Some of these drivers have gotten a chance to test or are becoming sim drivers for some of the real teams.
You're absolutely right. Sim racing is leading that way, especially when it comes to seeing how drivers can perform. We've seen it, I believe, with the Red Bull lineup. Sebastian Job, I think, has taken that Red Bull car out for quite a few spins in days and weeks gone past. And, you know, he started off doing sim racing like all of our drivers here at the moment. It's a fantastic stepping stone, and it's gaining more and more traction as we start to see events and competitions like this really starting to kick off.
Looking around some of the other cars as we search around Spin and Tow Motorsport. Stefan Dexy, third touring car, still maintaining top 3 positioning on the racetrack, second in class right now. Try not to live up to the namesake to close out the race. Was going to make that pun earlier, but no spins, no tows for them today.
That's what it's all about, keeping that Honda on the straight and narrow. What a beautiful livery it is as well. I'm just going to make reference to the beautiful striking orange. I think maybe just ensuring that the drivers that are keeping an eye on them in their rear views do see them coming. I've seen so many cars with darker, maybe black, grey liveries. Sometimes, especially when we get to the night stints, it must be almost impossible to see those cars coming, bar for the headlights, of course.
Yeah, they've been doing a really nice job here in this event. It's continuously just logging the laps to make sure they make it to where they want to go. On the podium, they've got a lap advantage for this reason. See, I'm just trying to make sure they keep it clean. The touring cars are fun to drive, I will say. They're one of my favorite cars in terms of calling races because we see their ability in some tracks to be able to go door to door. In some of the sprint style races, they bring that extra uniqueness to them.
Yeah, I've never had the pleasure of driving one of the touring cars on this game alone. I've had the pleasure of going to watch touring cars in real life. Got to watch the British Touring Car Championship down at Silverstone a couple of years ago, and it just fascinated me how close they can run together. But they're such a fun. The noise of the engines is just phenomenal as well. We will continue through, keeping an eye on some of the touring cars making their way through. So we do see the number 97, third in class at the moment. So we have got Justin back with us.
Yes, pardon me there. Was about to say. Fiercely forward. So it's going through. Pit stops underway. And it looks like Vasilio's Balasiotis now behind the wheel of Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast. Their car's been comfortably up in front for a while now after we've seen Apex slip on through, things going bad for Apex in general. Their things slipped away, so to speak. We've seen basically all the Apex cars now off the racetrack for a while now. No issues on the pit stop service. 34.4 seconds in the box.
Yeah, it's a good stop from them, looking to try and make it out towards the end. Obviously, now will come down to fuel strategy, maybe tyre strategy as well. Are they going to do probably another stop? I think that's almost guaranteed at this point. But how long do they run? Where is that stint split going to come? Especially when we look towards the end. They don't want to be caught short and have to do one final stop with only kind of 10 minutes to go.
And Valache coming on in as well for their scheduled service, sharing a pit stall with LA Racing, with Beniti Racing Purple. That's more than a minute in their stall, off and away. A couple others making their driver swaps in the backdrop. That includes the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team putting Ole Steinbrennan behind the wheel of their respective car. And the Williams domination in the later stages of this race going to be one of the headlines to talk about here. Williams showing consistency all throughout this event. Our racing team also making a driver swap on screen, but Williams 1-2 going to be one thing some people are going to be talking about in terms of this race for GT3. They've controlled things in this class for the later stages of this one.
They certainly have. They've looked incredibly dominant pretty much in the latter stages. They all have been hoping that they could have shared their success, obviously, in the GT4 category as well. They're sat P2. They've still got an opportunity to try and pull forward, but as I say that, they are dropping, I think, further and further behind the Was Cooking team, and that has been a fantastic performance from them down in the GT4s. But as you said, GT3 performance, there's one name that rules supreme at the moment, and that is Williams.
Yes, indeed. 2:16 to work with on the clock here. Still, our racing team's taking a lot of slides throughout this event, hoping no major issues for them to close things out on the track. And the team expansion's been important in terms of a lot of these organizations throughout the history of this event. Our racing team over the years has shown speed to be able to top 5 today. Just luck hasn't gone their way to be able to break on through a lap down in their class to close out the afternoon and the evening.
it's going to be one as we come towards the final 2 hours. Just over 15 minutes to go until we hit that final 2 hour mark. This is where the final preparations will really come into contention. It's going to be close towards the end, and they'll be hoping just to see this race out. Now, obviously, a lot of drama towards the start. I think that's a bit of an understatement in itself, but they've managed to get through that key moment. As you see, well, all the red line cars out. We won't go too much into that, but bringing it home towards the end is just going to be what's on all of our drivers' minds now.
Looking around. Here's Abel Torres. Again, debut weekend on iRacing for TC Esports. Their organization has done tremendous with some of the drivers they brought forward for this event to be able to execute and get themselves in position for a podium. Good, stable building blocks. There were some comments given earlier from TC Esports that mentioned that they were managing to close the gap. Torres was with their stints, was trying to do the same in the next few hours. Felt it was going to be tough because there's only 2 of them driving left to go in the organization for the long race. It's about hanging in there and staying focused until the end. That was the statement given a little while ago with him here at the Green Hill to be able to give some thoughts on how things are going for Torres. Torres doing a very good job here in this one amongst the drivers that also has the go-karting experience also and the international scene.
Absolutely. Being able to bring that experience into the world of sim racing, or probably vice versa in many aspects of it, really shows how skilled some of these athletes are over the course of the race. They're sat in third at the moment. They've got an opportunity to get a bit of a replay here for the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Oh, that's their car into the wall.
Well, definitely something broken there. You see them trying to test out the steering. And the 50 taking a huge crunch. No meatball flag, but they are out of the car. Steinbrunnen had been jumping into the race car, not anymore.
That must have been such a horrible sensation to feel that car going. You saw the wiggle just before they ended up in the wall. They were trying everything they possibly could to try and recover the car, and in the end wasn't able to try and pull it towards together. Did end up in the barrier. Unfortunately managed to get the car towed back, and I think will get going for the last couple of hours. But it's just unfortunate, isn't it? Those sort of situations when everything comes together, you try and save it, the car says no, and then ultimately, with how close the walls are here at the Nürburgring, you just find yourself a barrier.
Just find yourself a crunch. So, meanwhile, Mitchell Young continues on his quest to bring Coanda a win in Cup class. Program very closely connected now with Porsche. And Dion, one of the many drivers with plenty of real-world experience also. He's competed in multiple different world championships also on iRacing, including the Star Car side and the road course side, and of course the rally side. Dion, one of the top drivers you can put in the car to be able to close things out. A very strong talent on the service.
He's one of those drivers that if you need consistency and you need a good few laps coming towards you, he's the driver you put in the car at the end of the day. He's well versed, he knows his stuff, but also he knows how to fix issues when they go wrong. That's the key factor in such a long race like this. If they have a spin, if they have an issue, he's able to potentially try and recover that back or gain up the lost time that they have, because you've got that experience, you've got that knowledge to maybe push a little bit more in certain corners.
And the major thing to keep in mind, he's been keeping himself busy. He actually competed last month in an Ironman challenge. And we know triathlons are pretty hard to be able to compete in terms of physicality, in terms of difficulty there. And it takes a lot of physicality. Of course, a driver with experience in the X Games, also on top, being now a works driver on the platform. So, See how things hold out for Coenda to close things out. The rest of their cars right now running 5th and 7th now in class respectively.
They've had a good run so far. They're going to try and maybe recover a couple of positions. It could be too little too late, though, for a few of their cars. Obviously, you never know. We could see instance still with 2 and a bit hours to go in the race. There's still an opportunity for people to try and pull themselves through, maybe for drivers in front to make a mistake. We saw it just a few moments ago with the Ferrari HP Esports team, and a very uncharacteristic mistake from them.
Yes. Less than 10 minutes from now, we'll be swapping over to Paul Smith and Daryl Thacker to be able to close things out for this race for those keeping track. Most of the hour battles have separated out for the most part. Simify, they've lost a bit of ground on the pylon. That's Smaniti, but they still have an offset on pit strategy right now. Simify has had to battle the car. Seen them with some spins a little while ago on my side at least. The 14 is just trying to keep things stable as they've lost a lap to the rest of their pack.
That's the challenge now for this group of, well, this team in the M2s. They've got to solidify themselves. They've got to consolidate their effort. Obviously, they've done really well. They may have lost a few positions from where they once started, 3 to be exact. Because you have to try and pat yourselves on the back at the end of a race like this. It's one of those, it is a challenge, it's an endurance race for a reason, and sometimes it doesn't always go your way. To be able to finish, let alone to come up in P5 overall, P5 in your class, I'd say that's still an almighty effort from Simify.
You see the focus for Montoro. As pit stops are underway, by the way, for GT4 also. Was Cooking Adventures. Seeing things switch over. Sim Racing play seat was also ducked down for service and made a driver change for the final 2+ hours to close out the race. And this is the critical time. If you're making a swap, this is to close things out. You're not making a swap for the driver likely in the final hour or so.
Yeah, this moment is all about consistency till the end now. Minimize the mistakes you make, capitalize on the mistakes that others make, and we see how close it is at the top of the GT4 field. What's Cooking is in, Williams Sim Racing Placey are also in, and the final 2 hours between those two are going to be, I think, absolute drama to the end.
See them right there. It's Cooking Adventures. Jack Sedgwick staying in the car for now. They talked about the possibility of a change if Jack was feeling tired. Right now it's 19 seconds. Going from close to being a massive advantage. Looking to get their second win in a class. What's happened to David Williams and Eric Coenda car? This car's been marred in troubles amongst the many with the tech issues earlier. Lost the grip, slammed the car into the barrier with the left side tires. Kept on going despite the wall contact. No meatball flag, but they do have incident points. They picked up a few of those, them in the 018 lately.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate crash. I think just as they were riding the curb on the right-hand side, that was enough with the damp track or the lack of grip on the track just to throw the car off towards the left-hand side. And very, very lucky not to get a meatball for that damage repair. Not quite sure how bad it was on that left-hand side, but obviously the incident points at this stage of the race are going to be absolutely critical. No more drive-throughs are going to be, well, pretty much needed or wanted by the teams.
There's a sketchy moment. So we keep maintaining and holding on for now as you see the different drivers on the pylon right now. Again, a who's who in the cars to close things out. So Tom, we've had you for the past hour or so. What have you seen that's kept you intrigued? What storylines have popped up to you as we approach the final 2 hours here?
I think there's two massive storylines. The one that I want to try and explore or watch for the final 2 hours, Williams' domination in the GT3 category. That has been absolutely phenomenal. They've just raced almost to perfection. They've got a couple more hours until they're able to bring it home. But also, if you look further down, the battle for second and third in the TCR, the touring car category, that's been close. Obviously, the pit stops have slightly shaken things up. Obviously, there's one more stop needed for a few other teams, but the touring cars, I think, is actually going to be closer than maybe a few people expected.
What teams do you think are going to stand out here to close things out in terms of trying to make strides here to finish out this race?
In terms of finishing off strong, I think, obviously, you know, we'll talk about Williams in the GT3. They're going to be the ones that have the advantage. I still think they're going to be able to try and make a late comeback in the GT4s as well. Obviously, Was Cooking Racing, they're looking so dominant in the opening stages and the latter stages as well. But I think if Williams are able to play their cards right, we could see a double win in category for their GT3 and their GT4 as well. If we're looking at some of the other categories, it's going to be close in amongst the field, but obviously the gaps have started to separate. I think that's going to be the major two that we're going to see maybe try and pull forward.
So as we continue on with this run, 2 hours, 3 minutes, 27 seconds to work with. Let's take an opportunity to go through a run through on how things are going once again in the classes. Top 5 for each. GT3 right now is controlled by Williams Sim Racing Chillblast. They lead by 56 seconds. For Williams Gaming Club, Launcher Thrustmaster 25 is currently holding on to the third position. 27 seconds now the deficit. They had been within 4 seconds about 2 hours ago. BMW M Team BS Competition holds on to fourth. Sure Esport rounding out the top 5 in that class. Cup class being controlled by Coenda Esports at the moment. Mitchell DeYoung is up front in that class over Drongo Racing. That lead 3 minutes 55 seconds. They can take a black flag and still come away with the race lead. Still, that's how big the deficit is for the 169. DS Racing by WSR runs in third. Grin and Go Esports. Sean Campbell in fourth. Coenda and Sabelt is rounding out the top 5 right now, a lap down in their class. GT4 has Was Cooking Racing Adventures, as mentioned. They are cooking now 19 seconds up. The car is looking stellar to close over Williams Sim Racing Placey. TC Esports on iRacing debut in third. Red Go Esports in fourth. Fiercely Ford Pink rounds up the top 5 in their class right now. TCR has been controlled all race by G-Force Racing and WSR Esports' collaboration. They lead by nearly two laps. Or Spin and Tow Motorsport. Fiercely Ford Gray rounds out the top 3. SART XMC Audi RS3 TCR 601 is in fourth. Sure Esports TCR entry rounds out that top 5 at the moment. M2 right now still controlled by Rennen Go Esports by a sizable margin, 4.5 minutes over Nürburgring Esports. However, the strategy has held over BS Competition. 14 seconds still the differential between them at the moment. Beniti Racing Purple and Simufy Esports round out their top 5s at the moment. So less than 2 hours coming up here. Continue following along with Williams Sim Racing Chillblast. Quick final thoughts, Tom, before we swap over.
quick final thoughts. The M2 battle at the moment, I think, could be an incredibly close one. BS competition, Nürburgring esports, it's going to be close. That'll be the one to watch heading into the final 2 hours, especially from my point of view. That's going to be the one I'm going to try and keep an eye on towards the end. What about yourself, Justin? Final thoughts?
I think for these teams, it's about trying to finish strong, as mentioned, but keeping it clean while doing so. Can Williams pull off the double podium in GT3? Will there be any other spark-ups that pop up for these classes? We'll have to see. But it's time to swap things over. Paul Smith, Daryl Thacker standing on by. Paul, it's time for these drivers to close out strong.
Thank you very much, Justin and Tom, there for the last couple of hours of this show. Yeah, it is time for these drivers. They can see the finish line in sight in terms of this race, but there's still plenty more to happen here today, and certainly it has had an absolute thrill ride of an event here today in this Nürburgring 24 hours, iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours, presented by Thrustmaster. Pleasure to have everybody along here, and a pleasure to have Dara Thacker joining me once again in the commentary booth. And Dara, we've had a bit of a time to have a break and refuel if needed, or in my case, get some lozenges. It's been a really good race, and we're on for a strong finish here.
Yeah, it's dried up a little bit as well since we were last in the booth, but it does look like we are set up really quite nicely for these final couple of hours. There are still podium positions very much up in the air and some leading gaps that could definitely be closed in the final couple of hours. Fatigue setting in, drivers just seeing that checkered flag in sight. Because again, if this was a 4-hour race, you're thinking 2 hours left to go. You know, there's still a big chunk of the race. When it's a 24-hour, 2 hours feels insignificant, and almost psychologically that can be damaging if mistakes creep in. But yeah, 2 hours of pretty intense racing, and I think a lot of drivers still with a lot of hunger and ambition in this race.
Well, there's still drivers with, they can see potential results coming here. The main one to focus on is, of course, that GT4 battle between What's Cooking Racing Adventures and Williams Sim Racing Playseat. Those two teams are still relatively close when you think of how long we've been going for. Just under 20 seconds separate the two of them right now. With 2 hours to go, there's still plenty of time for things to change in that lead battle in GT4.
Yeah, and definitely, I think for Williams particularly, they're going to back themselves to try and close up towards Cooking Racing. And if you're in that leading car, if you're in the 969, you're almost just looking over your shoulder. You want it to be slightly more comfortable, and just for Williams Sim Racing right now, there's no real risk for them. I mean, they've got 4.5 minutes back to the TC Esports car, which enables them to just go for this. If they pick up some damage and they have to come down pit lane, yeah, the win is possibly over, but they may still even come back out into the race after some damage repairs in second place. So, you know, they can just start to turn that screw and really push. The same luxury is afforded to the 969 at the moment, and so I think they're going to be the ones slightly nervy. It really looks like it's going to close up, and even in the last couple of minutes, Williams have gained a full second, and it's now gone from 20 to 19.
Yeah, absolutely. It is getting that little bit closer there. The battle for second place in the M2 class as well is pretty close out there. So a couple of battles to keep an eye on throughout the closing of this race. But the first time in this event's history here on iRacing that we've had inclemental weather affect things, and it really did catch a few of the teams out in terms of how slippery this track was out there just about 5-6 hours ago. It really did sort of catch a few teams out, and there's been a number of black flag penalties for incident point limit infractions because people were going off quite a bit in the wet.
Yeah, and we have seen victims fall foul to that, haven't we? I think when we were on together, Paul, there were still drivers trying to, keep themselves on the circuit when that weather was getting worse, but then also getting better at the same time. Drivers were struggling to work out what to do in terms of the tyre strategy. But we've moved past that phase now, and the teams that have been able to negotiate their way through that the best really have risen to the top. And been able to go racing for some of these wins. The Williams Racing Childerlast car, which leads the GT3 field, and we're looking at it now, was in P3 going into last night, and was overtaken by the BS competition car, which now sits in P4. But kind of ever since then, the team, including Siotis, who was overtaken actually for that P2 about 12 hours ago now, has been able to just sit in a nice window, just get the confidence up, and be able to set some decent lap times, get through that wet weather running with ease, and they find themselves in a position where they've got basically a minute's worth of the lead over a fellow Williams car. So those teams generally who've been able to almost work with the conditions the best really have seen themselves rise to the top.
As we've got some pit stops going on, Commander Esports from race leading Cup class, Mitchell de Jong, bringing that car to a stop with a change of driver for that team as well. Michael Jarney's going to get in there. The Grid and Go Esports car, now that's been at a standstill, took a tour back to pit road, and it's been stood for 3.5 minutes. It's finally getting a service, so that means that the tour's finished. But that's big moments for a team that was looking really strong here in the Porsche Cup class. So Grid and Go, Roger Christensen, who's got behind the wheel of that car now, off the jacks and away they go. But yeah, it's a case of what could have been for so many of these teams, and I think Grid and Go in both this class and in GT4 will be thinking that way.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the case here. But I mean, disappointing for this crew to have to suffer the hit of the time loss, but they are back out onto the circuit now, and still technically on the lead lap, that 002, just about, give or take a minute or even half a minute or so, with that Kawanda car actually in the pit lane. So the further they get away from the pit lane, the more comfortable they are from the race lead. And there he is, Mitchell Jani, in that Kawanda Esports 08. Kawanda have been interesting in this race actually, haven't they? With 3 cars in the Cup class, because of course we had the Kawanda and the Sabelt entry leading the race for quite some time yesterday, until they went off and had to have some damage repairs. They've came through since then. The 08 one hasn't really been able to get going, but the 08 has been so consistent. Michael Jani is in the car, Mitchell de Jong's been in that car as well. It's just been first or second, I believe, all 24 hours long, and the 2.5 minute gap is comfortable, but I think they'd always expect it to be more comfortable, having not seen anybody for quite some time.
When you think that 08 car, it is an absolutely stacked entry. Michael Jani, who's in the car now, Mitchell de Jong, Tristan Iglesias, all 3 of them with Porsche Esports Super Cup experience in this very car, around this venue as well. They've raced around this venue in this car, so they know it like the back of the hand, and they've got Matt Backham engineering for them at keeping an oversight. Again, another extremely experienced driver in this car. So they've got an absolutely stacked outfit there that's really been put together and has put on a heck of a display. That's not to take away from the Kawanda Sebelt car that was leading, as you said earlier, until that incident down at the Beloff S. Oscar Pye, Elliot Veyron, Xander Reed. That's a young, hungry team, is that. And yeah, it's just how things have fallen for them, and it shows with the 08 Kawanda Esports. We do expect them to have to pit one more time now, so one more pit stop for them, and Michael Jani will take this car to the end. I'm pretty sure of that. But of course, one of the big issues for Kawanda in that Cup class, they had a bit of an issue in the Purple Lounge at Cabina Racing, and had connection issues, and therefore they've had to work their way back through the field, and that's been the key thing. They've worked their way back through this 08 team.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see that over the course of this race. And, as Michael Yanni will get dialed back into the car as he has been all day, it's kind of part of putting that to one side in terms of mentally getting yourself prepared for these final couple of hours and just dialing in to try and bring home this victory. Again, 2.5 minutes, which will extend with Jaguar Racing into the box now. It'll be more like 3.5 minutes when they are out of the pit lane. Isn't the most comfortable gap, but it's far more comfortable than we're seeing for the lead, particularly in that GT4 class. And so there will definitely be some hope that they can, and some confidence really, that they'll be able to bring this home, especially with Michael Yanni. You're right about it being such an experienced team. Coanda particularly, have such depth, particularly in this event. And showing it for us all in all three cars that they have in that class today.
We did get word, by the way, from Sean Campbell in the Grid and Go 002 car that he had a major issue with the sim, and that's why they had to take the tow back to pit road and have Roger Christensen jump into that car. So thank you for letting us know, Sean, and we do keep up to date with what's happening in the chats as well. So good afternoon to everybody here on the stream, watching along either on the RaceSpot YouTube channel, on the iRacing YouTube or Twitch, or even on Facebook as well. Thank you very much for your company here today, and it certainly has been an impressive race, that is for sure. Because I'm a touring car guy, I'm going to mention the TCRs. It's all a bit spread out in the TCRs, even for that second and third battle. We were seeing a really close race earlier on, before the nightfall, for second and third. The two teams were just inseparable. Now it's about 2 3/4 minutes, nearly 3 minutes separation between second and third. But that GeForce Racing and WSR Esports outfit that's leading TCR, it's just been imperious. They have had a team put together of just absolute touring car specialists, and it's worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, they've put 2 laps on third. I mean, it's ridiculous when you think about how consistent they've been. And you're right. I mean, it was the 68 and the 11 that were fighting over second and third last night, but both have fallen by the wayside in the grand scheme of things in this race. And it's allowed Spin and Toe, fiercely forward Grey, to just almost insert themselves into second and third, but they haven't really been able to do much to try and combat that leading margin. It's just grown and grown and grown. And GeForce Racing, really from the first hour, have just been able to sit in, keep the laps going, and not have to worry about anybody behind them. If anything, they're more worried about catching drivers in front to lap them. They're the markers rather than looking at time gaps behind them, because they've got something of a near 15-minute lead, I do believe, over Spin and Toe, which really is an incredible margin to have in a race like this, and in a top split as well, where all drivers are of such quality. It's incredible to see. And Ross McFarlane under the wheel right now will be looking to just likely bring this home. They may change drivers once again, but you won't feel like it's going to make much of a difference, will it?
Dara, just to, you say 15 minutes. No, it's more like 18 minutes is that gap.
18, goodness me.
Yes, it is incredible, the performance that they put in. Michael Polachek, of course, has been raising money for charity as well as part of that outfit, so do check out his social medias, and also online as well on the various platforms that you can keep an eye on him. On the TCR Discord channel as well, there's a whole community, TCR community on Discord together. You can find out details about them on the iRacing subreddit. Jay Cullis is always in there promoting them, and why wouldn't he? Especially after last week when we had the 4 hours of Thruxton. It was the first ever special event that iRacing have held around Thruxton, and the first ever time that they've had a special event purely for the TCRs. Me and you and O'Leary commentated on that, and it was an absolutely epic race. There was action aplenty all the way through the field, and we started with 60 cars on the track, exactly the same as the number of cars on this track. It was a great event last week.
Yeah, and the slight difference between the Nürburgring and Thruxton is Thruxton is nowhere near as big enough for 60 cars as the Nordschleife is. So, yeah, it was a great event, wasn't it? And great to see so many great battles all the way through the race for all 4 hours. And I absolutely hope we get to see that race ran again at some stage, because it really was a fantastic addition to the iRacing special events calendar, wasn't it? I think when we looked at the calendar this season at the start of the year, that's kind of one that we all penciled in, isn't it, Paul? As one that we were really looking forward to, and it delivered. I'm kind of hoping we get a few more of those over the course of the years.
I would actually like to see them maybe not do it at Thruxton every year, but mix it around a few other tracks that touring cars and TCR cars really work well around. Yeah, places like Brands Hatch, perhaps Donington Park, some of the shorter length circuits in Europe as well. I think you could get some really good 4-hour races out of those TCRs around some various circuits, not just Thruxton.
Oh, absolutely. And that's kind of the joy, particularly of those TCR cars, because they kind of work everywhere and anywhere. Yes, of course, they work better in some places than others, but you can never really go wrong with a TCR race. It kind of feels like a Mazda MX-5 in that regard. If you hear there's an MX-5 race on, you kind of want to tune in. Same with the TCR. And it has been really good. The battles all race long. We're seeing a couple of cars sort themselves out as they work their way towards the end of the GP loop. But it really is fantastic. We also have 5 classes in this event. It really feels more like a proper Nürburgring 24 hours to have more classes. And yes, it means that there's less cars in each group. However, we're seeing some great battling all the way through. And really, with the TCRs and the M2s relatively similarly paced, I should say, we have seen them mixed together quite a bit over the course of the race, which has been quite enjoyable to see.
We have, unfortunately, during the length of this race, lost a third of our grid. We started with 60 cars. We're down to about 40, although one team, FTW Motorsport, the number 17 in the M2s, has returned to the track after 56 minutes on pit road. Now, if that doesn't show a spirit of endurance racing, I don't know what does, and it's worth giving them a little bit of airtime here. Henrik Tura doing a valiant effort just to get the team to the end of the race, because for me, that is the single aim of endurance racing. Just get to the end of the race. That's the first aim.
Yeah, and a race like this, with it being the Nordschleife, with it being top split as well, getting to the end, it really is an accolade. And credit to them, because the class leader in the M2, the Grid and Go 003, has completed 141 laps. And the FTW Motorsport car is 87 laps down on that. So they've been in pit lane for quite some time, just sitting and waiting for that repair to be finished. But it's great to see them back out. And, you know, for some teams and drivers, they may see that damage and think, yeah, well, we'll call that a day. But it is great to see that others just, you know, stick in, plug away, and just try and finish the race themselves, get to the end, no matter how many laps down they are. Kind of really shows the spirit of these kind of races. And while we really enjoy watching some of these guys go racing, and it shows how much it means, this kind of event.
Yeah, certainly. It's great to see it. I mean, I think back to a couple of years ago working at Monza, fortunate enough to work at Monza with Lewis McGlade and Peter Mackay, and a TCR, the sole TCR in the race. They actually they changed the balance performance for the TCR for that race to get it working with the GT4s. And it was just, it worked out quite well, actually, in terms of the balance performance in that race. But the TCR, its rear right suspension collapsed with about an hour to go, an hour and 10 minutes to go. Caused a fire, actually, in the rear corner with all the build-up of the rubber that got built up in that rear corner. I was on pit road when it came in on the back of a low loader and got craned down onto the pit lane. The smell was awful. You had the fire extinguisher, the powder fire extinguisher still floating about in the air as well. And the team, they knew they couldn't get it fixed. Just knew that they could not get that fixed in time to see the end of the race. And you don't get classified in those races unless you finish. Well, what they did was that they ended up just looking at bodging together a fix just so that they could crawl around for the last lap and get to the finish line to see the end of the race. And it got them a class podium in the end up for them. So it shows that spirit of endurance, the way of keeping going throughout these events, it's part of what makes endurance racing so loved by so many people.
And particularly for this split as well, in the 24-hour on iRacing, you know, such high caliber of drivers up and down the field. That just being a part of the grid feels that little bit special to so many of these teams, and just shows that it doesn't really matter if you're last by more than half the distance of the race. You're still going to keep plugging away, still keep enjoying your time. And if anything, if you weren't expecting to win and you had that kind of damage, well, at least you've saved a few hours in the middle of the night. You could have gone and had a bit of a nap. If you weren't driving the car at the time. So there's always positives to take. Yes, they may be a long way down. I mean, they've got at least 10, if not a dozen cars that are definitely out of the race to overtake. Not too sure how many through that they'll get. I think they'll only get through.
I don't think they'll get through any.
Oh yes, no, they won't. I was looking at the number, the 500, the Bike 500 Black, thinking, I don't know how many more laps they did, and then I realised that's TCR. No, they're not going to do that. They're about 40 laps or so behind, 42 in fact. So that's going to be quite a tough ask, isn't it? In 100 minutes.
If it was somewhere like Imola or somewhere like that, yeah, you could possibly look at maybe gaining one or two places, but not here, not the Nürburgring.
Depends on the repair job, I guess, what they put on the car.
Put a nitrous kit on it or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one big complaint I have about the world of sim racing over full metal racing, is when it comes to these special events, some teams, not all, but some teams, especially some teams that are expecting themselves to win the race, as soon as they're at a point where they realise we've got no chance of winning, something happens, well, just give up. And I hate that attitude, because you don't improve, you don't gain resilience, and you don't learn how to deal with adversity by just giving up in an event. Yeah, you're not going to win the race, but get the car to the end of the race and show what you can do and what potentially you could do, because it might actually work in your favour in the future if you come to a similar situation where actually you do have the chance of fighting on and getting some sort of result out of another event. So I don't like this attitude that some teams and drivers have of, I can't win, I can't get a podium, we might as well give up.
Yeah, and to your point as well, I mean, a lot of teams in sim racing have quite young rosters in the grand scheme of things in terms of drivers. Just to get that experience in events like this really is important, and I'm enjoying the naming no names basis as well of this. But you're absolutely right. It is great when teams are able to stick in, and even if they have issues, they come back after a while. In any of our iRacing special events, just keep plugging away and getting a result. And really, again, that experience is what really matters. And for so many young drivers, particularly who may have worked their way through Nürburgring splits, Daytona splits over the years, and then have got themselves to top split through hard work and effort, I think they want to finish the race as well, don't they? So I think there's always a reason to finish the race, always a reason to go back out there, and it's great that we have FTW to really be an example of that.
I'll give you an example, actually. It was the one and only time I brought this up yesterday. I brought up about this, not about the actual specifics of it, but the fact that the one and only time I've raced in a top split of an iRacing special event was this event back in, I think it was either 2016 or 2017, one of the 2 years. When you get to my age, it all starts merging into one. And it was our team in the Kia class, and we'd been bullied, we'd been battered into barriers, one of our drivers decided it was a good idea to throw the car at the wall as well. And we fought and we got repairs done and we carried on. And other cars in front then had issues, then got involved with GT3 cars or whatever. And we moved forward, and in the last lap of the race, we finished third. It just goes to show you keep plugging away because something might go your way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if this was a 4 or 6, 8 hour race, and we had an hour and 35 minutes to go, as I say, it was a 4 hour race, which, you know, a lot of these drivers will do in slightly shorter endurance seasons, and they had an hour and 35 minutes left, and they had some damage from running towards the back. Are they going to give up? Really? No, because it's an hour and 35 minutes. It's more of a sprint race feel. It shouldn't really be any different here for a 24-hour race. Yes, you may be a long way back. Yes, you may have gone for a long time and it feels futile, but at the same time, you know, these are some big events. There's a reason that there's 24 hours of this race, not just a 4 or a 6 hour. It's meant to be a race that demands resilience and commitment throughout the 24 hours. And there are always going to be chances. Of course, there's so many examples in real-world endurance racing of leaders pulling up in the final couple of laps, podium sitters pulling up in the final couple of laps, and teams that weren't expecting to have anything being able to find themselves towards the top of the order.
Now, Michael Jarney in the 08 Coanda car, leading in Cup class. I've had it flash up on my map that he's had an issue out there. It flashed up as a yellow flag, so something's happened to our race-leading Cup car here. Hopefully, our producer... Well, there's the car. I mean, it was already damaged. Let's have a look. Trying to get past one of the BMW M2s. It's the Team RSR car and into the wall. Oh, my goodness. What damage has been caused to that Porsche? Now, fortunately for them, they've got a 4-minute gap there. But my goodness, what untold damage is done to that Porsche?
Yeah, that rear right corner took a real whack, didn't it? That would be the corner to worry about. How much does it crab? It's not looking too bad on the steering wheel. That's looking pretty straight in terms of how the steering's working out in relation to a couple of other incidents that we've seen, but it does look like there's a little bit of speed gone. We don't really know exactly yet how much time Drago can be gaining because they haven't yet reached that part of the circuit yet, and they're still listing their gap from before that incident occurred, of course. Reaching parts of the circuit 4 minutes behind Coanda before that spin came into effect. So once we see that dip down, we might be able to get a bit of a read on how much time loss there's going to be here for the 08. But the 018 has had some issues. The 08's had its own issues now into the wall. 90 minutes to go. If there's any damage repairs that are needed, they're going to have to be fast because they can only really afford, 2 minutes worth of damage repairs to come out in the lead?
Well, they've got about well, it was 4 minutes before that incident.
Yes, exactly.
So, I mean, 3 minutes, I would say.
Plus pit lane time. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see on all of that. But I'm sure that Matt Backer will have his head in his hands and thinking, thank goodness we haven't got the mechanical warning flag. But how is that car going to be? If he's got away with that one, then that is the luckiest moment of this race.
Yeah, there's no doubt that's a huge hit into the wall. That rear right corner realistically should be crumpled. If there is... I mean, the car, visibly, in terms of how he's driving, looks all right, doesn't it? It wasn't crabbing particularly much. He's not really having to lose too much momentum. He's easily going to get through on this BMW. I mean, it looks okay, doesn't it, at the moment for Michael Janney, which is not exactly what I think we expected to see, but it's a huge heart-in-mouth moment and immediately puts the pressure back on Michael after having that issue. If he's going to stay in the car for the final 92 minutes of this race, he's always going to have that in the back of his mind now, and all of a sudden the pressure's increased on him to deliver the result now.
By the way, can I just say, you mention his name and he appears in the iRacing Twitch chat, Jay Collis. has appeared. As soon as you mention him about TCR, it's almost like he goes, oh, TCR mentioned, and he's there. So good afternoon, Jay. Hope you are well. And he has said that nothing is impossible in a TCR, including performing donuts. And I can confirm you can do donuts in the TCR car.
Well, there you go. I'd probably do donuts unintentionally in a TCR car, but that's because I'm up here, not down there. Yeah, but the TCR's been great, and it has really been a great event to see. Ross McFarlane, I don't think I mentioned his name before this point. I've been on this for a good, 3.5 hours up to now, because he's not needed to mention, is he? He's just been comfortable in the lead. And when you're contrasting this leader, the 272, with the fact that Michael Jani's just stuck his rear right into the wall, there's clearly going to be different feelings in these two cars.
That TCR, by the way, it doesn't look right to me. It hasn't got any panels missing or paintwork damaged or something like that. It's not right for this event. That is for sure. But it shows what a job that this team have done. And when you have got that comfortable lead at the front, you can afford to just not take any risks and back out of any lap traffic, sort of making moves on them and just say, yep, do you want to get by? Go right ahead. And it's worked out beautifully for them. But they had to get to that stage of having that gap at the front to do that and have that comfort gap.
Yeah, and having that comfort gap really is... it goes back to what it says. It's comfortable, isn't it? It just allows that extra breathing room, but the ability to be much more calm with managing traffic, not pushing the car too much. If the car's feeling a bit wobbly towards the end of a stint, if you're maybe struggling a bit more on the higher fuel loads at the start of a stint, you don't have to push it hard. You can just lift off a bit more, cruise around more corners, and not really have too many problems. I mean, realistically, with 90 minutes to go, Ross McFarlane having about 18 minutes of the lead, he could go about 20% slower around every single part of the lap the whole time. Probably get some engine damage, and he'll be absolutely fine. That's the kind of lead he's built up. Can't be said. You can't say the same for the World's Cooking car, which is only 27 seconds or so in the race lead. But yeah, incredible ready for GeForce and WS RaceSports to be having this kind of gap when you have that kind of roster that you bring to an event like this for a car like this. I think you'd back yourself to have this kind of result. As Williams would back themselves to have a good result in the GT3s, and they're leaders in the pit lane.
Now, I've got a question for you. Do you brim the tank here, or do you split your fuel load because you know you're going to have to make one more pit stop? Well, I think we've got the answer because there were 34 seconds in the box with a Williams sim racing chill blast car. For me, I would just split the fuel now and just have a lighter car, new tyres, and just take it easy towards the end.
Yeah, because there's no need to, put higher fuel in the car. By virtue, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to control, and of course, on that rear end, may be a touch more unstable, and there's the risk of making a mistake. Just, I think splitting the fuel is the way to go, really. In terms of just keeping the car balanced, you're more likely to run the car on lower fuel than you are on higher fuel. It's going to feel that more comfortable, and I think that's the right idea, really, for Baleziotis in that Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car. Parker White's also come in the number 1 Williams car. They've now dropped behind Lasse back in the Veloce 25, but we'll have to see how that settles out after Veloce makes their way down pit lane.
Actually, that Parker White pit stop was on lap 6 of their stint rather than lap 7. You can go 7 laps in these GT3 machinery, so Williams Gaming Club deciding, do you know what, we're going to pit a lap earlier. So they're doing a little bit of a split there, aren't they, with their strategy with doing that. So yeah, definitely intriguing to see how we get on towards the end. If you are in a TCR, by the way, one more fuel stop and you're done for the race. You can make it to the end at this point. So if you do need to bring it down to pit road, that's your final stop of the day. Whereas everybody else, well, actually the M2s as well, aren't you? You're looking at about that similar sort of stint length as well. So they should be good if with one more stop to go. The others, you're looking at around about that hour mark. If you're under the hour mark, that's when you've got your final stop
Yeah, and I think even for the last couple of hours, teams likely will have been gaming this out in terms of how they're going to get to the end. And I mean, even with that slightly shorter stint from the two Williams GT3s, the 3 and the 1, may suggest that they already started thinking about splitting their fuel earlier, or maybe only filled the car up for 7 laps. And that's the plan that they took a little while ago. And in the position that they're in, leading the race, they haven't had to be too aggressive. So being conservative and safe in that regard, I think, is probably a good tack to take. Of course, Veloce are going at least a lap longer here. It should mean that they can take a little less fuel in their pit stop, or they will be able to take less fuel on their pit stops towards the end of the race, because they'll be filling up for fewer laps. But I don't think it'll be enough for them to jump Williams Gaming Club in the pit lane. Williams Gaming Club running some 23 seconds behind the 25 at the moment, and it'll take at least that long to drive down pit lane, stop the car and fill up with anything for the 25. So looking good for Williams at the moment, but there's still question marks about the strategy, and the fuel could really come into effect in the last half an hour.
Speaking of spirit of endurance and all that, another car that's been close to an hour, 54 minutes in the box, Impulse Racing 915. We saw that getting battered and bruised about an hour ago, actually. That's gone back out onto the track, so they're on their out lap. The bad news for them is that they've got a black flag to serve, so it doesn't rain, but it pours for that team. But again, that's another team that's looking to end. And also, Ollie Steinbratten's back behind the wheel of the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, so they've had 16.5 minutes in the pit lane, and they're on lap 5 of their stint out of the pits. So there are teams that are trying to get to the end and get their sponsors a bit of airtime as well on our stream. Now, it wouldn't be a Nürburgring 24 hours without it being misty. Fortunately, we haven't got fog that'll bring out a red flag, so we will get to see racing all the way to the end of this race, Darragh.
Yeah, not the kind of pea soup that we saw in real life last year, right? So we should be able to be all right. Made to get some specialist glasses out if it gets too bad, but it looks fine for now, and the drivers can continue on. Steinbratten back in the car, of course, after the spin and the hit and all that he, of course, had. Other teams have elected after an incident like that for other drivers to get into the car. I think for Ollie, it's good to get some more laps in. Of course, they're not necessarily racing for anything in that Ferrari. But again, it goes back to the point we were talking about earlier, isn't it? About teams just sticking in there. If nothing else, getting the experience, just getting if nothing else, the practice in, and just getting the laps counted in for a team like this. And even though there were a couple of laps down on the race leader, the top 10 finish is heading their way. Overall, and I think that's also part of the element here. They're only about a lap or so ahead of the 08 Cup car, so wouldn't be able to retire now and still finish in the top 10 overall in the race. But as it stands now, they're the 10th GT3 and therefore top 10 overall.
I will say, whoever does the paint job on their cars, they've got it looking almost pearlescent. It's not a shiny, it's not a completely garish chrome look. It's almost like a pearlescent effect on that red. It really does look good. So and Ferrari, of course, with this 296, have history around Nürburgring in the full metal racing. Famously, remember David Pittard taking the 296 across the line to win this race a couple of years ago. It was amazing how during the night more and more Ferrari personnel had travelled up from Maranello to be there on venue, and the car finished with basically no rear shock absorber on one corner. It was an absolute pig apparently, but it made it to the end and won.
And that's what the matters, really, isn't it? It doesn't really matter how you got there as long as you get to the victory circle. And yeah, there's so many examples of that, and even in sim racing as well, we get so many big examples of teams that are looking to try and take wins, build up leads, then have issues, but just kind of stumble their way home. Yeah, they're always the really great stories, and really the races that drivers remember. An easy 24-hour race is not one that I think sticks in the memory for too long, but a race where you have to overcome quite a bit of adversity is often where drivers' memories rest after quite some time.
I just want to point out, by the way, as we're on board with Ollie here in that Scuderia Ferrari HP Sports team, the 08 Commander car that's in the lead of the Cup class that had that incident with the BMW M2 through the hats and back, it only lost 7 seconds of time in that incident. How?
Wow.
How have they done that?
Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, it's almost as if they were faster after the spin and after the contact with the ball, which you'd think would give them damage. I mean, yeah, it's incredible. I mean, they have gained away from Jaguar Racing, haven't they? That gap is now 4 minutes 13, and before the incident it was 4 minutes 4, which is crazy when you think about it. And I don't know how there's not more damage on that car. Michael Janney must have, I don't know what he's done, but he might have a favour to pay back to something somewhere at one point, because that is an incredible stroke of luck for him to not have any kind of damage on that car. It was a hefty hit as well. I mean, you can guarantee if we saw that in the real 24 hour, that right rear tyre is, I mean, it's crumpling, isn't it, really? That suspension is not going to survive that kind of impact, and somehow they've just about managed to get away with it and have a 4 minute lead despite a big hit into the wall.
Yeah, certainly great effort from the Commander team, and yeah, it's been a good show from them. But this race is far from over. Falcon Sim Racing have just been down pit road, and they've got themselves a black flag in 9th place in GT3. So not good for them. Veloci Thrustmaster onto pit road for their pit stop. After 7 lap stint, once again, Lasse back into pit road, and they are going to get a full service with 1 hour and 19 and a half minutes remaining. They won't change driver, I don't think. But no, they will actually change driver. Daniel Lafuente is going to finish the car off for them, but they will need to have a shorter fuel stop at the end of this race.
Yeah, and you can, there you go, you can see. Oh no, they haven't moved yet. They're about to move. That they may be also.
Well, you've got 30 seconds. You've got 30 seconds for a driver change.
Well, there you go. Exactly. It'll be interesting to see how much fuel they they put into the car, because at this kind of stage, do you really want to fill up the fuel tank? In the same way we were talking about 15 minutes ago, do you want to fill it up completely and then shorten it off? It seems like they're going to shorten it off, because a 40-second stop with a driver change seems relatively short to my eye, which means that
that's about on par. Yeah, that's about on par for a full service, because remember, they get tyres done at the same time as fuel. It's not like, it's not like in the full metal Nürburgring 24 hours where they do tyres and fuel separately. Well, they don't necessarily do them separately, but it's a lot slower than what we have here. And plus, they have timed pit stops, don't they? Where the regulations dictate how long pit stops can take for each team.
Yeah, so it means that for this Veloce car, they may be looking to just shorten off the amount of fuel they put in that final stop and maybe gain some time back. The issue for them is, in that regard, they're about 38 seconds behind the Williams Gaming Club car and will have a much heavier fuel load than the Williams now, so you know, are likely to be losing a little bit of time over the course of this stint, and then of course we'll have to pit later, albeit, and put in less fuel into the car, but not enough to overturn a 38-second gap. They'd have to try and work that through. BS Competition are going to have to be careful as well, because the Scherer Esport car, I believe, has just come out behind them, about 3 seconds between the 89 and the 15, so that could be a battle that we watch towards the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually the closest battle on track that we've got. So, absolutely. Scherer Esport, Raphael Renhofer behind the wheel. As you say, 3.5 seconds behind Felix Quernbach in that BMW M Team BS Competition car in 4th place. So it's just outside of the podium spots in class and overall. But our closest fight on track, and there's 1 lap difference in fuel stops, so the BMW M2 BS competition car will need to take a lap extra fuel compared to the Schurer Esport car when it comes towards the end of the race. That could be the difference there, that 3 seconds.
Yeah, and it could be a really exciting gap to watch. We'd love a last lap move, wouldn't we? If it would be at all possible. But yeah, you know, you can't necessarily ask for too much. I mean, some of these gaps are quite large. To have one at 3 seconds keeps us with a bit of intrigue into the final hour of this race. Particularly when you look further down, I think in the TCRs and the M2s, there's quite some large gaps at the moment. BS Competition and Nürburgring Esports Vitamin both in the pit lane, so they're near to each other. They can see each other at the moment on the track. But I believe that the 587 will get out that little bit sooner from the box. There's the BS Competition car with Elias Seppänen in, but you can see that the 587's been in for about 15 more seconds and is likely to be out in front by about 12 seconds or so. But still an hour to go. Time for mistakes to be made in a gap around 15 seconds. A small mistake could be costly, albeit that kind of theory is disproven by the 08, isn't it?
Yeah, but it was still a 7-second loss of time though. So with a 15-second gap like these two had prior, that'd be half of that gap gone, wouldn't it?
That's true. That's true. But then if you can gain another 9 seconds after that, then it'll be 16. So you can play around with it. But you're absolutely right. There is always a risk. And you can see there actually about 6 seconds gained in the pit stop time for the BS Competition car. So they are going to be that little bit closer when they emerge. And the gap is about 5 seconds or so. So not great in terms of the difference between the cars, and yeah, just about 5 seconds. This competition may be on for a possible P2 here. Could be a good battle towards the end of the race.
And in theory, they should be able to make it to the end as well on that fuel stop now. So this should really be a fight to the end now in the M2 class. So, yeah, that's going to be intriguing to see that one. You are watching the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours presented by Thrustmaster. Delighted to have you all here with this RaceSpotTV broadcast, broadcasted across the iRacing network of channels, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, also on the RaceSpotTV YouTube as well. Paul Smith and Darren Thacker here for you, bringing all the action. And our producer, Hugo Louise, who has been here since the drop of the green flag. Green flag was slightly delayed, but we got going eventually. And certainly we've had plenty of action to keep us up to date and to keep us entertained throughout this race. And it's a pleasure to have everybody here in the chats as well. I've got the various chats up on my screen here. I can see you all having your conversations, and if you do have any questions for the commentary box, by the way, please do fire them our way. Not guaranteeing that we'll actually answer your question, but do fire your questions our way anyway.
Yeah, you don't get it if you don't try, right?
Yeah.
So it's a problem. But yeah, I think we're really teeing ourselves up well for a final 75-minute dash here, aren't we? With a couple of these gaps almost emerging as battles that we could see in the final stints. BS Competition being 5 seconds behind, well, that's less than 7 seconds, so don't stick your rear right into the wall if you're Joel Klein next, because he might find himself under pressure in the 587. Quickly mentioning again on that Schurer Esport gap with the other BS Competition car, that the 89, the GT3 BS Competition car, that's still at about 3.4 seconds as well, so that's getting close. And mind you, as we look at the BS Competition car down in the M2 class, the car right behind it trying to overtake is that TCR leader of the 272 GP Racing WSR esports car, Ross McFarlane. And this is a perfect test of showing how much they're willing to push. Maybe faster right now, but does he really want to have to try and struggle his way past another car who's fighting in its own battle? Well, he's got 18 minutes in hand. I'd suggest that he's just going to sit and wait unless there's a clear opportunity.
Just a quick mention about M2 and its Team RSO, and that's the Schurer Esports car getting into the back of them. So that was the 5th placed GT3 car. Bang! Into the back of that Team RSO car. Niels Carstensen having to take the tow back to pit road. So Team RSO. It's been a challenging day for them. For a team that's renowned around this track. I mean, I can remember commentating on them in MX-5s when they used to race the MX-5s around here. And at the crazy racing we used to have down the Dottinger Hohe, and Team RSO were always the team that were up there. Cup car, that was the Commander Sebelt car, 5th place in Cup, getting into the back of the number 85, one of our M2s. The 85 is the Zessi Sports Uni car. Ooh, Oscar, lift off the throttle, please, in future.
It seems like I think he thought there was going to be a gap there, and in the end there wasn't. But yeah, I think when the contact looks inevitable, Oscar, he went for a pump shaft. Who knows? I doubt that was the case. Clearly needed to lift off and probably take himself out of the equation for a possible incident there, but it is through. There won't be too much damage on that 018 car, and I mean, lucky enough for them in terms of the fact that they've already been up and down the order. They've been at the front, they've been at the back, and now they're right in the middle in P5, but not the kind of contact that they would have wanted to see. Those 397 repairs look like they're going to be extensive. They're already 3.5 minutes in the box.
Yeah, they are, and it will be extensive with the hit that they took. Certainly will be interesting to see that. But Shearer Esport in 5th place in GT3. He's slightly gaining on the BMW M Team PS competition car. So the battle for 4th place could well be on in the next few laps. They come across the line. And we'll see lap time wise what they're doing, although this last lap was a little bit slower for Shearer Esport. So they're at the end of their first lap on their stint, so lap number 2 now for them. Felix Quernbach, 8 minutes and 12.9 seconds. The race leader, to give you an impression of that, currently lapping at 8 minute 10.7, so 2.2 seconds slower for that BMW M Team BS competition car.
Yeah, and clearly, I think definitely teeing us up nicely. The BS competition car just about keeping itself in front. Shearer Esports, though, are now going to be the ones looking to apply the pressure in the very short term, realistically. I mean, that last lap shows that we could be seeing a convergence with these two cars, and Shearer Esports are really pushing, and you can tell, we've seen it in the last 10 minutes, to try and keep themselves in the battle for P4. And again, it's not a race win, and you know, there's not going to be any point for finishing in 4th, but it's the prestige of this event. It's the almost the historical nature of it that really pushes these teams to go for every single position, because this is a really hard fought event. It's a 24-hour race as well, don't forget, and any 24-hour race is difficult enough, and the calibre of driver and team that we've had here, the top 4 would be incredible. Top 5's good, top 4's even better, especially when you're this close to an hour away from the end.
Well, we've got an hour and 8 minutes remaining in this race. This event, by the way, this time slot race, it started with we've got 14 concurrent races happening right now at this time, all of them with about an hour and 8 minutes remaining here. The number of teams is absolutely incredible to see. It's an event that I think quite a few people don't take part in because of the challenge of the track. I think this track can be a little bit daunting for a few people. With the biggest event of the year, of course, is Daytona at the start of the year for iRacing. But here, 14 splits happening right now. This is the quote-unquote top split. And if people are new to sim racing broadcasts and wondering what I'm talking about, basically each driver has what's known as an I rating, so that's sort of a competitive rating to say effectively in an arbitrary way of how good somebody is. they declare their drivers for their team, so it then gets an average of what the iRacing of the team is, and then it's sorted by the highest average iRated teams going to this top split, and so on and so forth, all the way through the different servers. So that's how this particular type of event works here, and certainly it's proved to be a really, really good event for us today. Grid and Go Esports in your in your Porsche Cup class, by the way, the 001 has a black flag.
That'll be making its way down the pit lane soon, and it means that it'll drop behind, further behind the 018 Quinda Seatbelt car, and the 081 will get a bit closer, but it is some 106 seconds away, which it won't gain from a pit stop. Jack Sedgwick in the 969 was Cooking Racing car, making the final stop for that team. This should be their, I say their final stop, it should be their final stop to get to the end for Was Cooking. Williams Sim Racing Playseat may very well follow them into the pit lane here. Their stint lengths are the same up to this point, and they're the two fighting for the win. But Beck Jasir not really able to make too. Oh, he hasn't gone through. Oh, he's gone through. He hasn't gone into the pit lane. That could be important. That could be a bit shortening off the fuel when we get to their pit stop. However, it's a 20-second gap to gain. That'll put some question marks about the lead, though, won't it?
But has Beckham Jasir, have they had it that they've been doing seven lap stints and knowing that they've got X amount of fuel left in the tank when they pull into the pit lane, and said, do you know what? Let's try and hit a fuel number, get to an 8-lap stint. It's very difficult to do that, by the way, to extend a whole lap around here. Get it pretty much absolutely dry when we're coming onto pit road, so that you're then able to get to a point where it's more likely that you can see out the end, because we've got about 8 laps remaining for these GT4 cars. That Was Cooking Racing Adventures car has been pushing. If they have to do a splash and dash, and the Williams Sim Racing Playseat team don't have to do a splash and dash, they could actually be in the box seat.
This is going to be quite interesting, won't it? In the final stage, I guess, in terms of thinking about splash and dash, lap times at the moment are around that, 8:45, let's say, for the drivers. And if they're going for 7 laps, then of course that 8 minutes 45 will get them as far as an hour and a minute, which isn't enough. So you're absolutely right in saying that splash and dash could be needed. The other factor to take into consideration is, of course, whenever the race ends, is completely dependent on where the GT3 leader is. If the GT3 leader misses the timing line by a second or two and has to go around for another full lap before we start the final lap, missed by a second or two, then it's going to be an extra 8 minutes or so for the race. If you're then just in front of that car, then you could be finding yourself driving up to another 15 minutes worth of racing by virtue of where you are on the circuit not being the fastest car. So it's a difficult game to play for the classes further down, but Williams is certainly playing it.
Look at this, the sun's out. This is fantastic. We're getting towards the end of the race. It's mostly cloudy skies. We've had the rain pass over. There's no more rain on the horizon. And we're getting nice bit of sunshine on the track. The track temperature, by the way, is increased up to 32 degrees Celsius, rounding up. So the drivers, the tyres will they'll feel it a little bit towards the end of the stint, but it's not the highest temperatures that you can ever experience around here. Still a little bit of dampness out there offline, as we saw with the number 3, the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, going up towards the Vidal chicane and onto the Nordschleife through Sabina Schmidt's curve. But look at that. That's a glorious sight, Dara.
Lovely, isn't it? The clouds, it's almost like the eye of a hurricane there. You can see the clouds almost all the way around the circuit, but not over the top in the sun, giving us some gorgeous views of the circuit. We've not really had these views for the last, near 20 hours at least, and it's fantastic that as we get towards the final 62 minutes or so, the sun is shining down on us, and it has really been shining down through the clouds on a couple of these teams, namely the Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast team that have gone along very well in the last few hours. Williams in general, of course, first and second in the GT3 class. First, as it stands, with a pit stop pending in the GT4 class. It has been a very effective day for them, and whereas other teams around them have somewhat fallen by the wayside in their respective classes, and we've seen, you know, Dragos, Apex cars having to retire from the race grid and goes as well. Williams really have been able to keep themselves going in a competitive fashion, and this is the kind of result, if they can get there, even if they finish second in the GT4 class, which will give them a big boost, I think, as an organisation, because this is a really big mark for them across the year.
Yeah, certainly is, and it's a great event to have on your resume as a driver and as an outfit as well. So definitely Williams Sim Racing will be hoping to just keep things nice and simple, nice and calm, and get to the end of this race. So we're getting to the hour mark here in this event. I'll tell you what, speaking of clouds, I've got a story for you. So when I went to the Belgian Grand Prix back in 2013, we'd finished the qualifying day and we headed back to the campsite, and we're cooking on the little disposable barbecue as tea, and we finished having his tea, having his meal as others are starting cooking theirs, and I looked up and we were just a complete ring of very black clouds, not dark grey, black. And I saw this and I says, guys, pack up, get in the tent, this is gonna drop. And it was a massive thunderstorm that then hit about 3 minutes later, and you see just people scattering for the tents and for the cars. It was a good weekend, was that. I'll tell you what as well, and one of my abiding memories of that, of course, was turning up on the Thursday, and there's a Mercedes long wheelbase, Mercedes Sprinter van in one of the other campsites across the way, and in that van was a sleeping bag, many crates of beer, and a sound system that could have had a small concert, could have helped support a small concert. You could hear that and feel it at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, if you're trying to sleep, that's unideal. I mean, clearly some people are having a great time. I mean, they're loving their time. I mean, the only thing I can say in reference to that is that I'm a relative local to Snetterton, and anybody who's ever been to Snetterton knows. Anyone who knows that if you're outside, there is no cover of any kind anywhere. And so if it's sunny, you're likely going to burn, and if it's raining, you've not got a hope. It's. I wouldn't mind having some tree cover. That'd be great. There was only one time that I was walking. I can't remember where I was walking, but I was looking across a lake. It's a lovely day. I looked across the lake. The lake couldn't have been more than a kilometre wide, and I realised I couldn't see the other side of the lake. So I started running, and I've never been wetter in my life, I have to say.
You've obviously never been to Odsal Stadium in Bradford. It has its own microclimate. They actually have stock car racing at that venue. I always went there for rugby, and the terracing there is completely open. And when it rains up there, you know about it. And after one match, I actually went back to the house of one of the guys that I used to stand with watching rugby. Went back to his house, got towels to dry myself down, and we actually put all the clothing into the tumble dryer just to dry off. You were wringing yourself out. It was awful, was that day.
Yeah, I don't like getting. I mean, typical for a Brit to say that they don't like getting rained on, really, isn't it? But it's never nice.
It's not bad weather. It's the wrong clothes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do love a bit of tree cover, though. I mean, you're all right at the Nordschleife if it starts raining as a spectator, because there's more than enough areas where you can just hide under a tree. If you've got the right hood on, then you'll be absolutely fine. But yeah, I think weather in general, particularly if you're attending a race weekend, you know, if you're spectating from a distance, if you're watching on the telly, rain's great, isn't it? You want to see rain, it spices up the race. The second you're there and you see a dark cloud coming, you're scared sometimes, depending on where you're standing.
I've seen in the chat somebody asking about the Apex Racing team. Both of their GT3 and the Cup cars both retired pretty much within half an hour of each other, so they're both out of this race, unfortunately. So they're not going to finish this event, I'm afraid, to let you know. Quickly, just to bring you up to speed with where things stand in the standings. In GT3, it is the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car that leads this race. They currently have a 1 minute and 3 second gap over second placed Williams Gaming Club, Parker White behind the wheel of that car, but they have got a 46 second lead over Veloce Thrustmaster in third place. Now there's a lap difference in stint time for those two, so Veloce should in theory gain some of that time back in their final pit stop, but it's a case of, I think it's just a little bit too far at this stage of the race. BMW M Team BS Competition are in fourth place in GT3. We've been keeping an eye on the timing screens because Shearer Esport are there or there about 2 seconds of gap between fourth and fifth places. So you see them both in camera shot there briefly together. So those two pretty close together. That's the top 5 in your GT3s. In your Cup class, it's still the 08 Commander Esports car, Michael Jarney, who leads that one as things stand. But the question is, when they come onto pit road, what damage are they going to have to repair after their incident with the wall through the Hatson back? They're going to be doing one more lap on their stint before they head on to pit road for the final time. Drago Racing are in second place, 4.5 minutes back from that Commander Esports 08 car. The 169 in second, ahead of the Adidas Racing by WSR car by about 1.5 minutes of Alexander Davidson in that, after their dominant display in the TCRs last week at Thruxton. A podium place in the Cup class would be good going for that team. Their new partnership with Adidas Racing from Czechia. So the Czech team teaming up with the sim racing team here in the sim world. Grin and Go Esports 02 is in fourth place in class, and the Commander Sebelt car, the 018, is in fifth place in class, just headed down onto pit road right now. In your GT4s, Was Cooking Racing Adventures, we're keeping an eye on them because they potentially have to do a splash and dash unless Jack Sedgwick can save himself some fuel through this stint, because Williams Sim Racing Play Seat, they're on the 28.5 seconds back in second place in class, and then there's a big gap back to TC Esports. Great to see them here in this race, third place in that GT4 class. Grin and Go Esports 009 is in fourth, ahead of the fiercely forward pink car in fifth place in GT4. TCR, well, it's an absolute country mile that is the lead for GeForce Racing and WSR Esports. Konstantin Salzenberg in that car right now in the lead of TCR by, get this, 19.5 seconds over Spin and Toe Motorsport. Fiercely Forward Grey are in third place, ahead of the Saat XMC Audi RS3 TCR, and then the Shearer Esport TCR car is in fifth place. And in fact, I believe that is all of the running TCR cars now. And then in the M2 class, Grin and Go Esports is leading that one with the 003 car of Johan Royer, with Nürburgring Esports Vipperman in second place. They're only 9 seconds ahead of BS Competition, who are in third. Maniti Racing Purple fourth, and Simify Esports rounding out the top 5 in the M2 class. So that's how things stand right now Dara. I think really it's that fight for fourth place that we're keeping an eye on, because it's less than 2 seconds now between those two, and that battle for the race lead in GT4 that's going to be the ones to keep an eye on for the rest of this 51 minutes.
It is. The only thing I would say to your beautiful description of everything that's going on is that you said the gap at the front of the TCRs was 19 seconds. I think I know you meant minutes, but 19. I wouldn't mind a 19-second gap. I wouldn't mind a 19-second gap for the lead of that class, but no, 19-minute incredible lead for the GT4 racing team. But yeah, we are seeing these gaps close up, and I was going to talk about the pit stop for Williams Sim Racing place heat from back in just 6. Of course, they pitted it 1 lap after the Was Cooking entry, the 969. They're about 25 seconds back, and they had a full pit stop to top up on fuel. I have a feeling here that Was Cooking is going to have to come in for a splash and dash. Now, the question is going to be, does that mean that Williams are going to be able to jump them on that 25 seconds back? It could get very, very close, even as we get onto the last lap of this race for the leading position in the GT4s. And Williams is still chasing that, as they're still chasing, of course, that GT3 win as well. So that's definitely one we have to keep an eye on.
One thing to take into account about that as well is the cone-to-cone line time for those cars is 22.5 seconds. Mm-hmm. Down pit road, just to traverse pit road here. So as we're getting closer and closer with this battle for 4th place, you'd expect them to jump them if Was Cooking Racing Adventures do have to do a splash and dash. It's then a case of, are Was Cooking Racing Adventures able to then push for the rest of the race, and maybe Williams having to do a little bit of fuel saving?
It's very possible. But this is kind of the games that they're going to have to play in the final 50 minutes. They're not necessarily next to each other on the circuit, but for all we know, either one could be ahead once the strategy is said and done, because the strategy is only going to be finished, really, when the timer hits pretty much 0, and even past that if Williams are having to fuel save right towards the end of the race. So this is going to go down to the wire for sure. Definitely I think the class lead that we have to watch out for the most, considering that the other 4 class leads are over a minute, and of course one of them's nearly 20 minutes, which is going to be nearly unassailable in the not too distant future. So yeah, incredible really that we're going to have this tussle going on, and whilst that Williams car is kind of involved in that battle, we have, I was about to say, this battle in the GT3s starting to come into fruition now. The BS competition car, only about 7/10 of a second, very clearly we can see it in front of the Sherry Esports car. Raphael Renhofer has got some clear opportunities here to maybe put that Sherry Esports car inside the top 4. Sherry Esports car, of course, have also had 1 lap less on their stint, so this competition could be a little bit closer to the fuel number, and even if they both have to come down pit lane, which they likely will, Sherry Esports should be able to have a shorter pits time, so this could be a really interesting one to watch looking for.
Yeah, both teams will have to make one final stop here without a shadow of a doubt in GT3. It's just a question of where and when that they do that. If I'm Sherry Esport, I follow that BS competition car into pit road. Just get the jump done there and then. That's what I would do personally, because you know you're going to be taking on less fuel. You could get the jump done there. You don't necessarily have to overtake them on track.
And that's the kind of advantage that they rest with at the moment. They almost have they do have the cards in their hand. It's just difficult for BS competition to really be able to outplay them here, because Sherry Esport can just, copy what BS competition do here and then, take off the time at the pit stop. That's all really that they need to be doing in this race. If BS competition were behind, they at least have that kind of element of surprise. Maybe if they pit 1 lap earlier, Sherry Esport couldn't go in. If they come in, then Sherry Esport may not realise them go around again, and there's that risk, of course, when you can't see your rival, as they'll be about a minute apart on the circuit. But here, Sherry Esport in a perfect position to really be able to judge these strategy decisions perfectly and maybe put themselves into the top 4. They're not going to get after the top 3 in this race, though. There's some actually only about 38 seconds off the next car in front, and they're only about 2.5 minutes off the lead, which for a team in P5 is unheard of in all the other classes.
Yeah, it certainly is. Literally about half a second between these two right now. This section of track I love through here, through Flansgarten, through the Beloff S as well. You can see even here offline there's still water getting kicked up, so even though the track is officially dry, there's still water about in patches of this track, so you've got to be careful. But fortunately the slick tyres are up to temperature, so they won't lose too much traction with that dampness on track. Through the Kleiner Carousel on towards Galgenkopf then, this long sweeping right-hander. Now, does Sheer Sport just sit behind, fuel save, and just use the draft? Or are they going to use the draft and actually make a move on that BMW M-Team BS competition outfit in front? Well, we'll find out. Just a few moments time here. They've got a bit of M2 traffic to go through. That's the Maniti Racing car that they're going past. I believe that's the purple car that they're going past, even though it's grey on our screen. And then head down towards Tiergarten, getting closer and closer, but then backing off. So we're seeing the intentions here from Raphael Renhofer.
Yeah, and I think it's just going to be frustrating if you're Felix Kernbach to really be able to judge this. Of course, not coming in this time by. They'd likely come in another 2 laps maybe. That's a 5-lap stint from this competition, maybe just the 1, depending on how they've split their fuel loads. But Renhofer not going to go down the inside at turn. We've seen a few moves happen down here, of course. Probably one of the best overtaking spots on the racetrack if you can set it up well through Tiergarten. But Raphael Renhofer will stay where he is, stay in P5, because he has that advantage. He has the card in his hand. He can do that without really feeling like he's putting himself under too much pressure later on in the race, and that's going to really benefit him as we go through. I also have to quickly mention, as we've been looking at this battle, Williams Sim Racing place seat, we talked about that gap being about 25-26 seconds. It's been brought down to 21, and Beckham Trassier looks like he's doing a very good job to try and use a lot of the fuel there. Maybe they've given themselves enough fuel to not have to save as much as Was Cooking. Was Cooking maybe lifting off quite significantly to try and get to the end here.
Last lap for Was Cooking Racing Adventures at 8 minutes 51.7. Compare that to Beckham Trassier. Now he was just that was the out lap, so we won't get a representative time yet until another 7 minutes or so. But he does, you're absolutely right, does appear to be absolutely on it and putting the pressure on. We saw Beckham Trassier go 8 laps on a fuel stint on that previous stint. So Williams Sim Racing Placey can do it. They can get the 8 laps. So that left them with approximately 7 laps remaining in this race. As you mentioned, though, that all depends on where the GT3 leader is in all of this compared to themselves.
Yeah, and it's even more of an issue for Was Cooking because, of course, they have already had 2 laps on their stint, and I mean their touch and go to get to the end on 8 laps as it is. They look very likely to need that splash and dash. The question is, can Williams get away with it? I mean, they've got the 5-minute gap behind them, so they could really try anything and still finish in second. But they really are doing something different to try and get this race win, which is exciting to see from up here because. It's like a bit of a game of chess really towards the end of this race. They were kind of on the same strategy. Williams are trying something ever so slightly different, maybe just saving fuel a little bit extra over the last, couple of hours really, and it could enable them to have found an extra lap of fuel over the course of those 2 hours, enough to get into the end on 1 less stop, which could be crucial. And it's these big strategy games which don't necessarily have any impact on on-track side-by-side racing that can be so crucial in a race like this.
And it's why we keep on coming back to these endurance events. Absolutely fantastic to see. So yeah, just sitting in the wheel tracks here at Sure Esports, quite happy to sit behind for the time being here in this one. 42 minutes remaining here. Time is ticking down. These two, well, the car in front, the BMW M2 CS competition car, is on lap 6 of their stint. You can do 7 laps on a stint on a GT3 car, whereas Shearer Esport are on lap 5 of their stint. This is why I would say Shearer can come down the pits at the same time and fuel up that 1 lap less of fuel compared to the car in front. Speaking of fuel, by the way, Michael Jarnick for Commander Esports, the 08 in the lead of the Porsche Cup class. He's been on pit road for the final time in this race and didn't get any repairs done other than whatever that gets done whilst the fuel was getting put on. 35 seconds he was out of the pit box and away he went. Drago Racing now just heading onto pit road for their final pit stop in the Cup class. So 1 or 2 pit stops owed in the Cup class, and then they will be done for the end of this race. GT3s, looking at everybody pretty much having to head down pit road one more time. The GT4s, it's touch and go whether 1 or 2 of them will have to pit for a splash and dash. And I believe that all the TCRs, bar Fiercely Forward Grey, have all pitted, and all the M2s as well have pitted as well for the final time. So we just heard the GT3s and 1 or 2 others in the pit stop cycle.
Yeah, and then we're going to be racing to the end, and we'll have a relatively good read, I think, of where we sit in terms of some of these closer on-track battles going into that final half of an hour, and even into the final 10-15 minutes lap or 2 of this race. This particular battle, I think, really indicative on how this pit stop strategy will play out. Raphael Renhofer getting close, but again, you won't make that move on the circuit. There's no real point in risking it, trying to make it work on the Nordschleife when it does feel like he has that advantage of needing to put less fuel into the car when we come around to the pit stop once again. But it doesn't necessarily mean that he won't make a mistake. He's got to be careful, because if there is a slight mistake from him and he loses a couple of seconds, then this competition may just about have enough. So he's got to be keeping it nice and stable, and he gets around the carousel with ease just behind the 89 car, and they will continue onwards. Again, note on Beckham Jasir, he's closing a little bit again, but it's not as significant as it was before. Under 20 seconds is that gap. We're still waiting on that read of the last lap times, because his previous lap was still that out lap, despite him coming in about, 17-18 minutes ago now.
Your race leader comes onto pit road after 6 laps. So we did ask whether they were going to split their strategy, split their final pit stops, and there they are onto pit road and taking tyres as well. You might as well. You've got a big enough gap at the front, over a minute, so take the tyres as well as the fuel. Parker White should be heading onto pit road soon as well for his final pit stop of this race. But we're getting to that point now where teams know where they stand, or have a good idea where they stand in terms of strategy and in terms of positions. And it's this and that GT4 battle that we're keeping an eye on. By the way, GT4, it's now 20.5 seconds, so another second and a half being chopped out of the race lead in GT4 by Beckham Jasir. His first lap first competitive lap out of pits, so his representative time will be in about 20 seconds time. We'll know what pace he's doing. Jack Sedgwick last lap, well, he's just coming across the line now, 8 minutes 49.4, so that's the target to see what Beckham Jasir can do as he will come across the line. We're keeping our eyes peeled on this GT3 battle, but we're just looking at the lap times just to see what is Beckham Jasir doing in that Williams Sim Racing Placing car. He'll come across the line now, and it's an 8:46.0, so that's what, 3 seconds
Yeah, it's quite a gain, and they're clearly not having to save as much fuel as the Lord Cooking car because, with respect to both Beckham Kassir and Jack Sedgwick, I don't think Beckham Kassir is that much faster organically. Raphael Renhoff is that much faster as they make their way towards the Tiergarten down the straight. He's not going to wait for the pit stop phase. He's going to make that move on the track, and well before they get to the braking zone, we're going to see that Scherer Esports car sweep into the top 4 with 37 minutes to go. Do they decide to come into the pit lane now? That'll be an interesting one to watch. There will be 5 more laps of this race to go for the race leading Williams Sim Racing Shield Blast car, so they can factor that into their calculations, and they do both come in now. So Scherer Esports elected to make the move and then come into the pit lane ahead to try and cover off any eventuality there.
If you think about it, that's clever as well, because you're then not getting potentially held up coming on to the pit road as well, because no matter how good your entry onto pit road is, if you're behind somebody else, you're going to be compromised by that car braking first. So that's a very smart strategy to play there by the Scherer Esports team.
And let's see if let's see if they get off of the Jackson off pit road first. I would expect that they would. Of course, they have. Well, they had one less lap in terms of the stint last time around, so should surely put in less amount of fuel into the car. They're still stopped in the box, though. Raphael Renhoff not moving just yet. Now moves. 28.8 seconds is the stop. It's 27.8 for the BS Competition car, and BS Competition have shortened the stop. I don't quite know how they've done that, but they're ahead again. Incredible.
They must have been doing some
saving.
They must have been doing some fuel saving, that BS Competition car. But wow, we have got a race on our hands here. Both cars on fresh tyres. Both cars knowing that they can make it, well, think that they can make it to the end. They should be able to with the amount of fuel that they put in. And yeah, this is going to be an intriguing race. Oh, and that TCR car just getting in the way. And it's a Scherer Esports car that got in the way of that BS Competition car. Not intentionally, by the way. I'm not throwing that accusation out there. It just happened to be that happened to be the team in front of the BS Competition car then.
And now it means that we have these two fighting 5 lap sprint really to the end. Yes, it's 5 laps for the move drive. Yes, it's going to be 40 minutes. But realistically, it's going to be a bit of a sprint for these guys. They're both almost surely going to get to the end here. And Felix Kernbach, you'd suggest he's not going to have to fuel save if he was doing that on the last in the same way. Is that going to make it more difficult for Raphael Renhoff to try and make a move here? This is now really tense for P4 and 5. I don't think we're going to be really able to take our eyes off of this one as we run towards the end of the session, because there's no other battle on track that's even close to this kind of margin.
Wow. Let's see then. Let's see how they get on. It's a question of now, does that Scherer Esport car make some moves early and get ahead, or are they going to wait until later in the final 35 minutes of this race? This is fascinating. This is fantastic. Hope you're all enjoying this at home, everybody. As through they go into Hatzenbach once again at the start of the Nordschleife lap. And then it's heading out through Hoerchen, heading towards Flugplatz. So through this left-hander here and head toward Flugplatz. It's not named that way because cars take off there, which, by the way, the Porsche Cup cars do take off over this rise. It's because there actually was a landing strip nearby that corner. BS Competition again coming up to traffic at the worst point. That gives the Scherer Esports car a run. They're going to go side by side. Oh, now, are they going to give each other the space? They better do. But they're pushing each other all the way through. And Scherer Esports move ahead into 4th place.
They've done that move twice now in the space of about 4 minutes with a pit stop interjected between them. Incredible to see them now back into the top 4, and it's back again on Felix Kernbach to do it all again. I mean, they're not going to chase after the Williams Gaming Club. There's a minute and 18 up to them, and they don't really have to worry about Jaguar Racing's 96 car, which is 5 minutes further back down the road. These two now can really start to tussle it out between them. The first blow clearly landed by Scherer Esports earlier on. BS Competition came back with the better pit stop time, and then all of a sudden Scherer Esports think they've maybe hit a knockout blow now to get themselves ahead. If they can make time on this Nordschleife and get away by the time we get to the Dr. Hoher once again, they may feel a little bit safer, but again, he's not getting away, not helped by the fact that they've got some traffic.
Yeah, and it's the Commander Seibelt Porsche, the 018. Down the inside they go, both cars, and that Porsche will just back out of that one, because why would you get involved in this battle, this tussle for 4th place overall and in GT3? And it's given us something really interesting to see here. By the way, Beckham Jasiah now in the Williams Sim Racing Playseat car, just 15 seconds back from Jack Sedgwick, the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car in GT4. So in the last 32 minutes, we could have a fight for the race lead in GT4 as well. This is great stuff. A great way to finish this 24 hours of racing here at the Nürburgring. And what a show these teams and these drivers have put on for us today.
Yeah, it's been an incredible race, isn't it, over the course of the first 23 and a half hours, and we still have this drama keeping us engaged all the way to the checkered flag. Felix Kernbach doing everything he can to stay with the Scherer Esport car here, and he's doing a very comfortable job of doing it. He's well within half of a second at the moment, so that, you know, this story is far from over. You know, some may have expected Scherer Esport, when they get through, to maybe run off the road a little bit if they've been able to make that move now twice in the space of about half of a lap, but not able to really pull away. And it's Felix Kernbach almost trying to play the game here. Surely he's got the track position, but at the same time he might be playing the game of sitting and waiting for his moment to strike. Still enough time to go in this race that you know, anything's possible for these two as they run for P4 in the race. Really tense battling for these guys, and as they make their way towards the carousel once again, there's almost less to split them this time around than there was last time.
You can hear how the car just bottoms out on the exit of the carousel. Always sounds painful when you're on board. You think of what damage is going on, but you're fighting on throughout this race. So definitely going to be intriguing to see what we get. We're not going to see any moves through the next portion of the track because it's all pretty much one line through here, but what they have got is some traffic ahead of them. That's one of our M2s, number 85, which just dives out the way of these two. I bet the team won the blower to their driver going, you've got a couple of battling GT3s coming up behind you, just get out the way as quick as possible.
Yeah, probably not wanting to get involved in this battle because it's not one that you really want to, you know, stick your thumb in, especially when it's not your class. Want to make sure that you stay well out of it, and when you're not really racing for anything as intensely as this yourself, then you don't want to have drivers on your back when you're just trying to get yourself home to the end. But yeah, incredible to have 30 minutes to go in this race and still this drama left to go. I think the Veloce Thrustmaster 25 is about to come in from P2 in the GT3 class. They may stay out one more time. But they, I think we're waiting on a stop from them. In fact, I know we're waiting on a stop from them in the closing stages. In fact, they've gone around once more, so they're looking to shorten off that pit stop. But very shortly, we might be seeing a battle in that for P2 and 3. Williams Gaming Club are gaining on the 25. The 25 and the 1 could have a battle for second and third if we don't see the 25 in too soon.
Well, I can tell you for a fact that you can only go 7 laps on a stint in GT3, so Veloce Thrustmaster will be in at the end of this lap. So yeah, I can see Parker White getting up into second place because they've made their final pit stop. And so yeah, we'll have to see. Now that BS competition car just dropping back a little bit from the Scherer Esports team, and as we cut forward then, that's the Veloce car. So Daniel Lafuente behind the wheel, and he is going to go this final lap on this stint before heading to pit road and getting a final splash and dash. But it's comfortable in the top 3 though, that is for sure here in this one. So definitely he'll be looking to just secure that podium place. I think they realise that second place is not on here today.
Yeah, it feels like a stretch too far, particularly with the time left and the techniques at their disposal that they could use to try and get through. It's not looking too promising to get anything more than what they're currently looking at, but yeah, definitely been a successful day all the same. Any podium is a fantastic result in a race like this. Felix Kernbach getting held up a little bit, careful, as the 18 just about jumps out of the way on the exit of the corner to make sure that these guys can come through. In fact, I don't think that 18 is fighting for too much at the moment. In fact, that might not even be the 18. No, it is the 18. Spinner motorsport. I was looking up and down the timing page for the number 18. Couldn't find it. It was in bright yellow. It was obvious to me, but that was the Spin and Tow motorsport. They're currently in P2 in the TCR class. The best of the rest in that class, fair to say. As we run our way through towards the latter stage of the Grand Prix layout, I think it's very clearly obvious to us all that we're going to see this battle run to the end of the race. 26.5 minutes left to run. Felix Kernbach still in P5. They've got more traffic to come up to, but he hasn't rescinded too much of an advantage to the Scherer Esports car, but he's not necessarily stayed as on it as he would otherwise maybe have wanted to be. There was the G4's racing car leading the TCR class, and these guys just lapping the leading two TCR cars. The differences for the TCRs is that 272 is 2 laps further ahead on Spin and Tow, and that gap is now upwards of 19.5 minutes. It could even be 20 by the end of the race at the rate that they are gaining, and they're gaining by about 8 seconds a lap at the moment. It's absolutely incredible to see. Kernbach continues onwards. We'll have to see if he can gain, because he lost a bit of time through that GP loop, and of course the further you fall back, the more exponential the decrease in the slipstream is down some of these straights.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where you're going to have that real disadvantage, in that one. By the way, can we just say hello to Parker White's mum, who's in the Twitch chat on the iRacing Twitch account. So hello, thank you very much for joining us, and Parker's doing a sterling job, only 6 seconds back from Daniel Lafuente, and we know that Lafuente needs to have a pit stop as well, so pleasure to have you along here as well. Somebody said as well, can we have a mention for the spectators in the grandstands around the Grand Prix circuit who have not left all race? I know, dedication, isn't it, Dara, to all those spectators sticking around even through the rain.
Yeah, they've been sat there. You may not be able to ask them what's happened in the race by the time we finish, but they've been committed. And the flag guys as well that have been standing in the gantry haven't moved.
Barney's going to need a cup of coffee.
A chair. He's been standing the whole time. He doesn't get to sit down. It's awful. You got to feel for him slightly. And of course those invisible pit crew. The invisible pit crew really they've done a great job. You may not be able to thank them in the paddock afterwards if you can't find them, but I don't think we've had much of a hitch in terms of the pit stops today, have we?
No, absolutely not. I'm just looking at my timing screen, and it is just about 15 seconds for that battle in GT4. 14 seconds, sorry. So Jack Sedgwick is stemming the bleeding a little bit. It's a question of where is Jack on track? He is just heading up towards the carousel. The overall race leader is at Flansgard, and so he's not going to have the problem of having the overall race leader behind him when he's starting his last lap. So that's one thing that works in the favour of Jack Sedgwick here.
It does. With the number 3 running further up just further up the road, so obviously won't be lapped again. The difficulty, I think, for him, for Jack Sedgwick, is going to be that when they cross the line now, they will still have another 3 laps to go. That would have to then be an 8-lap stint for the 969. So there's the difficulty. Williams did it. They did the 8-lap stint, but they only have to do a 7-lap stint here, so they won't have to save the fuel in the same way. That gap now coming under 13 seconds, and last time by, it was a gain of 4.5 seconds for Williams. Now, obviously, if we've got 3 more laps, that's replicated 3 more times, obviously, hypothetically speaking, that's another 13.5 seconds. The gap's 12.5 seconds. So mathematically, Williams really have a shot here of claiming this time if Wolfskukin don't have to pit again. But they've then got to catch and then got to overtake potentially around the Nordschleife, which they probably don't want to have to leave it to the Tiergarten to do.
To quote the great Murray Walker, catching is one thing, passing is quite another. And normally, around a normal track, you would be thinking, yeah, you can just place your car in the right place and make it difficult for people to go by, as the Mahler car just struggling to get past the Wolfskukin Racing Adventures team. However, here, you've got the Dottinger Hohe, where you can go 4 or 5 wide down that straight potentially. There's plenty of space. You can't just weave, because that would be really against the regulations. Yeah, it's going to be a tall order. They need to stem the bleeding, as Jack Stedwick, but the problem is, as we've been mentioning, they're having to fuel save for an 8-lap stint.
They have, and that's been a difficulty that they've faced in this final stint. The question is just, can they hold on to it? Talking about holding on, I've noticed as well on the timing page, and I've seen it in the YouTube chat as well, Scherer Esports TCR, currently in P5, is rocking up right to the rear of the Sartex MC Audi for P4 and 5 in class. That gap's down to only 0.7 of a second, and we can see it here. There's a clear shot for Scherer here to get P4 in the TCRs after picking up what is P4 in the GT3s, and they look pretty good to do so. The only issue here is that their stint has been 2 laps longer for the number 12 car just in behind here than the 601, so they might have slight issues with fuel towards the end of the race. But
remember, TCR,
exactly,
the frugal cars are TCR. If you want to go racing, actually no. Do you know what I got told? I got told this, that the costs of actually running a TCR car are pretty much the same as running a Porsche Cup car. To actually run one. The cost of buying it is about half, but to run it, it's the same. Which do you think you would prefer to race out of the 2?
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a very good point. I was just going to quickly mention that the issue for Scherer Esports particularly is I don't believe they're going to be caught by the overall race leader here. There's a possibility of it, but they are running 908s, and yeah, less than a minute quicker. I don't think they're going to be caught here. It may be close, but that might be what they need to make sure they get home, because that would be 8 laps on the stint if they were lapped one more time by the race leader. Otherwise, it would have to be 9, at which point they're likely needing a little bit more fuel on board.
Well, let's see how we go. But this is good. This is great to see that we have got battling in multiple classes. And yeah, the TCR's giving us a bit of a show towards the end. Of course, Jay Collis in the chat says that he'd prefer to drive a TCR. Of course you would, Jay. But he cut Jay in half. He'd bleed TCR is what he would do. But yeah, it's great to see that we've not just got battling at the front in GT3, we've got the GT4, and also this here in TCR, all going on at the same time. It's given us a great bit of intrigue as down the straight we go, and Scherer Esports moving all the way over. People might ask, why are they doing that? It's not to give a side draft to the other car. Get as far across the track as possible, so that you can then keep that overspeed.
and get the position quite comfortably, well before the Tiergarten, and Share Esport now promoted the position, and we've seen 2 swaps of position in the space of about 10 minutes in the final half an hour of the race. Fantastic to see. Now in the TCR class, which is the group of cars with, it's fair to say, the largest gap. Share Esport now have a bit of a tall task to get after fiercely forward. They've got about 18 minutes to do so. They're upwards of 12, 13, if not a little bit more minutes behind the next car, which is the fiercely forward grey. So I can't imagine that's going to work out well for them, but also they have that fuel concern to keep in the back of their mind. So yeah, really interesting to see how that's going to develop by the end of the race. And while we're talking about that again, quick update on that gap in the GT4. It's now down to 10 seconds, but the last lap for Williams Sim Racing place seat was only 2.5 seconds quicker than the 969 was cooking. So Williams, they are gaining, but is it going to be enough by the end of the race? It's going to be tight.
And this is why I said that Jack Sedgwick needed to stem the bleeding a little bit here. And if you get a couple of laps where they're not gaining at that rate that they were gaining at, then that can really help the Was Cooking Racing Adventures be able to eke out that fuel and get it to 8 laps. It can be done in GT4. We've seen it with this team, the Williams Sim Racing Playseat team. They did it in their previous stint before heading on to pit road. And so they're hunting down, and Beckham Josiah, what a driver he is. And they have got themselves a fantastic driver, and he is absolutely wringing the neck of that Aston Martin GT4 car. It's Porsche versus Aston Martin at the front of GT4, with a BMW in 3rd place. Great to see 3 different marks in the top 3 of that class.
Yeah, going relatively well at the moment, and yeah, great for them towards the end of the race to be right up towards the front of the field with 60 minutes to go. You don't want to be leaving yourself too much to do, in the same way that the number 6 Williams Racing basic car is at the moment. But yeah, great to see drivers that are going to be very happy by the end of this race on the podium. 5 class winners, of course, as well, with all the drivers that have taken part for them, and Williams are looking to have 2 of their groups on, or even 5 winners, that is. But they have to first negotiate their way through some traffic. The gap now 9 seconds. It's closing. I really feel like it's going to come down to Tiergarten on the final lap for the win in the GT4s. And if after 24 hours of racing we're having a battle into the final corner, I don't think anyone can really complain, can they?
Is it going to be tears at Tiergarten? That's the question that we're asking here. We'll have to wait and find out. Let's quickly give you a quick run through how things stand at the moment overall. It is the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast team who lead this race. They've got a nice 1 minute and 8 second lead over their compatriots at Williams Gaming Club. So it's a 1-2 for Williams. Then a bit of a gap, 40 seconds or so, back to the Veloce Thrustmaster team, who are in 3rd. And then we have that battle that's still ongoing. Share Esport in 4th, and BMW M Team BS Competition in 5th place overall, and in your GT3 standings. In your Cup class, it is the Coanda Esports 08 that is leading that one, as we see it on screen right now. Battered and bruised as it just goes past the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car. That one has an almost 5-minute lead right now over Drago Racing, as Drago Racing's GT3, by the way, comes into pit road. Adidas Racing by WSR, they are in 3rd place in the Porsche Cup class, ahead of Grid & Go Esports 002 car, and then the Coanda Sabel number 018 car, which did lead early on in your Cup class here today. GT4, we're intrigued by this battle that is still going on in the lead of this one. Was Cooking Racing Adventures, Jack Sedgwick trying to eke out an 8-lap stint for him to finish off this race. Beckham Josiah, it's going to be a 7-lap stint, but that means he can push all the way to the end here, about 10 seconds separating the 2 of them now, with TC Esports in 3rd place at 5.5 minutes back from these two in the lead, but they're still comfortable in third place. Grid and Go Esports 009 in fourth. They did lead a little bit earlier on in the race, but issues for them throughout this race has meant that they're down to fourth place. Fifth place for Fiercely Forward Pink in your GT4s. In your TCRs, it's the GeForce Racing and WSR Esports domination going on right now. The gap has actually come down a little bit. It's 18.5 minutes now. It was nearly 20 minutes a bit earlier on. So yeah, Konstantin Stolzenberg just taking it easy on this one. They are at 18.5 minutes ahead of Spin and Tour Motorsport with Fiercely Forward Grey in third place. Sure Esport TCR and that SRT, the Sartex MC Audi RS3 TCR team, fourth and fifth in class. And then in your M2s, Grid and Go Esports are leading that one. The 003 leading by 4.5 minutes. And then there's about 22-23 seconds between the Nürburgring Esports Vipperman and the BS competition cars, respectively, in second and third place. Manisi Racing Purple are in fourth, ahead of the Simify Esports car in fifth place. That's how things stand right now, and the Coanda Seibelt car has a mechanical warning flag with under 12 minutes remaining here. Something has happened to the 018 again, and it's Oscar Pye. Let's have a look. That's a bad one.
Yeah, that's a misjudgment and a half, isn't it? Drifting it up into the wall, and Oscar Pye. Yeah, he's going to have to take some repairs for that. We'll drop him behind the 001 Grid and Go, maybe drop him behind his teammate in the 081 car, but it will gift Grid and Go and Gunnar Tasdell in that car right now, a top 5 finish in this race. When he probably wasn't expecting it at this late stage. Gutting to make that kind of mistake so late on in the race, but it, clearly a sign possibly that fatigue setting in. Of course, some of these drivers have been up for quite some time, and sleep schedules have been interrupted and messed around with to facilitate this race. And with 11 minutes to go towards the end of the race, just the slip of concentration from Oscar, and it's going to cost the 018 relatively dearly, isn't it?
Certainly is, yeah, definitely. Now, if they can drive that car, you've got 3 laps to serve a mechanical warning flag. If they can drive that car and it's safe to drive, they can actually make it to the end of this race. It's just a question of, are they going to lose too much time to lose that one place? So you ideally don't want to take that car down into pit road now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just going to be a question of whether they're able to do that. Really, it's going to be difficult. They've got another 2 laps to go. Only 13 seconds ahead of the Grid and Go car. I wouldn't necessarily feel 100% confident that can stay. Oh yeah, you can see that's horrible to look at. I'm not convinced that's going to stay in front. Let's have a look at the steering angle. It's not a horrendous steering angle, but at the same time you can see how much he's having to saw at the wheel just to keep it going in a straight line. That's going to be a horrible, 15 minutes or so for Oscar.
Yeah, this is going to be challenging him with all of his skills to keep that car on the track here in the closing stages. And the thing is, he's got another lap to do after this one. it's not any easier. He's got to do it for 2 laps.
Yeah,
better driver than me if he can do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and me, obviously, goes without saying. But he's going to have to be so careful. That gap coming down already, 12.0 seconds, 11.9, 11.8. I'm watching it. 11.6, 11.5. It's coming down significantly and quickly. I cannot see him staying ahead of Gunnar Townsville, and he will very likely stay ahead of his teammate, 081, but wouldn't really matter for the team at that stage, and disappointing for Oscar if he was to lose that. Whilst that's going on, another quick mention, because we've got another lap update on the for the GT4 lead. That gap now 7 seconds. The last lap time gain for Williams Sim Racing Placey was 4.1 seconds, and I believe there's 2 laps for these guys, or a lap and a half for them left to run. It's going to come down to the wire. It may just about be safe for was cooking, but they're still going to be close on that fuel number as it is, you know. So this is going to be difficult, and they've only just really started another lap time here. So yeah, with Vasilos Belitsiotis not far away from, well, he's about 2/3 of the way around the lap to start the final lap. This is going to be tricky for them to hold on here. It's really getting close.
Well, whilst we've got the chance, whilst we've got a moment or two, I just want to pass on some messages here and just say thank you so much to the entirety of the broadcast team who has been working on today's show. It's been absolutely tremendous broadcast to work on, and I'm sure everybody will appreciate the work that's been put in here. Arjuna Kekapati, Lewis McLeod, Joe Peake, Justin Prince, Ewan O'Leary, Dara Thacker, who's here with me now, Jeremy Scott, Cam Roger, David Haynes, who put in a tremendous stint overnight for us, Jake Sperry, Tom Knight, myself, Paul Smith, have all been commentating on this broadcast today. It's been a tremendous show to work on, and I do want to mention as well our producer here today, Hugo Luis. People don't realise the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes in preparation for one of these events. It's not just a case of turning up, having a couple of instances of iRacing on and put some graphics on the screen. There's a lot of work that goes into preparation beforehand. And the fact that Hugo has done that and has been here producing this broadcast for the entirety of the show is an absolutely tremendous effort. We've all had the chance to go sleep, not our producer Hugo Luis. So I want to say a big thank you so much for the hard work to everybody on this broadcast, but in particular as well, our producer Hugo Luis behind the scenes. That's while we had the chance to do so, because this is going to be potentially an exciting time for us at the end of this race. We've still got that relatively close battle in GT3 for 4th place, so there's about 2.5 seconds for those two, and Shearer Esport getting caught up in a bit of a while here. A little bit of traffic just catching them out here in this one, so yeah, definitely a one that could potentially still happen and be close, but it's that battle for GT4 lead that's the intriguing one for me, and that gap is still just coming down and eking down here, Dara.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting dangerously close, really, isn't it? With such little time left in this race. And a quick word on Hugo, of course, behind the cameras. I guarantee you, one of the first things he'll say to us when the stream ends is, "I'm going to bed," and rightly so.
Yes,
he's been up the whole day. But this isn't his first rodeo. He's well versed in this now. But yeah, the gap to getting to the stage where we don't really know where to look. I think we're going to have to look shortly at the battle between the 018 and the 001 in that Cup class, because the Coanda car, oh god, you can see it again. It's just horrible to look at. Still crabbing. Ganuso Tasdalan only now you can see on the bottom right hand side of your screen, 3.5 seconds away from overtaking, and that gap on this lap was 13 seconds. So they really have been eating chunks of time out of Oscar Pai in that 018, and it only really feels like a matter of time before they are overtaken, and Oscar Pai is overtaken for P5 in that class. They've got another lap and a bit to go, but Belitsiotis has just started his final lap. He's just about to come off the GP loop.
Yeah, the race leader onto the final lap of this race, and they will be hoping to just get to the end of this one. They've not got too much traffic in front of them either, so actually they've got quite a clear run now towards the end of this race. But you can guarantee that 001 Grid and Go esports team will have been on the blower to their drive. Oh, that's awful snap as it goes through Flanscarton. The Grid and Go team will be there saying, look, you will get past. Don't do anything silly here. You will overtake him because he is crabbing badly. And yeah, we're on board with that 001 of Grid and Go esports, and that car in front. I will say Oscar Pai doing a tremendous job to keep the car on track, but also to keep the pace up as well.
Oh yeah, incredible job. Really, with the amount of crabbing that's going on, it's taking all of his effort. Gunnar Towson surely now just waiting for the Dothringer Hoa, which is just a couple of corners away, before he can try and make a move, nearly pushing that Coanda car through Dothringer Hoa as they make their way out towards Tiergarten now. This will be the chance. Oh, you can just see down the straight. Got to be careful when making the move here, because that car could move in a straight line in an unexpected fashion. Here comes Tasman's going to get as far away as he possibly can, and you can see that it's horrible to look at for Oscar Pai. He is just soaring away at the steering wheel in a manner that you really shouldn't be doing, and he's only doing because he's got another lap to go. In any other situation, any other hour, he'd have pitted that car.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, no doubt he would have pitted that car. He's got 2 minutes back to the next car, so if he could keep this car on the track, and that's easier said than done. You can see how early he's braking and how little he's braking into these corners. The display of car control here is absolutely tremendous. Your race lead in GT4, 6 seconds between them. What's Cooking Racing Adventures? They're holding on for the time being. It was an 8:44.3 for Williams Sim Racing Placey, 8:46.8 for Jack Sedgwick and that Was Cooking Racing Adventures team, but they've still got to save fuel. You're thinking, oh, they're on to the last lap, they can go now. No, they've still got to carry on saving fuel here, don't they, Dara?
They're the only car in this class that are trying to do 8 laps on the final stint, and they're the leading car, which just goes to show how much jeopardy they're really in at the moment. They have got that 6-second advantage, 5.8-second advantage now. Last lap it was close by 2.5, so mathematically at that pace they should be okay, but there's nothing to say that they don't have to back off more. There's nothing to say that they won't necessarily run out of fuel up towards the Tiergarten in the final couple of corners. Splash and dash on going for Ollie Steinbrot, and I was thinking about this earlier, about whether they could get to the end, but they are just 1 lap short. Same had to be done by SDR Sim Racing, mind you, in that GT3 class. But onto the last lap now, half of a lap for the overall race leader. Bellet Siotis, good timing there. We can see on the screen. But this is still up in the air. I think BS Competition won't be able to get through on Share Esports for P4 now, being 5 seconds back and not really feeling like they're gaining. But that battle at the top of the GT4s really is going to have to be where I think we're going to see, if any move is made on the last lap, that's where it's going to be.
So as the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast team come through Kesselchen towards Curve, this fast left-hander, you've got to be so committed to that corner. Very little runoff. If you had an issue through there, it is a spectacular plane crash basically that you have through there. Heading towards the carousel for the final time. What an effort it has been from Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast and Williams Gaming Club as well. At the early stages, it was the Apex Racing team who were leading this race. They've fallen by the wayside and have retired from this race. But Williams Sim Racing, it has been a great display from them here today, Dara, and thoroughly deserving of the position that they're in.
Absolutely so. And it's been an absolutely stunning performance from them. Oh, there was a puff of smoke. Not too sure what that was for. But they've been stunning all race long. The Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast car, they've been first, they've been second, they've been third, but they've spent the majority of the morning now, and even a portion of the night in the lead of this race, and they haven't really looked as if they were going to be putting a foot wrong. Of course, they've still got to get it home, but for Williams in general, P1 with this number 3, P2 with the number 1, and by 45 seconds at that. We're talking about Veloxo Thrustmaster potentially being in the conversation with P2 a couple of hours ago. They've fallen by the wayside, realistically speaking, and Williams really have shown their class for both the 3 and for the 1. This is going to be a really special moment for them.
Certainly is, but it's not done by any means. We've seen crazier things happen on the last lap in one of these iRacing special events, that is for sure. Heading to the Beloff S for the final time here. It's certainly a sterling effort. They've got some traffic ahead of them that shouldn't be too much of an issue. TCR in front of them, along with a BMW M2 class car as well. They don't need to force their way through, but they're going to go past anyway into the Kleiner Carousel. and then it's Galgenkopf for the last time through the sweeping right-hander. You got to get the corner right to get your speed carried onto the Dottinger Höhe. And now it's a case of just keeping that foot absolutely planted down the Dottinger Höhe for the final time here today. Tremendous effort, tremendous drive from Williams Sim Racing, from the Chill Blast team and from the Williams Gaming Club team as well. They've also done a really good job elsewhere as well today, but certainly Beckham Jassi has not given up on that race lead in GT4 as the time is running out, but certainly it's not going to be quite close enough yet. But here we are then, Tiergarten, final time. The clock has struck 0 here on the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, presented by Thrustmaster, and it's a win for the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast team across the line. They're absolutely delighted with that, and why wouldn't they be? Sensational result for them. A little bit too exuberant with the celebration there, but a really good job well done. The Grid and Go M2, by the way, is about to come across the line for the lead in M2 class. It's been the first year that this car has been here in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, and Grid and Go Esports get to be the ones who take victory in the 003 car.
Yeah, fantastic news for them, and by a good 4 minutes as well it'll be to the 5.87 that is only about halfway around the lap. For Beliziotis, though, to bring it home in the manner that he did really is exceptional, and he will be delighted. There's Michael Jani, oh there he is, doing some donuts. Who said you can't do donuts in a GT3? Everyone knows you can. Oh, and you can also hit you can also take off a front bumper doing some donuts in a GT3 as well, it seems.
Here is your leading Cup car then, Michael Jani for the Coanda Esports team. They've had trials and tribulations happening in this event here today. They had their entire team have issues with the sim where they lost connection, had to come back in and have had to work their way forward in this one. But Michael Jani is going to be the one who brings this car home for Coanda Esports, the 08. Just got a few more corners to go and a very long straight to go at as well. We've got to touch on Coanda here in your Cup class, Dara. Great effort to come back from the issues that they had.
Yeah, I mean, all three cars have had their own separate issues, haven't they? The 08, the 018 and the 081. But the 08 have just been able to negotiate their way through the difficulties with the clearest mind, really. And to then, at this stage, be winning by 5 minutes. Again, incredible to have this kind of lead, despite this, of course, being a 24-hour race. To build that up despite the difficulties they face really do go to show how good they have been in this race. And they're just negotiating the Tiergarten now. And I think Coanda are likely going to be happy as Williams with their wins.
And across the line then, Coanda Esports are 08 winners in the Cup car class here at the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours. And they'll be delighted to get that win in the bag then in the end in that all Porsche class. Now, here is the race that we've been keeping an eye on all the way along. Jack Sedgwick in that Was Cooking Racing Adventures. If there's any so much as a splutter or a stutter on this last stretch, would be heartbreaking for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team. They've worked their way through the field in class after being outside of the top three, and Jack Sedgwick will get himself to the line. It's a question of if he can make it in one go or whether he runs out of fuel. Tremendous fuel-saving stint at the end here. It needed to be done. And Jack Sedgwick, winner of the GT4 class for the Was Cooking Racing Adventures, and their competition are right there in the background of shot. Williams Sim Racing Placey finished second, just 3 3/4 seconds back. Tremendous race between the two of them to the end. Great stuff. We've got to wait quite a while, unfortunately, for your TCR leader who's decided now's the time to flirt with the walls.
Well, I mean, they won it a couple of laps ago, didn't they? Really, so realistically, they could probably still win classified. But just get it home, guys. Get it home. They've got some time to go though before they can cross the checkered flag. But yeah, what a race that was for Was Cooking in the end. Just about holding on, and to be only split by 3.8 seconds over the course of a 24-hour window. No stoppages, nothing to really bring them back together at any stage. 3.8 seconds, incredible. That final lap as well by Beckham Jasir was yet another 2.7 seconds quicker than Was Cooking. So if there was one more lap, obviously, imagine they had enough fuel for one more lap, it could have been very, very close indeed. But Track Sedgwick, under so much pressure as well, because he will have seen that time gain behind him, being able to stay calm really was going to be difficult, and he's delivered when it mattered.
He certainly has. The G-Force Racing WSR Esports outfit coming towards the end of their race. They have, there's no other word for this, dominated the TCR class here today. They are a clear 2 laps ahead, I do believe, of the number 18, which actually isn't that far back. Behind them on track is the number 18 of Spin and Tour Motorsport. Just an absolute, it's just been a superstar team of TCR drivers. The 4 drivers that they've had know these cars like the back of their hands, and they have shown why they have dominated this race here today. So G-Force Racing and WSR Esports heading towards Tiergarten for the final time here today, and this is a great result for them in TCR. The last of our leaders, class leaders, to reach the line, but by no means least. And across the line they come in the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours, presented by Thrustmaster. G-Force Racing and WSR Esports are a class winner in TCR.
Yeah, and by some distance as well. Nearly 20 minutes in the grand scheme of things, about 18 give or take, but to finish a full 2 laps ahead of anybody else in your class takes some doing. And even on that final lap, a 9.6.1 for G-Force. Compare that to the best lap time of anybody else in there. Well, Spin and Turn 50 forward, the other 2 cars on the podium, the best lap in the race, a 9.10. So on that final lap, with no pressure, they went 4 seconds quicker than their fellow podium sitters went all race long. Incredible speed across the entire race. And really, when you have that kind of pace advantage, you'd be pretty gutted not to win the race, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you're absolutely delighted. Well, we've got a bit of time before we can give you the provisional results, so let's go and grab the winners of this race overall and in GT3 as well. And Dara, take it away with the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast team.
Yeah, Alessandro Bico and Vasilios Beletsiolis join us. Now, I'm going to start with you, Vasilios, because you had such a difficult race, really. In the middle phases, of course, there was that period of time where you were fighting with the BS competition car, but overnight, the team pulled through and in the final couple of hours delivered when it mattered. A full minute as well for the win. You guys must be thrilled, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely overwhelmed by the whole race result. I think I can speak in the name of the team that we all did a very, very solid job with... mostly incident-free racing. There was one major contact we had, or one major collision from my end, for which till this moment I'm very sorry about that this happened, the contact with BS competition. But apart from that, we were able to have a clean race all over the whole 24 hours. In the night, the setup was really shining. The car felt absolutely lovely, and also in the rain, I can't thank my teammates enough, Sami and Biko, for doing a great job there. And overall, with that team performance, that was basically the key for the win today. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it gave you a fantastic base to build on in that final couple of hours, and you pulled away towards the end. And Alessandro as well. I mean, 1-2 for the team as well in terms of the GT3s. I mean, it couldn't really have gone much better in terms of the results. I mean, where does this leave you guys as a team moving forward into the coming months?
Yeah, I think we should be very proud because we work very well. We are going on the right, road. And then this was the first time in the Nordschleife with the rain, so we strung a very we show a very strong performance, you know, in both dry and wet. So I'm very, very happy. First special event win for me, so it's really, really, I'm really happy. No, nothing more.
Yeah, and the Nordschleifer as well. It's not a bad place to get it, right? But congratulations to both you, Alessandro, and to Vasilios as well. Congratulations on the win. A fantastic result for you guys in the number 3.
Thank you very much, guys.
That was our winning drivers in the GT3 class from the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast entry. And what a drive it was from them, Paul.
It certainly was. We're also joined by Josh Thompson from the Was Cooking Racing Adventures team. You gave us a bit of an exciting end there, Josh. Just talk us through that from your guys' point of view, having to do an 8-lap stint at the end.
Yeah, it was a bit tight, a bit closer than we'd imagined it to be. Lucky enough, we spotted Williams starting to do like 8-lap saving with like 2.5 stints to go. We were trying to work out a bit of panic, trying to figure out if we could make it or not. So lucky enough, we figured out just in time so Jack could save enough fuel. As you saw, the gap did come down a lot, but we just had enough. We like finished with just I think it was like 0.4 litres left in the car, crossing the line. So lucky enough, we spotted it early enough, and yeah, managed to hold on.
But you talk about the team. You've all worked together well as an outfit. You had to work your way through the field as well, to a degree in this race. But looking at it, you've got a lucky charm. A race winner from last year, Will Chadwick, was on the team as well. I know it's not all about one driver, but having people who've got experience of winning an event like this must help the team as a whole.
Yeah, exactly. Especially now with the mixed weather, right? We won it in 23 when it was just dry. And that was me, Jack, Sindre, and Will Chagurfa. So we kind of knew what to expect anyway, but just having Chadwick on board for the wet, we know how good he is. I know how good he's been in Porsche, in PES GB and Super Cup in the wet. So I knew if we could get him on board, it was great. With that little chance of rain, anything can happen. We've seen that many times so far with this new integration of the weather. So yeah, lucky enough, he was absolutely flying. He really saved us, I'd say, in the night to get us back to where we were. Especially with, like, people forget, we had a 40-second stop hold after stint 2 when Jack forgot how to do a pit entry. So we had a 40-second stop hold on stint 2 to come back from as well. So yeah, the comeback drive from everyone. Will especially, but I think everyone, it was just crazy.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the class win there in GT4 for Was Cooking Racing Adventures. Josh Thompson.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so that is those drivers spoken to there. What we will do is we'll just quickly run through the results. I know we've got some more people to speak to after this, but we have got the provisional race results then. After 24 hours around the Nürburgring, starting in GT3, it's the Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast team who win this one by 1.6 seconds over the Williams Gaming Club outfit. Veloci Thrustmaster round out the podium in GT3 and overall in 3rd place, and then it's Shure Esports ahead of BMW M Team BS Competition. Drago Racing, Marla Racing Team, SDR Sim Racing all 1 lap down, with Falcon Sim Racing Team and Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports Team 2 laps down. Teams that did not finish, Zest Esports, Apex Racing Team, Team Red Lines, 3 outfits, and the Drago Racing number 2 did not finish this race. In your Cup class, it is Quanda Esports who win this one by 5 minutes and 8 seconds over Drago Racing in 2nd place. Adidas Racing by WSR round out the podium 1 lap down in 3rd, ahead of the 2 Grid and Go Esports cars of the 002 and 001. Commander and Saybelt with a damaged and battered car finishing 6th ahead of their Commander Esports teammates in 7th place. Zest Esports in 8th with Ola Daniel, and then Impulse Racing the last ones to finish. Apex Racing Team did not finish the race, neither did the Team 75 Bernhardt by SimRC car. In GT4, it's Was Cooking Racing Adventures, the closest finish for a race win here, 3.8 seconds separating them and the Williams Sim Racing Playseat team. TC Esports, great to see them on the podium here today in 3rd place in class, ahead of Grid and Go Esports and Feasley Forward Pink. Then Dua Esports in 6th ahead of Maniti Racing Red, Arctic Simsport by Drewy DK, is in 8th ahead of Effect Simulations, who did not finish. Grid & Go Esports 007 did not finish, neither did the Hydra Race geodesic racing car. TCR, absolute domination from GeForce Racing and WSR Esports. 2 laps clear of Spin and Tow Motorsport, who themselves were a lap clear of Fiercely Forward Grey. Shearer Esports TCR, we saw them overtake the XMC Audi RS3 TCR team on the latter stages of the race. They're the only 5 that actually finished the race. The Luke Manscott Racing Esports Dark Eagle, Byte 500 Black, Delta Sports, Sim Shop TCR, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Sim City Racing and TSRC Esports all did not finish the race. And then last but by no means least, the M2 class. Grid & Go Esports lead that one by 4.5 seconds over Nürburgring Esports Vipperman, who were about half a minute ahead of the BS competition team in 3rd place. Maniti Racing Purple finish on the lead lap on 4th place. Simify Esports 1 lap down in 5th. Team RSO, who were battered and bruised all the way through that race, finishing 6th ahead of the ZES Esports Unique team. GDC Racing finish 8th place and the last of the runners, with WSR Esports. FTW Motorsport did actually make it to the end of that race, and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage do not finish the race. That's those results there. The next interviews, because we do have more waiting, we're actually going to speak to Michael Jarney first from the Commander Esports team, and he's standing by with Dara Thacker.
Yeah, Michael, welcome in. Oh, you've got some teammates behind you as well. Congratulations on that race win. Difficult race. I mean, so many issues, not just for you, but your sister cars as well. And what does it mean for the team to get this one home?
Well, a lot of us are at the center, so we're in the purple lounge. It's pretty cool. I mean, yeah, ups and downs the whole race. A lot of concentration. I think the rain shook everything up, and then from there on out, it was a bit more just kind of by yourself. And even with mistakes and some lapse of judgment, maybe like with M2s a couple times for my part, we were able to kind of spin back on the track and keep going, I guess, somehow. I don't know how the car didn't get meatballed, but getting lucky once is kind of rare, but getting lucky twice, I think the win is meant to be honest.
Again, fantastic view. I mean, towards the end as well, it felt like there were a couple of little moments that were nervous. There was that big hit into the wall with the rear right that we thought was going to cause more damage. How surprised were you guys that wasn't too much of an effect on you?
Yeah, really surprised. I don't really know why I went for that move. It's like a 0 success move. I think maybe just fatigue and I don't know, just being impatient really is really what led to that one. But yeah, like somehow every time we've hit the wall today, it's just been rear end damage, but not enough to give us a meatball. And I mean, the car balance was a little off, but we did some adjustments to make it drivable towards the end. And we were just kind of, we already had the gap. So it was more just damage control and trying to get to the end.
And get to the end, you did and won the race. Congratulations to you and the rest of the team. Fantastic result. And good luck to defend it next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
That was Michael Janney in the Purple Lounge. He was joined by a couple of his friends in the background. I think there's some crocs going on. We will then turn our attentions to one of the, I think, least hardly fought battles in the race, the TCR class, and it was won by a couple of laps. And we have got Mike and Ross McFarlane in to talk with us. Ross McFarlane, I'll come to you first. I mean, the pace you guys showed over the course of that race, absolutely incredible. Talk us through how much you were, talk us through how you were feeling over the course of the race, because it just felt like you were increasing that lead minute after minute.
Yeah, the pace was really strong. I think we knew going into the race that it was going to be a fairly two-horse race. Scherer also had very, very strong pace in what we saw in practice. But unfortunately, yeah, they came unstuck and found the barrier pretty early on, and from there we just sort of grew the lead. Other teams had incidents, which is almost unavoidable in these 24-hour races, and yeah, the lead just went out. And as soon as the rain came, obviously we said at the time that we had in the lead was only going to be insurance. It could all be flipped upside down just with one mistake, but luckily for us it didn't come, and we just we finished with a good margin at the end.
Yeah, a decent enough margin, just about enough. I mean, Konstantin's last lap was quicker than any other lap set by a TCR, a different team, over the course of the race. So incredible consistency from Konstantin, yourself, Ross, and of course Michael Polishek, who's also with us. Michael, again, another fantastic result for you. For the team as well, this must be a really good boost.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's been incredible working with WSR. And I've been super happy to work with them. We've built an incredible race car. It drove very well for the entire 24 hours. And this was pretty much a race of survival. We knew that we definitely had the pace. And once, unfortunately, WSR had that incident with that GT3 car, it was just a matter of survive at all costs. So I was taking it easy on my stints. Just playing very nice with the traffic and making sure that we were not involved in any collision or incidents, especially when the rain came, because it was pretty treacherous in those conditions. Sometimes the car would just violently snap on you. And sometimes like traffic could be very aggressive. So fortunately everything worked out and we were able to take home the win.
And for you personally as well, you've done some great work over the last day, getting some donations for charity. And talk us through how that's been going for you.
Oh, it's been going very well. We have $7,778 raised so far. If you want to donate to this absolutely incredible charity, World Central Kitchen, they provide support whenever disaster strikes, and they want to leave those areas self-sufficient so that they can continue to recover on their own after they leave aid. So they support local businesses, setting up makeshift kitchens, and everything else. And they're just an incredible charity. So if you want to donate, go to donate.wck.org/N24. We're going to keep this campaign open for a while after this race ends, so definitely go there, support their charity, and yeah.
Well, incredible work from you on that front, and really is a credit to you and the team that you've been able to raise that much money over the course of the race. But Michael, Ross, congratulations on that TCR race win, and good luck to defend it next year.
Thank you very much,
guys.
That was our winning team in that TCR class. We've got one more class to run through the winners of, and that is, of course, the M2 class in the end. And it was the 003 Grid and Go team that got it done. And we've got Gabriel Stratmatter and first Peter Zuber joining us. Peter, congratulations on the race win. Again, a decent race for you guys, won by a strong margin of about 4 minutes. Did it feel that comfortable all the way through?
Thank you so much. And no, definitely did not. It was a tough race from the beginning until all our competitors made mistakes or unfortunately got involved with incidents that cost them a lot of time. We did a great job on keeping the car clean, only had minor contacts here and there, and since we were very, very prepared for most of the situation during the race, I think that is what secured us the victory.
And for you, Peter, just the 2 incident points as well. So keeping it very nice and clean over the course of the race, that certainly helped out. Gabriel as well, congratulations to you. A great result for the team. Grid and Go really have been building from strength to strength over the course of the year, and this feels like another brick in the road, doesn't it, really?
Oh, yes. Thank you, first of all. Absolutely love it to win the second special event of the year with Peter together. Yeah, we had a very tough first year to competition, really, last year. And this year, it seems to all work together now. And we've been winning Daytona, we've been winning Sebring, and now Nürburgring 24. Absolutely amazing. Massive thank you to all the team. We have a lot of really talented people on the team. The Porsche Cup didn't win, the GT4s didn't win. They all deserve to win. Absolutely, so much talent on the team. We could make it stick. Jan Sama did a really good job in super difficult conditions. Massive thank you to him. Also, Peter did an amazing job, especially in preparation, but also in the race. Usually he's a prototype guy, as many of you probably know, and he was amazing. And Johan was flying, absolutely the fastest driver, I think, on track. Yeah, we took out quite some risk during the phase where it rained, really tippy-toeing our way around, and then in the end, I think it just paid off. We were absolutely faultless throughout the whole race. I cannot remember a single mistake that any of us did through 24 hours of Nürburgring, and now we're winners. I'm incredibly happy. Cannot be more thankful to the team, and now we can celebrate a little.
Yeah, absolutely can, deservedly so, and I'm looking forward to seeing when you two are able to win a third race together. Maybe this year, maybe
hopefully.
But congratulations to both of you again, winners in the M2 class, and good luck for the next few months.
Thank you. Thanks for a great stream as well. Always very, very nice to look at these high quality streams, and see you again next time.
I can only second those. Thank you.
Both of you, thank you very much.
But thank you very much to everybody who's joined us for a chat after the race. That is a brilliant race. Just some final thoughts, Dara. I mean, for me, this has been one of the best iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours that we've had for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know where to look, did we? We were into the final 5 minutes. We were past the end of the 24-hour, and we still didn't know who was going to win the GT4 class. It's fantastic when you get this kind of competition in some of these really top-end special events, and you could really hear from the drivers what it meant to be able to win in their respective classes. It doesn't need to be the fastest class. You've got your own challenges in each of the classes, and we had such great racing across the board. And roll on next year, because this race really, particularly, is coming on from strength to strength, and I cannot wait for 2026 edition.
Yeah, certainly it will be a thrill ride. Congratulations to Williams Sim Racing Chill Blast for the overall win, to Coanda Esports for the Cup win, the Was Cooking Racing Adventures for the GT4 win, GeForce Racing and WSR Esports for the TCR win, and Grid and Go Sim Esports for the win in your M2 class. From everybody here behind the scenes on commentary as well, it's been a pleasure to have you all at home watching this broadcast. This has been a RaceSpotTV broadcast of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 hours presented by Thrustmaster. Until next time, it's goodbye.